Good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Local Radio, BBC Radio's London and Leicester. Guy Swindells and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. About to resume with Leicestershire still batting in their first innings. They have one wicket remaining, 273 for 9. The Foxes, in reply to Middlesex's first innings score of 297, which means they trail by 24. And it looks like, Guy, we are going to have a 2-day, 2-innings game on our hands.
Absolutely right. It pretty much honours even, isn't it, at the moment? Anybody's match. It depends what the wicket does on the 4th day. Whether the right decision was to bowl first, but certainly there were signs possibly Middlesex felt that the wicket had eased slightly yesterday, and we might be in the position where it eases as the match goes on. So the most important thing as far as Middlesex are concerned is to get this last wicket as quickly as possible. For Leicestershire, as usual, the complete opposite. But Barnes has batted really well for his 31. Wright looked good for 7, and certainly Middlesex were looking a little weary by the end of yesterday, so they'll be hoping that they can just wrap things up quickly. As we saw yesterday morning, there has been a sort of mirror effect in the 2 innings so far. Lots of wickets in the first session, not many in the second, and then catching up in the third.
Toby Rowland-Jones then opens the bowling this morning from the pavilion end, runs in and bowls to Chris Wright, who is all care and attention, exaggerated care and attention, as he pushes the ball back down the wicket on the onside, picked up by Ethan Bamber, and there is no run. Interesting, talking to 1 or 2 people this morning, they were commenting that they didn't feel that the new ball from Middlesex did quite as much as possibly had been expected. Now that could be about the pitch, it could just be about that particular ball, the individual properties there of heavy roller was on the pitch. In goes Rowland-Jones and bowls, beats right outside off stump. Here comes the first update of the day for BBC Radio Leicester every half hour. Good morning. 2 balls underway play this morning. The Foxes resuming their first innings on 273 for 9. That's in reply to Middlesex's first innings of 297. Really good half centuries yesterday from Tom Scriven and Harry Swindells. Dragged Leicestershire's innings back from the brink. 66 for 5 at lunch. It looked like they were going to have to follow on, but as I say, the 2 youngsters fought back well, and it's just about level pegging at the moment. If these 2 Barnes, it is Ed Barnes, that is, he's 31 not out, and Chris Wright, who is 7 not out, can add a few more runs this morning, then we will basically have a 2-day, 2-innings game on our hands. The Foxes, at the moment in their first innings, 273 for 9. No runs added to that score because Rowland-Jones bowling typically straight on off stump. The ball isn't moving too much yet. It's 12 overs old, this ball, and Wright he's been beaten once, but otherwise he's been able to keep out the straight ones. To finish the over then, 2 balls left actually. Rowland-Jones is in, past umpire Shaughnessy bowls. Wright is again solidly leaning forward. He's not a big stride, he doesn't need a big stride, he's a tall man. Chris Wright blocks it out into the offside, where Ryan Higgins is the fielder, and there's no run. Ethan Bamber's out there without his sweater, so despite it being it's a sunny but crispish autumn morning here in the East Midlands. That said, Murtagh, who has his sleeveless sweater on, prefers to bowl in it sometimes, is warming up, so it looks like he, the captain, will take the next over. Roland Jones in, bowls, Fuller, driven for 4 as well, over-pitched, and Roland Jones looks absolutely disgusted with that. Now, whether he's disgusted with himself or with his captain for not getting across to block that, I'm not quite sure, but the two are avoiding each other's gaze there. But Roland Jones, his body language is quite expressive and quite explicit as well.
Yes, he's not a typical British, but he doesn't button up his emotions, does he, Toby Roland Jones? And Tim Murtagh knew better than to catch his eye, even though he is the captain, as he walks up to the Bennett end to bowl first. It was interesting what you were saying about the second new ball not doing very much. I think that was the case. Certainly Middlesex felt that as well as the supporters here. And if you remember, Tim Murtagh bowled about 3 overs with it, and by the end was just coming off a 5-yard run just to get his over the way so he could bring on Luke Holman. So certainly not the exaggerated movement we've seen with 3 of the new balls so far in this match. And it is Tim Murtagh. There's a little bit of a way shape on that delivery outside off stump, but Barnes, as he has done so often in this very watchful, very intelligent innings, just lets it go through to the wicket-keeper. 31 from 99 balls so far, Ed Barnes. But as we've mentioned throughout commentary, there is it's very hard to score at more than 3 and over on this wicket. The few players who have tried to attack have tended not to last too long, and that's nicely played. Murtagh on the money, just on or around off stump, but a big stride forward from Barnes, plays a nice forward defensive shot, and there is no run. Also today we might be doing occasional updates on the scores from elsewhere. I was texted by Peter Peck yesterday just asking if we could have the occasional update on how Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire are going on for our Middlesex fans listening and watching today, as that is another very solid defensive shot that is just played straight back to Tim Murtagh, who does his own fielding.
Well, Notts look a beaten side at Worcester, don't they? Looking
do.
at the scores there, really. Still 130 behind, only 4 second innings wickets in hand. And, Worcester obviously have a second innings to come, so almost looks all over.
Which will make life interesting as far as Middlesex are concerned. And that is cut away nicely, played it very late, kept the ball down well, and it flew wide of third slip all along the ground, completely safe shot. But a really nice little clip away for 4 for Ed Barnes to get his score moving this morning, and he moves on to 35. The score to 281 for 9, just 16 runs behind now. So
2 lovely shots for 4.
Absolutely.
One from Wright, one from Barnes. Heavy roller was on the pitch before the start of play.
Tim Murtagh, who started at the pavilion end yesterday and bowled very well. He and Roland Jones have swapped ends there. And that is on or around off stump, pitched up and played very comfortably indeed, it must be said, by Barnes, up to mid-off. Toby Roland Jones does the fielding. Murtagh makes his way back to his mark. And then, with the ball held low down in his right hand, begins his run in, and then, an absolutely spanking cover drive. I'm not sure that Barnes got everything, which means it will be dragged in just inside the boundary ropes, but there's still 3 runs, 7 off the over. Barnes has moved to 38, the score to 284 for 9, and unlike yesterday, when in the first 2 overs we saw the final 2 wickets for Middlesex fall in rapid succession, at the moment this last wicket partnership is building very nicely. Barnes 38 not out right, 11 not out, 284 for 9, Richard.
Yeah, it's worth 21 now for the last wicket, and this is Ed Barnes' highest score of the season now, previously 37. He has kept to the strike with that 3. Now just 13. Yes, 13 runs difference between the sides. Roland Jones, looking to keep it that way, is in from the pavilion end to Barnes. Bowls. Barnes is solidly forward on off stump, pushing it firmly out towards the covers, and there is no run. It's a very pleasant morning. The sort of heavier cloud that's been around for much of the first 2 days seems to have been blown away one way or another, and although there's plenty of high light white stuff, it is very light and plenty of blue between it, and the sun is out and we are set fair, it seems, for yet another full day's cricket, as Roland Jones is in and bowled slightly short of a length on off stump just outside. Barnes on the back foot ends up dropping it down on the offside. Rehearses a slightly more forceful shot. It was a bit too straight to drive away off the back foot through the offside. His body language does amuse me, Ed Barnes, with their slightly sloping shoulder. He's very diffident at the crease, isn't he? He looks sort of slightly awkward and almost embarrassed to be there, but he plays some lovely shots. In goes Roland Jones and bowls onto his legs, turning it, or attempting to turn it into the leg side, thumps into the pad, drops out towards leg gully. Simpson up quickly to field. There's a half appeal from Roland Jones. That might have been about keeping the batter in his crease as much as anything, but his was the only voice raised in supplication to umpire O'Shaughnessy, who was already walking away.
May have hit another set of stumps outside leg stump, but I'm not entirely sure.
Barnes has spotted something on the pitch that he bends down, picks up, throws away, then goes back into his crease and takes guard. Roland Jones is in, bowls to him, thick inside edge, and he has got something on that one, turned it down to long leg. Takes his single, moves on to 39, 285 for 9.
This has been a really impressive performance by the second half of the Leicestershire batting lineup, because we still have to remember that they were 66 for 5 at lunchtime yesterday. So put on the best thick end of 220 for the next 4 wickets.
Roland Jones is in right, this time is defending on the back foot, playing it firmly out towards mid-wicket, but moving across to his left. The fielder makes a good stop. There is no run. One ball to go. Sorry, again.
No, I was just going to say Wright's middle just about everything this morning. He's remarkably comfortable. Apologies.
He can bat, and he gets into line. No backing away with Wright. As I say, over 3,500 first-class runs now. Waits with knees slightly bent as Roland Jones is in outside off stump. He's looking to cut it away through the offside. Doesn't time it. Hits it hard down into the ground to cover rather than through, sort of between cover and point, and there is no run. End of the over, the 95th of Leicestershire's innings. Middlesex have got their 3 bowling bonus points, of course, but another 15 would see Leicestershire nip ahead in terms of the bonus point return for the game. 5 each at the moment.
It was tidy from Toby Roland Jones that last over, but not desperately threatening.
No movement really, was there? Not much anyway.
Certainly not enough to worry the 2 batters currently. It will be Barnes. We'll be facing Tim Murtagh now, and that's a better ball from Murtagh. Hits him very high up on the leg, so but there was a little bit of the ball jagging back a little. And surprised Barnes, too high for any realistic appeal. Tim Murtagh didn't bother at all. There were a few maybes from behind the stumps, just the 2 slips, despite that new ball only being 15 overs old and numbers 9 and 11 at the crease. And that's played very comfortably by Barnes up towards mid-off, where a slightly bored cover fielder dives across and makes sure he picks up the ball before it actually reaches Toby Rowland-Jones. There still wouldn't have been any runs, and we've got a deepish cover point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Sort of fine leg, long leg strokes, deep square leg, and that is tucked away nicely. No ball though from Tim. Oh no, it's 2 balls left of the over. No? What was that signal?
I thought it was a no ball signal, but because he's only bowled 2 balls in the over, so it was a no ball.
It was a no ball. Tim Murtagh's first.
His first, as you say. Just 10 behind now, Leicestershire.
Yeah, they've got the 3rd man in as well to try and cut off any more runs. So really not the world's most attacking field, given you've got 1 more wicket to take. That is again played comfortably, languorously almost, by Barnes. He does have a slightly apologetic mien.
He does, bless him. They've been scarifying the west side of the square this morning, and it's quite a pleasing effect, but it's very much the last pitch of the season. No other pitches are prepared, but the scarifying changes the colour, really exposes the earth underneath. A few bits of green around still, not many.
As Murtagh comes pounding in again, and that is just flicked nicely round the corner. Onto it very quickly indeed was Barnes, onto the ball. It wasn't very far outside leg stump, possibly odd leg stump, but it was flicked round for 4 runs, and Barnes racing along this morning after batting very slowly yesterday. Has gone on to 43 in very sharp order this morning, almost a run a ball. Wright also looking very comfortable, and now just 6 runs behind. And this will be annoying for Middlesex. In again, and that's a big LBW shout, and Nick Cook has a lengthy look at it, but not for that long. And Tim Murtagh doesn't look terribly surprised that it was turned down.
Leans to one side or the other as to which side he thinks that it's missing when he refuses an appeal, Nick Cook, and he's lent to his left, suggesting it
was just
might have hit him outside the line. Yeah. And
looking at it again on a replay, I think that was probably absolutely right, and that is again that dab shot that he's played very well, Barnes, so far. And that is why Middlesex put in the 3rd man to keep that shot down to just a single. That is what Barnes has taken. It's the end of another unthreatening over as far as Middlesex are concerned. Murtagh, 21 overs, 2 for 56 now. But there has been no alarms at all for Barnes and Wright so far. I think there might have been one delivery that beat the bat. Barnes is 44 not out, Wright 11. And 5 runs behind now Leicestershire on 292 for 9.
Barnes has kept the strike with that signal even. In goes Rowland-Jones and bowls fully, goes for the drive, thick inside edge onto the pad. Could have gone onto the stumps, but didn't. Came off the pad, bounced out towards point. And there's no run. So now comfortably Barnes' best score of the season, 44 not out for him. He'd love a 50, his first of the season, I'm sure. If he gets it, Leicestershire might just pick up that 3rd batting bonus point. Rowland-Jones, 3 for 69 to his name at the moment, is in and bowls full again. Barnes is driving. He's got it wide of cover and between Higgins and Murta. Murta runs away to his left, cuts the ball off before it can run away down towards the extra cover boundary. Barnes takes his one happily enough. He moves on to 45, 293 for 9.
Murta didn't dare misfield again, did he? Put the big dive in to make sure the ball didn't get through and he didn't get the stare from Toby Rowland-Jones.
Didn't want any more evils from Rowland-Jones, who is in and bowling to right on off stump, just outside right. Prefers to stay on the back foot, didn't really get up too much the ball. He got behind it, dabbed it down towards backward point, and although the sort of lack of movement might delight Rowland-Jones and Murta, Middlesex openers might not be entirely displeased to see that conditions are looking fairly benign this morning. Rowland-Jones turns. In, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Wright's bat. The ball doesn't do too much, just in that corridor, and Wright playing down the wrong line essentially. Went through quite low to John Simpson, and I don't always like to see the heavy roller going on before the play. In fact, I rarely like to see it, to be honest, because it sometimes takes 10 or 15 overs just to wear off the effect a little bit. The pitch starts to breathe again, compacted down. One day I'm going to have to really come to terms with the rules in terms of use of the heavy roller. In goes Rowland-Jones, solidly enough anyway, not the prettiest forward defensive, a sort of lean forward from right, slightly thick inside edge part of the bat, back down the pitch towards Rowland-Jones, who ignores the ball, let the fielders run in and pick it up, and the long walk back to the top of his mark. It is quite a long one as well for Toby Rowland-Jones. To the advertising hoarding, or level with it, not actually on it. And having got to the end of his mark, he's decided to send both his mid-wicket and indeed his backward point back towards the boundary. So we can almost certainly expect a length ball or a full ball as a consequence. In he goes and bowls. Well, no, fair enough, it wasn't a bluff, it was a bouncer, but Wright, too old a hand to be suckered into taking it on, just ducks underneath it, lets it go over his left shoulder. End of the over, 293 for 9, just 4 behind. Leicestershire now began the day 24 behind, so 20 runs added in 5 fairly straightforward overs as far as these last pair are concerned.
Absolutely right. It's strange tactics. I thought he was trying to give the single, so Wright would have the strike, but anyway. Oh no, he did do the right thing. Yes, because but he's left Barnes on strike for Tim Murta. Murta in. Very comfortably played up to mid-on by Wright. Doesn't have a massive back lift as far as his batting is concerned.
Inferno, good morning to you on the stream. He's speculating whether over the season Leicestershire's last 2 wickets have actually got a better average in terms of partnerships than the first 2 wickets. He says it can't be far off.
In once again, and plays it late, but plays it nicely round the corner to the long leg, and they just take a single. Barnes increasingly happy to let Wright have the strike, as Wright looks increasingly comfortable himself. Barnes though moves to 46. Largely untroubled runs he has scored, and Middlesex will be disappointed that after scrapping away the way they did on day 1, they couldn't establish a first innings lead of any major consequence, and a big LBW shout this time. Again, I thought height might have been an issue. Certainly, once again, after the initial bellow from bowler and slips and wicketkeeper, no real feeling that there was an injustice meted out to Middlesex. And once more at the top of his run, Murtagh just trying to conjure something, and does get a slightly false shot as pitching it up, Wright's eyes lit up, and he tried to play a cover drive, got a thickish inside edge that actually in the end went to mid-wicket, all along the ground, so certainly a false shot, and we haven't seen many of those this morning.
It's a sign of hope for Middlesex and for Murtagh. It's when the number 10s and 11s start going for their shots that it can sometimes go horribly wrong for them, and that very nearly did.
Oh, there's another big shout. Another big shout.
Going down legs, surely, on that occasion.
Again, looking at the Nick Cook body language, that was just outside off stump by the looks of things.
I thought it was going down leg for me on that one. Let's have a
look.
Yeah, we'll
Certainly
see
he was
the
leaning
replay.
that way, but we'll just watch the replay as Murtagh comes in on the screen in front of us. Yeah, going down leg. So bowling well at the moment, Murtagh, but there is a hint of desperation about some of these LBW shouts. And that is played out onto the leg side. Decent over that from Tim Murtagh, probably the best he has bowled this morning. He had 3 shouts for LBW. Not one of them really looked as if it was as close could be. Just to keep you up to date with what's going on elsewhere in the 2 big matches, Middlesex fans, Notts are now 147 for 8 in their second innings.
Almost
so
done.
Still 115 runs behind Worcestershire with just those 2 wickets remaining. Derbyshire continue to fight back a bit against Glamorgan. In response to the 550 for 5 declared, they're 148 for 5. Still 402 runs behind, but no more wickets falling for Derbyshire as yet.
Roland Jones is into Ed Barnes, full and straight. Barnes leans forward, blocks it out towards mid-off, and then wanders off towards short leg. 294, just 3 behind Leicestershire now, 6 more for the extra batting bonus point. Not that bonus points are going to make any difference in the overall scheme of things, but it would be a little psychological step for them to overhaul Middlesex's first innings score. 31, the partnership for the last wicket is now worth. Roland Jones in, bowls short. Barnes goes for the hook, and he has top-edged it into the gloves of John Simpson. So they haven't got the extra batting bonus point, and they haven't overhauled the Middlesex first innings score. Toby Roland Jones's bouncer does the job for Middlesex. He has finished with 4 for 70, but we are basically level in the game. 294 all out. Leicestershire. Barnes will be kicking himself a little bit. He goes caught behind for 46, his best score of the season, misses out on his half century. Wright is left not out. 11. We go again.
Absolutely. That was almost from nothing, wasn't it? But he will be cross because there was an opportunity for the extra batting point, a 50. You could see that his eyes lit up and he thought he could get to 298 in his own 50 with 1 shot. But well done for Toby Roland Jones for perspiration, even if there wasn't a huge amount of inspiration. But he ends up, as you rightly say, 27 overs, just went 2 with a couple of balls, 6 maidens, 4 for 70. It's a real Trojan effort from a man known as Rojo in the dressing room to at least make sure that his side have a first innings lead, even if it is just 3.
Well, after a pleasant 26 minutes, that gives us a nice 8-minute or so break for us to pop the kettle back on and refresh ourselves for longer labours to come. We'll be back with you in sort of around about 8 minutes' time here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You'll probably hear me do an update if you leave the stream on at the top of the hour, but otherwise we'll be back with you shortly. Yes, we do. It was busier than we thought yesterday. The Prince of Wales Road said it was their best day of the season. Record takings. Sold a lot of cakes, today being the last chance, of course. Get them while you can. Nom nom nom. Is their tweet.
They will reach.
We wanted to get rid of everything actually, so we had a chance. Well, they narrowed that gap down to just 3 in the end before they did finally lose their last wicket, that of Eddie Barnes, who was caught by off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. Season best score of put on 31 for the last with Chris Wright. All out then for 294 Leicestershire in reply to Middlesex's first innings 297. The lead is just 3. It means essentially we have a 2 innings game over the final 2 days. Middlesex about to start their second innings. High Performance Review publishes final report. There we go. 17 recommendations. Richard Thompson unanimously That's on the press release, but you know, there's a link. Here we go. I've got it now. And we're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground for the second half of the game, essentially. 294 for Leicestershire against 297 for Middlesex. Middlesex about to start, hopefully from their point of view, building on that 3-run first innings lead. Michael Finan, Leicestershire's new left arm. Shall we call him a sensation? But after his 5 wickets in the first innings, why not?
Well, it was a sensational
He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes. From the Bennett end, down the slope he comes and bowls. Well, that wasn't a sensational delivery. It was on the legs of Mark Stoneman, and it was the most simple task for Stoneman to clip it away to the leg side boundary for 4. It was, I think, a full toss as well. And Mark Stoneman, if he'd have been asked for a delivery for his very first ball of an innings, I suspect would have picked one pretty close to that. So the ECB performance review has now been released, and their recommendations, which Guy is desperately studying at the moment, as Finan is in and bowls, and again Stoneman can tuck him away off his legs. It did pitch, but it's going to be at least 3 and maybe 4. Barnes is sprinting back from mid-wicket. He's not going to get there, you know, and that's consecutive boundaries to start proceedings for Mark Stoneman and Middlesex. Is this a sign that Middlesex are going to really go for their shots, or just 2 bad balls that Stoneman, a very good player indeed, able to put away through the leg side? I suspect the latter as things stand, but 8 without loss after the first 2 balls. They lead by 11, Middlesex. It's my fault for calling Finan a sensation, isn't it? in he goes and bowls, and that's a better delivery. It's still a little bit too straight in that Stoneman can tuck it off his body, but only as far this time as right at mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm busy whizzing through at the moment. One of the first things I found is the one-day cup, the Royal London Trophy, will now take place in April.
Most, in fairness, of the sort of recommendations have been, if not leaked, predicted, as Finan is in. Bowls forward goes Stoneman, thick inside edge onto the pad, runs out into the offside. First really testing delivery from Michael Finan. Dot ball. But the main one is the county championship recommendations. Have we
All they
found
say
that
in
yet?
the early bit is a high-quality county championship top division, a one-day cup with the best possible players, and improved performance through a more balanced schedule. I haven't found out the true details yet. I'm going down and will let you know.
Finan is in and bowls again fairly straight. Stoneman solidly forward, pushing it out to right at mid-on, no run. Heavy roller went on the pitch again between innings, or at the close of the Leicestershire first innings, so it's had 2 doses of the heavy roller this morning, 2 lots of, I think it's 8 minutes it gets. So the pitch, which now looks biscuity coloured and very flat indeed, be battered into submission this morning rather. Finan is in, bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside off a thick-ish outside part of the bat, slightly angled. Evans is the fielder at backward point. And there is no run. Good start though for Stoneman, and for Middlesex, 4s off the first 2 balls of the over mean. They are 8 without loss and leading by 11.
There's an awful lot about the what it takes to win analysis that has been used for these changes, but I'm still struggling to find the actual detail.
It does seem to, well, what they're recommending is no first-class cricket in August other than, quote, a first-class cricket festival.
What does that mean?
A new concept proposed by us, to us, by the game, to provide opportunities for our specialist red ball players, I'm reading from it here, and developing talent. Designed as, I quote, a flexible, engaging way to promote local rivalries, e.g. a London Cup or a Roses Test Series. Presumably that means us, an East Midlands Cup of some kind. Right.
Here we go. Sorry, I should be commentating. That's what I should be doing, and I'll come back to that. Robson is facing. It is Chris Wright who is bowling, who is trudging up from the pavilion, as he has through most. A county championship, a top division of 6 to deliver best versus best, and 2 second division conferences of 6 with 1 promotion place, played through the summer with a minimum of 10 matches per team is the county championship, and that will be played May, June, July and September as Wright comes in again. No matches in April or August. That's punch to point. There is no run. One Day Cup, a short competition played in a single April block where most of the white ball players are available, significantly strengthening match quality and jeopardy versus today. T20 Blast, played in a single window in dedicated blocks. That will be in June and July.
Yeah, basically they're saying each county will play a minimum of 10 championship matches with the possibility of one playoff match.
In again is Wright, and that is played nicely to mid-wicket and comfortably from Robson. And at the moment, the Worcestershire opening bowlers are finding the same thing that we saw. The Leicestershire opening bowlers are struggling with the same problem that their Middlesex counterparts did with the new ball. After the early burst with the first new ball, it's not doing quite so much as it did in the first innings. Yes, and then we've got your first-class cricket festivals as Wright comes in again, and that is tucked away for a single, and he is off the mark. It is a no ball.
So they're saying there could still be 14, i.e. 10 championship games, possibly a playoff game, and up to 3 additional first-class matches through the cricket festivals. So, but those cricket festivals will have no implication for the county championship, so they'll be called first class, but they will have no jeopardy, if you like.
I see what they're trying to do. They don't want the Roses match to disappear. They don't want Surrey against Yorkshire to disappear. But at the same time, what does it all mean?
Yeah.
And presumably the players will be away at the 100 during the time anyway, as that is tucked off his legs by Stoneman on this occasion from Wright, and he picks out Ahmed at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Now I'm going to go on Twitter because I assume it has probably exploded.
Yes, But the 100 and the festivals are the only cricket on in August. Test matches will be played in June and July, and limited overs internationals in September. Wow, and that's an Ashes, remember. So in comes Wright once again, outside off stump, bit of wobble, but Stoneman, middle of the bat, out into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, the editor of the Cricketer has sort of summarised it. 10 rounds county championships, brackets should be at least 12. Short 50 over competition, some players may only play 1 or 2 games. Blast now only 5 home games each county, 100 stays as it is. It'll be a tough sell, is his summary.
In once again is Wright, and that's outside off stump. It is very tough on those middle ranking counties, the ones who don't have a 100 franchise and test matches in the ground. They rely on that T20 Blast to really generate the funds, and if that's being cut back, that seems pretty tough. That is the end of Wright's over. There were 3 runs from it. There was the no ball and the single to Robson. Stoneman is 8 not out, Robson 1 not out, and 11 without loss so far in this one.
So the review, well, it will cause an awful lot of comment, and it will be very interesting to see what the county's official reaction is. I'm hearing some sort of I'm slightly concerned that the ECB chairman, the new ECB chairman, who is supposed to be a big advocate and supporter of county cricket, has been quoted in it as in goes Finan, and bowls outside off stump left by Robson, bounces through, pushed across him into the gloves of Swindles. Seems to be supporting all the proposals, and I'm hearing that 1 or 2 of the counties who might have been expected to be opposed are now indicating that they might be supportive of the new county championship structure, which will not necessarily please some of the members. In goes Finan and bowls slightly short of a length, and he too has bowled a no ball, which Robson on the back foot blocks out into the off side.
Yes, several counties have been setting up the Save Our County Championship campaigns, and it'll be interesting. You're absolutely right. And the 100 will be played during a 4-week window during July, August, to balance the high performance aspects with the commercial and audience growth it provides.
In goes Fine and bowls full, reaching for it a little bit is Robson. No great foot movement. He got to the pitch of it, but because he almost overbalanced as he reached for it, couldn't time it, played it out to Ahmed in the covers, and there's no run. Ahmed as in Rehan, is on the back of his sweater. Not quite sure why. Ahmed space Ray, R-E.
I like the fact that there are numbers on the back of the Leicestershire sweaters. That is
They are readily identifiable, aren't they? In goes Finan and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Robson, defending slightly more solidly out to Ahmed on this occasion. But as Guy has said, no great swing. There's been swing for both sides on the first 2 days. Hasn't really been any today so far. We are only 2.3 overs into the Middlesex second innings. Sometimes they need the ball just a little bit of the lacquer to come off before it does start to swing. Conditions are cooler. The air is cooler as Finan is in. Bowls. Robson edges, caught! Brilliantly caught by Ackerman. Two-handed low to his left at second slip. A really smart catch by Colin Ackerman, and Finan has his first wicket of the second innings, his 6th of the match, and that was a really, really smart catch by Colin Ackerman, who put 3 down in the first innings, but he didn't put that one down, and it was a harder chance than any of them.
Yeah, it really was. It came at him very quickly indeed. It was a thick edge and flying through that slip cordon, and very fast hands from Ackerman to make sure that one stayed filched. And Robson has to go.
What a catch, what a smart piece of work. But he took it really cleanly, unfussily, low, 2 hands to his left, and boy was it travelling.
And a 6th wicket in the match, of course, for Finan, who looks as if he was struggling to find a bit there, but it's another disappointment as far as Sam Robson is concerned, with 1 to add to his 7 that he scored in the first innings, and another early breakthrough with the first new ball in this match.
Waiting for the replay to come up on that, because I think that was a really smart piece of work by Ackerman, and that will give his confidence a little bit of a boost. He's a fairly he gives the impression of being a fairly phlegmatic individual, Ackerman, but I mean, no one would be more conscious than him that it's been a difficult season, other than a couple of good days at Sussex and one at home against Notts aside. But,
and he did shell 2 or 3 in the first innings as well.
So 13 for 1, Middlesex. First one that just maybe bounced a bit. We haven't had a replay of this as yet. Hoping we're going to get one. In the meantime, Finan is into Eskenazi outside off stump, a leave, and there was a fraction of shape back in from outside off stump, taken a little bit low by Swindles, but first suggestion of a touch, just a touch of movement through the air. It was a safe leave. You know, it didn't threaten the off stump, but it was just the fact that after it had passed the off stump, just began to shape a fraction. So it looks like we're going to have to go to the NV Play website for a replay of that Robson dismissal. Oh, Finan was ready to go, but I don't know what was happening there, because Stoneman put out his bat to stop him as Finan came to the crease. He'd seen something on the pitch. I don't know whether it was an insect or something, but Eskenazi wondered what it was all about for a minute, and then Stoneman pointed it. But the way he put out his bat to stop play was rather curious. Could have been awkward, but Finan, he's not one to make a fuss about anything very much, just stopped in his follow, stopped as he got to the crease, or didn't deliver. In he goes and bowls to Eskenazi, grunt of effort outside off stump. Seems to have found a better length already in just his second over. 1 for 10 for him. His first 2 balls were not great, but since then he's been pretty good. 13 for 1.
Just watching that replay, Richard, and I'll run it back so you can. It was a lovely delivery. It just straightened up on the right-hander. I'll just play it again. And caught the edge. It was but a very, very smart catch. Let me just try and play that again, because I'm not doing that the right way. There we go. And it will be Chris Wright to continue. It was a good delivery and a good low catch. Richard called it absolutely right as Wright comes in. And there's a big shout from behind the stumps, but nothing at all from the bowler, because he knew it was going quite a long way down leg side.
Pitched outside as well.
With the right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, who began his innings with 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls he faced. Hasn't scored since, but will be pretty pleased with the way things have looked as far as he is concerned so far, if not the team, having lost his usual partner in crime, Sam Robson. This time Wright draws the shot from Stoneman, who punches the ball up to mid-off and then just rechecks his mark. Slings the bat up, just checks his visor on the helmet, and then gets ready to take his batting position once again. Eskenazi cutting a very relaxed figure at the non-striker's end. In again, Wright, and the bat is taken out of the way there as the ball passes outside off stump. He did start to have a little dart at that one, but that was a definite take back inside. We'll give the batsman more than the benefit of the doubt on that occasion. Eskenazi scrapped his way to a very important 64 for his side in the first innings, dropped on 11. But now Wright is in again, and he tries to tempt a possible drive from Stoneman by pitching it up outside off stump, but Stoneman says no thank you very much, lets it go through to wicketkeeper Swindles, and there is no run. Prolonged burst of applause from one of the fielders ahead of this next ball from Wright, and that is short, and it is cuffed away unceremoniously by Stoneman, who is only dealing in boundaries so far. He has 3 of them in his 12 not out from 14 deliveries, and yes, just that little bit short of a length, a little bit of width, and Stoneman was on it very quickly indeed.
Three sumptuously hit boundaries as well. What did he get in the first innings, Mark Stoneman? Just the 4,
which was a boundary as well.
Yeah.
So he has only scored boundaries in this match so far. Not keen on running, obviously. And that is punched to cover. There is no run. There were just the 4 runs from that over. Stoneman moves on to 12. Eskenazi yet to get off the mark. It's now greying up above us. Cloud cover coming over. We do have a lot more breeze than we've had for the first 2 days, so it might not stay with us for long. The trees around the ground here are waving in the breeze when they've barely moved for 2 days.
The wind direction has changed a little bit, and the clouds are coming from the sort of southwest, which is where the weather tends to come from here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, from over the electronic scoreboard over there. So remains to be seen. It's certainly that the breeze is distinctly cooler than it has been. Stoneman's now on 920 first-class runs for the season, and will be very keen to get his 1,000, I'm sure. 2 more innings after this, as Finan is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Eskenazi, who plays it back past him on the offside. Parkinson running across from mid-on gets there before Wright, moving fairly slowly across from mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, you've bravely gone for a short sleeve shirt today, Richard.
Well, it's a warm one. It's a sort of cycling warm one.
Oh, clever. Okay.
So, plus you don't know what underneath as well. Plus the gilet. I'm well covered. In goes Finan and bowls. Ooh, moving across his stumps there, Eskenazi, and it was very full, and it swung it back in a little bit. He got his bat on it, but it's as well he did, because that was bang in front of middle when he got there, and it squirted off a thick outside edge. But he was moving across his stumps, as he did very curiously in the first innings, albeit having scored 60 or so, and was bowled by Scriven, wasn't it? Who was just he stepped so far across, he just lost concentration a moment. But he moved across there, and that was slightly dangerous. Bang in front, as Finan is in to him, thick inside edge again, off the stumps down towards long leg, and he takes his single. He's off the mark with that. 18 for 1, the lead 21.
Fine. There are times in this match where he looks as if he's bowling on a slightly different wicket to everybody else. He squared Eskenazi up and then forced the inside edge, and is causing real problems yet again for the Middlesex batsman.
Over the wicket he comes to Stoneman, and bowls outside off stump, goes for the drive, doesn't get anything on it, just a puff of dust as a bat connects with ground, but no great reaction from Finan. Well, no reaction at all actually from Finan or the slips or wicketkeeper Harry Swindles as it bounces through into his gloves. But it was, I think, Stoneman's first play and miss, but he's looking to drive it away through the offside. Come on, Mikey. Look a bit chilly, the slips at the moment. In goes Finan and bowls slightly short, and he almost flings himself off his feet in his follow through there, manages to get his hands down and pick himself up, and then kicks furiously at the point at which his foot lands on the crease, which may have been sort of filled in a little bit between innings by the ground staff. But you would think that the players, if they want, those who are about to bowl, can say to the ground staff, look, don't fill it in, because I'm only going to scrape it out again. But there you go.
Quite a lengthy discussion going on. It involves Steve Eskenazi, Nick Kirk, the bowler, who is pretty vociferous in his kicking out of the line. Checking his boots.
They usually tamp in a mix of earth and sometimes some sort of binding ingredient, don't they? That and they wet the hole that's been made so that theoretically the ground is level to land on. In goes Finan and bowls. Stoneman stretches forward to that delivery on middle and leg, plays it out into the onside, and there's no run. But sometimes it just doesn't really, not necessarily bind, but bind to the earth underneath, so that the earth as a whole sort of moves underneath the foot. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, Middlesex have begun their second innings with a lead of just 3, and they have already lost their first wicket. Leicestershire's main man with the ball in the first innings was Mike Finan, the new left-arm seamer. He picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. He's already picked up a wicket in the second as well. It was Robson caught the opener, neatly caught as well by Colin Ackerman, low to his left at second slip, off a good delivery from Finan for 1. 13 for 1 at that stage. Mark Stoneman has hit 3 lovely boundaries though in going to 12. Steve Eskenazi has come out to replace Robson. He is 1 not out. 18 for 1 Middlesex. They lead by 21, but interestingly Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson has brought himself on after just 5 overs, so we're going to see spin already. It's an interesting morning, and Leicestershire very much in this game at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
So Callum Parkinson, as Richard was just saying, putting himself into the attack. I remember you saying in the first innings that he'd got a little bit of flack for not introducing himself early enough. I don't think anybody can complain about that on this occasion, with Wright only having 2 overs before Parkinson comes in, and that is a full toss on leg stump that is flicked away by Eskenazi. Didn't really look to smash the ball, but placed it very nicely indeed. The fielder does well to cut off the boundary, but they still trot through for an easy 3.
It's gone from one extreme to the other.
Yeah, that's right, because we waited a very long time for spin in the first innings, but he's obviously seen something that makes him think that there is something there for the spinner, maybe just to shake things up a little bit and just have a bit of a variation for the top order batsmen, so they don't get used to the steady stream of medium quick. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mark Stoneman, who plays it most respectfully out onto the offside. Eskenazi is a busy man at all times in the crease, and that is swept and off the leading leg rather than the bat. It was well taken by Slip, who ran all the way over to leg slip, but there were no appeals. But the attempted sweep shot by Stoneman, he missed it, and luckily for him, no little edge onto the pads. This time he plays a much more conventional shot to the spin of Callum Parkinson and plays it defensively out into the onside where short mid-wicket does the honours. And Parkinson, we've got a long run up for a spinner. In once again, and then reverse sweep this time from Mark Stoneman. So we've had an attempted sweep, a successful reverse sweep, only for a single because there was a man out there. Stoneman has had to run his first time he's had to run for a run in the match so far. He moves on to 13. Eskenazi 4 off the over, and Middlesex 22 now for 1, a lead of 25. And very, very briefly to let you know, Nottinghamshire are fighting a little bit at the back end of their second innings. They're 182 for 8 now, but they're still 80 runs away from stopping an innings defeat. Derbyshire, who were 75 for 5 against Glamorgan, now 166 for 5, still trailing Glamorgan by 384 runs.
Well, one extreme to the other for Callum Parkinson. He takes 50 odd overs to bring himself on, or 5 it seems, so he's still very much finding his way, I suspect, as captain, but he's clearly been encouraged to try things, and he was brave enough to do so. Finan is in to Stoneman, short, pulled 4. And Stoneman's boundary count continues to rise. That's his 4th in just 17, so 4 boundaries, all very sweetly hit as well. Barely heard the sound of the ball on the bat there, just slightly short on his body, swivelled, didn't try and smash it away, just helped it around the corner, a little flick of the wrist and picks up 4, moves on to 17, playing dangerously well or promisingly well, depending on your point of view. And Finan and Parkinson decide to send Barnes back from conventional mid-wicket to deep backward square. Runs in and bowls to Stoneman, outside off stump, cut for 4 more by Mark Stoneman. Finan just getting a little bit carried away perhaps here, banged it in short outside off stump. Stoneman up on his toes, looking every inch the international player he was until very recently. Beautiful shot. All, actually, in fairness, all 5 of his boundary shots have been beautifully hit. He moves on to 21 of 24, 30 for 1. Beautifully put away. Using the pace that Finan is offering him, the pace on the ball.
No, and he's also added run scoring in the shorter forms of the game as well. He was always a red ball specialist, but had a successful white ball season as well, and you can see that from the way that he's taking on the attack.
Finan is in to him short again, straighter, which is something. So he's pulling, but not really timing that one. Mark Stoneman has to settle for a single on that occasion as it rolls rather apologetically out towards Barnes at a deep square.
Perhaps a little bit of inexperience from Finan, being lured into the short ball game that Stoneman will fancy. And we've seen on this wicket, if you try and bang it in, you tend to just go for runs. It's a pitch-up wicket.
Yeah, agreed. In he scampers and bowls to Eskenazi, who defends solidly on off stump. A line and length delivery, better from Finan. But he's still very, very raw. Michael Finan, this is just his 3rd first-class fixture.
But as we saw with the ball that removed Robson, he's the one bowler we have seen probably on both sides who can suddenly deliver the wicket-taking delivery.
Runs in over the wicket, bowls to Eskenazi, who is half forward. Again, straightish delivery, good length. Wasn't quite sure how far forward he could go. He sort of stayed on the back foot-ish and worked it out into the offside towards Barnes. 3 slips but no gully. Evans is at backward point, but he's kind of there for either the skewed drive or the cut, really, in the air. He's almost in a catching position. as Finan is in. Eskenazi's looking to cut him away or chop him away off the back foot through the offside and gets up on his toes. Again, he moved a long way across his stumps there, and as a result he wasn't quite in position to time it as well as he would have liked. Even so, it went slightly wide of Barnes in the covers, and Eskenazi picks up a single, moves on to 5, 32 for 1 after 7. So, beg your pardon, after 7. So the runs have come at a decent rate. A wicket has fallen, but the game is moving on pleasingly. Middlesex lead by 35, and you kind of feel that they'd love a few overs at the end of the day, having got to whatever target they have in mind, 320, 340, something like that.
Nottinghamshire have lost another wicket, 183 for 9, 79 runs behind with 1 wicket in hand, so we'll let you know when Worcestershire win that one. As it is, it's Callum Parkinson who's bowling left arm round to the right-handed Eskenazi, who has played an indeterminate attempted sweet shot and just a little bat pad. It's gone up in the air and it's been taken at short leg, and a rather unnecessary shot from Eskenazi. And unlike the first innings, he doesn't benefit from a drop catch. That was a dolly that no one was ever going to put down, and Eskenazi has to go for 5. Callum Parkinson justifies putting himself on very early by removing a real danger man as far as Middlesex are concerned. Eskenazi won't be best pleased when he watches that back, but it becomes 32 for 2 and Eskenazi goes.
Budinger the catcher, he'll never have an easier one, that's for sure. Odd shot. Eskenazi shaking his head as he goes off.
It's twice in this match he's managed to get himself out.
Yes, it was terribly ambitious at this early stage, but again it rather supports the contention that Middlesex looking to be positive, looking to get their runs. They've got to be a little bit careful. They don't want to be sort of 70 for 4 or something like that and having to rebuild. Eskenazi goes for 5, 32 for 2. Parkinson's decision to bring himself on then is quickly justified.
Yes, Eskenazi, if he had got in, can score, as we saw in the one-day competition this year. He can score big and he can score quickly. I saw him score 182 at Radlett in one match earlier this season, which was an utterly dominant innings. As it is, it's Parkinson now to bowl to David Milan, who didn't look at all comfortable.
David Milan.
Yes, sorry, Peter Milan.
With respect to Peter.
Quite. Wrong Milan. There are a lot of Milans around these days. Anyway, this is Peter Milan, who didn't look at all comfortable in his first innings.
No, he was dropped before he got out. He got out to Scriven.
He was dropped on 4 and the edge went for 4, which took him to 8, and then he was out.
Yeah, next ball.
So Parkinson, see whether he can play with a little more confidence in this second half. Well, plays the defensive shot, but it comes off a thick inside edge to the very interested short leg, and Budinger gets even closer in, if at all possible. Don't bowl anything short now, Callum Parkinson.
That's a nice length.
Nice length and loop, and it's played respectfully into the covers where there is no run. And Ackerman just does the necessary. Back to Parkinson. That is a little bit shorter, and that's cut away by Milan, and it beats the point fielder. They should be able to get 2. Ahmed does well to cover on the boundary, and an excellent throw means there are only 2, but Milan is off the mark. But a very successful over as far as Parkinson is concerned, because he's removed Steve Eskenazi, the real danger man as far as Middlesex are concerned. They're now 34 for 2. Stoneman 22 not out, Milan 2 not out, and And I could give the lead is 37, but it's essentially there was only 3 runs between the two sides on first innings, so we won't overcomplicate that with too much on the lead front.
And interestingly, Finan is being taken off after 4 overs, and Wright is going to replace him. So they're mixing things up a little bit, Leicestershire here. Whether Finan will eventually have a go from this pavilion end up the slope remains to be seen, but looks like they're going to use him in shorter bursts perhaps. Wright comes down the slope and bowls to Stoneman on the legs, and Stoneman can work it through the vacant mid-wicket area. Sprinting in to the ball is Finan, who's been sent off in exile down to Peep Square. Overthrows Swindles, but Budinger padded up, backs up, and Stoneman takes 2. 24 off 26 for Mark Stoneman.
Nottinghamshire, leaders of Division 2, have now been beaten by Worcestershire by an innings and 79 runs, all out for 183 in their second innings.
Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, pulled slightly short of a length by Stoneman, out towards deep mid wicket. Will be another 2 as Finan has to run around to get to the ball. So they just take 3 points from that game, I think. Bowling bonus points, because they won't have got any batting bonus points. No. I don't think they passed 200 in the first innings, did
Worcestershire
they?
got 390 but were all out, so yes.
But yeah, probably in less than 110, given we're only at the start of the third day's play. So I would imagine Notts just take 3 points from that game.
Yes, just seeing if I can find out, but I think you're right, which means if Middlesex can win this one, life is made
is in outside off stump, allowed to go through by Stoneman, and there's no run. 38 for 2, 41 the lead. Both batsmen prodding away suspiciously at the pitch, which, as I say, given it's been battered, it's been heavily rolled twice already this morning. And actually, I mean, the ball hasn't seamed around too much. I don't think there's too much wrong with it. Wright is in and bowls Stoneman on the back foot. He's steered that one away through point. Evans has to turn up to shoot. He's not going to get there, you know. Beautifully timed again by Mark Stoneman, who's playing like a prince this morning. And he's moved on to 30 already. And I think at 7 boundaries or 6 or 7 boundaries in that 30. All beautifully hit. 6, I think.
6, yes, it is 6.
There's been a couple of 2s as well.
Yes, it's not quite as pure as it was early on when he was only dealing in boundaries. The first 12, I think, were all boundaries.
But he's playing quite beautifully. 30 off 29 balls for Stoneman. Wright is in, bowls to him. He's tucking him off his legs, but it will only just be a single this time because Finan is out there on the square leg. Boundary comes in to meet the ball, throws nicely next to the stumps. Swindles approves. I'm sure he does. And 1 is taken. Stoneman onto 31, brings Milan down to face Wright for the first time. Stoneman wanders down, has a quick word with him. Milan has his sleeveless sweater on. Stoneman doesn't. Right. In weakish sunshine, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Milan is beaten comprehensively. Did drop his hands, but well, after the ball had gone past his outside edge. And that one did just shape away a little bit. There hasn't been much movement at all, though, today through the air. 9 overs, 43 for 2, 46 the lead, 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, by the run rate is by some distance higher than we've seen so far in this match, but that's entirely due to Mark Stoneman's 31 from just 30 balls. He really has batted beautifully. Just to on the table for the County Championship Division 2. Notts now have 218 points, 20 points ahead of Middlesex, who have this game in hand. Worcestershire, though, now have 183 points, just 5 behind Middlesex before this match, so they've put themselves in the shake as well. And that is just punched out into an empty space in the point area by Stoneman to move on to 32. And while Glamorgan are being held up by Derbyshire, they're only 12 points currently behind Middlesex as well. So
suddenly it's a sort of 4-horse race, isn't it?
Bunching up well, yes, indeed.
Got him!
They got him, and it's Parkinson, and it's a big wicket. It's Milan for 2.
Bounce and turn.
Superb from Parkinson. And what a brilliant and inspired decision that was to bring him on. And finds the edge of Milan's bat. And he has to go. It's been a disappointing match for the South African international. He scored 8 scratchy runs in the first innings. He's only added 2 more in the second. And Middlesex, we've just been through all the teams that are busy bunching up behind them, find themselves in real bother here at 44 for 3, with Milan heading back to the pavilion, and a huge amount now on the shoulders of the younger members of the team. Ryan Higgins, it's important he bats well, but it will be next out, of course, will be Max Holden. Important match for him, 44 for 3.
It's getting interesting. Plenty of batting to come, though, for Middlesex. Remember, they were 90 for 4 in their first innings, and then Simpson and really dug in, and Higgins likewise, and dragged it back around. So absolutely no cause for panic as the sun comes out fully at the Uptonsteel County ground. But that one did bounce a little bit, and it did turn a little bit, and the out of form Milan just kind of wasn't good enough to cope, essentially.
Also should say what a good catch it was by Ackerman again, low down to his left. It was fairly regulation, but it was low by the time it reached him, and he made it look very easy. So we now have 2 left-handers at the crease as far as Middlesex are concerned, with Max Holden joining Mark Stoneman. 44 for 3. Well, we've seen the wickets fall early in the innings. But we've had less than 10 overs. Yes, they've raced along. They've raced along to get to 44, but we haven't had 10 overs of the innings yet, and already 3 of the top 4 are back in the pavilion.
Leicestershire sniffing blood, perhaps, are going with 3 close fielders now. So Ackerman at slip. We've got Sam Evans padded up and helmeted now at backward short leg, and we have Budinger at a conventional short leg. And where's Ahmed being placed? He's been brought across from deep backward square to the off side to backward point, which means that Finan moves around to square leg from deepish mid wicket. Kimber's also kind of on the chipped drive at mid wicket.
There's Parkinson in again. Oh, the sweep, and there's a big LBW shout. I thought he'd just about got himself outside
the line.
Line on the offside, but
wow,
I have to say that was not possibly the shot
first ball
that was required first ball, particularly as it was Parkinson who removed Holden in the first innings just before lunch, I seem to remember, on day 1. And he comes in again, left arm over, and this time Holden has got his sensible head on and just plays the ball out into the covers rather than trying to play another extravagant sweep shot very early in his innings.
If that had been given, Holden might not have been a very popular man in the Middlesex dressing room temporarily.
And he was lucky he'd managed to get himself outside the line, I think. And there's another sweep, and it's, well, if anything, that one looked closer than the last one, but Richard's pretty
Outside
sure
the
it was
line
outside the line
Yeah.
again. But certainly I thought
Yeah,
that was closer, but Richards had seen the replay and it was outside the line again. But again, an extravagant sweep shot. Twice in his first 3 balls. He does manage to get a leg by from this one. I think that was more the fact that Stoneman wanted to get him off strike. Said, come on, let's run, let's take the...
I wonder if they're thinking, well, can we hit Parkinson out of the attack? We don't want Parkinson just to wheel away, getting a little bit of bounce and turn from the pavilion end, but goodness me, light in the hands. But he did, as you say, both times get outside the line, so maybe knew what he was doing.
That's a risky approach at 44 for 3. When the lead is still less than 50, sorry, 45 for 3 now. Another super over by Parkinson. He has 3 overs, 2 for 7 so far. And we both went, really? Coming on when he brought himself on after 5 overs. But he knew what he was doing. And Middlesex, boy, have they got some work to do now. While Stoneman's there, they'll still feel pretty comfortable, and they do bat down the order quite a long way as well. But they're going to need, you feel, at least 250 as a lead, and they're a very, very long way away from that at the moment on 45 for 3.
We both arrived this morning anticipating a fairly routine sort of third day of Middlesex building towards a sort of solid 4th day target for Leicestershire. It has been anything but routine so far as Wright comes down the slope and bowls to Max Holden, who is tucking him off his legs, but only as far as Finan at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Friends of Grace Road tweeted this morning that yesterday was their best day of the season in terms of income for their splendid cakes, so good news all round as far as Leicestershire are concerned. But they are available from 2 o'clock today. In goes Wright and bowls, a little bit tentative in defence on the back foot there. Max Holden playing it again out to mid-wicket where Finan is the fielder.
Well, I have to say, on the strength of they've very kindly allowed us a couple of slices up in our commentary box, and I can see why they were selling so well. The deeply indulgent custard cream cake was remarkable.
Right bowls. Holden again is defending with a nice high right elbow on the back foot. Out it goes to mid-on on this occasion. Barnes is the fielder. Yes, thank you again to Brunty for boosting our energy levels spectacularly midway through the afternoon session yesterday. Brunty, who is a GB Masters triathlete and marathon runner, knows all about the importance of energy levels boost at the right time. And on this coming weekend, just a couple of days away, he's embarking on his 100th marathon.
Oh, for goodness sake.
In goes Wright, and bowls looking for the Yorker, dug out nicely by Holden out to mid-on. He plays it. As well as not endless, but a lot of Ironman triathlons, which are ludicrous in terms of the demands they place upon the participants. And Bertie will be doing it with him.
Oh, one of the 3 dogs.
Indeed, the Welsh Springer Spaniels. As Wright bowls outside off stump, driven away by Holden. What a nice way to get off the mark. A little bit over-ambitious perhaps against Parkinson, but that one was outside off stump. It was pitched up and the big left-hander stepped out and executed an almost perfect cover drive. The ball in front of the manual scoreboard advertising hoardings, 49 for 3.
Yeah, that was there to be hit, and Holden didn't miss out.
You know, Freddie is now a little bit too old. Norman is probably a little bit still too young. He tends to lose stamina after however many miles, but Bertie, who is a solid mass of muscle at the moment,
wow,
will accompany Brunty all the way round. He goes right and bowls. Oh, goodness me, that stayed a bit low and Holden came down on it pretty late. I thought that one had sneaked through onto the pads, end of the over, 49-4-3. I wonder if he can train Bertie not to let anyone past as well. So, do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
if Bertie's at your
going
heels,
out.
nobody goes past without being attacked by Bertie.
I'm sure the
49-3.
Amateur Athletics Association would have
I
something
think it's
to
against the rules.
say about that.
Bertie, I'm sure he wouldn't attack anybody. He had words to say to that little dachshund that lives down there.
It was the dachshund that set off quite the barking session yesterday afternoon as Parkinson left arm over the wicket. And there's turn and there's bounce. In the end, Harry Swindles was taking that almost at shoulder height as it went past the stumps. This first session is sped by. Plenty of runs, plenty of wickets. We've had plenty of wickets in first sessions before. Oh, and that comes off a thickish outside edge of Mark Stoneman's bat. Parkinson looking remarkably dangerous at the moment. I think he's enjoying bowling with a slightly harder ball that is bouncing and causing all manner of problems for the batters at the moment. In again. That's a bit quicker and in many ways slightly easier as far as Stoneman is concerned. It's also strayed onto leg stump. Parkinson looking a bit disappointed with himself, has his hands on his head as the pressure is released slightly and Stoneman flicks that backward of square for an easy single. But it will be Max Holden facing again. He was out to a blinding catch by Budinger at short leg in the first innings. Parkinson in again, and there's the sweep shot, and it does look as if that is going to be the preferred option for Max Holden. He actually manages to get bat on this one, plays it pretty nicely, but there was a man just backward of square for exactly that shot. They can trot through for a single. And the field changes again as they're not expecting Stoneman to sweep with quite such alacrity. Indeed, Stoneman plays a very solid looking forward defensive shot to the cover fielder, who makes sure that no mistakes made. Sam Evans and Parkinson wheeling in once again. Nice little bit of air, and that's just turned round the corner by Stoneman. For a minute short leg was interested and thought about the dive, but it was along the ground and in the end nicely played by Stoneman, who pinches the strike with the final ball of the over. The 50 has come up now, 52 for 3, Stoneman 34 not out, Holden 5 not out, and a good battle between the spin of Parkinson and these two left-handed batsmen, of course left arm bowler as well. But on that particular over, the 3 singles were taken to take the score to 52 for 3.
Yeah, he certainly looks rather more threatening than the seam option at t'other end at the moment. Chris Wright yet to pick up a wicket in the game, has he? 0 for 20 from 4, but he's going to continue from the Bennett end. The third slip has gone a little bit wider as Wright comes in to Stoneman, and it's a little bit short and it's whipped away down towards deep backward square, but a good diving stop by Finan. Not sure where it's gone, but he's managed to get to the ball quickly and pick himself up, and a decent throw as well, and good running by Holden. He took the third run and it was a very good throw from Finan, but well judged by Holden, made his ground. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester is coming up. 55 for 3, Stoneman 37, Holden 5, the lead now 58. Goes right, bowls, defended by Holden. Well, they added 20 to that overnight score before the dismissal of Eddie Barnes for a season best 46 meant they were 294 all out, still trailing Middlesex by just 3 runs on first innings. But they've made a cracking start with the ball to Middlesex's second innings because the Foxes have already picked up 3 wickets. Sam Robson was brilliantly caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Mike Finan for 1. Steve Eskenazi, comfortable catch for Sol Budinger at short leg, top edge to paddle sweep at Callum Parkinson for 5, and Peter Milan again well caught by Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Parkinson for 2, 44 for 3 at that stage. They've moved on to 59 for 3. Mark Stoneman is playing really nicely. He's 37 not out off 38 balls. Max Holden has already come in and hit a couple of boundaries. Middlesex looking to be positive. They want to set Leicestershire a testing target in their final innings over the last day. Maybe they'll want a little bowl at them tonight as well. Interesting cricket at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Leicestershire very much in this with Middlesex 59 for 3. That one from right is blocked off stump by Holden. Out into the offside, Rahan Ahmed is the fielder, and there is no run. Holden, who when I was doing the update also executed a really good cover drive for his second boundary. He's on 9 off 12 now. 59 for 3. 62 then the lead. If Leicestershire can pick up one more before lunch, it'll be a very interesting lunch break. In goes right, and he's not going to pick up a delivery, a wicket with that sort of delivery on the legs, slightly short of a length and comfortable enough for Holden to work away down to wide long leg for a single. He moves on to 10, 60 for 3, and what will Parkinson do? I wonder if he'll be really brave and give Ahmed an over or 2 before the lunch interval from that Bennett end of the ground.
Well, I don't think you've got nothing to lose by doing that, have you?
Not necessarily,
Ahmed's
no.
not going to go for huge amounts unless he bowls very loosely indeed. It would certainly seem, with the seamers struggling to make anything truly happen.
Right goes around the wicket, and that one comes back in a fraction to Stoneman, who plays it firmly down into the ground, out into the offside. Ahmed fields. With the 2 left-handers, what a brave thing he might be thinking about would be another bringing on one of the off-spinners, who are Kimber and Ackerman, both part-time off-spinners, occasional off-spinners if you like, but both give the ball a little bit of a tweak, and turning it away from the left-handers, if there is a little bit there in the pitch, might be worth thinking about a couple of overs before lunch. 60 for 3.
Well, we've got just under half an hour until then. I couldn't believe it when I looked at my watch and found we'd had an hour and a half's play already this morning. It really has been thoroughly entertaining. Of course, we've also had the major cricket report released, and we've tried to give you some headlines from that, plus keeping you up to date with what's going on elsewhere in Division 2 in the County Championship. But now it will be Callum Parkinson, who's bowled so well, to continue, and again it's Holden sweeping, this time with altogether more authority, and that has gone for 4 very good runs indeed. Holden got himself in a real spot of bother with trying to sweep 2 of his first 3 balls, both of which have ended up with big LBW shouts, but luckily on both occasions he got himself outside the line of off stump. But on that occasion he absolutely nailed it, and it is a legitimate approach to spin bowling, to just keep sweeping. Parkinson in once again, and he's comes hurtling down the wicket to Parkinson, who saw him coming, and it's gone for I think 4 runs have been given.
4 leg buys. 4 leg
buys, and it skidded off the pads of Kit Holden, but on another day he could have been stumped. He got enough pad on it to take it past the wicketkeeper, but that was not a shot of a comfortable batsman at all. I'm not quite sure what the plan was there.
Gave him the charge. Parkinson fired it in at his legs, clipped the pad. He did appeal for leg before, but it was always going down leg side.
And he had played a shot, and that is played conventionally out into the cover, but it's a very quick single. However, Stoneman was
Well, there's
up
Stoneman.
to the call, but boy did Stoneman do well, because it was Holden's call and it wasn't a lot for cover to do to get the ball in, but Stoneman had made a quick enough start to get there in the end pretty comfortably. But
Yeah, the key was
boy.
that he responded absolutely instantly, because half a second's hesitation in Scriven.
oh, it was gone.
It was a decent throw from Scriven. Probably, if it had hit, it might have been interesting.
Well, nervy moments from Max Holden at the moment, and well, to get his own back on this occasion, Mark Stoneman punches it up to mid-on. There was a much easier single actually on that occasion, but he does call Max Holden through. Punched up to mid-on. Chris Wright fielding quite deep in that position as the wind continues to blow in and keep the temperature down a bit here. As again, Parkinson is in. It's whipped away off his toes by Holden, not altogether as convincingly, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And
Again, he's inclined to use his feet. He's brave, Holden. But
yeah,
they are going for it, aren't they, Middlesex? They are looking to score quickly.
foolhardy or brave, I'm not quite sure which. That is squirts off an outside edge. I think it's going to go all the way for 4, but it was not a convincing shot in any shape or form. But he gets away with it, because if there had been a second slip it would have been interesting. So the scoreboard keeps ticking over, and the run rate is over 5 and over. From 14 overs, Middlesex have rattled up 74 runs. They've lost 3 wickets. Could have been 4. Holden is there for a run of all 19. Stoneman not out 38 from 40. So they are continuing to attack, and perhaps given the state of play in the other games, they're saying, well, we've got to try and go for the win here, and the only way we're going to do that is get a big enough total that we're safe and do it quick enough to bowl Leicestershire out again. But it's a high risk strategy at the moment as far as Middlesex are concerned. 74 for 3.
It's also admirably positive. Wright continues. He's going to stay around the wicket to Stoneman, who tucks him away again off his legs out towards mid-wicket. Barnes is in pursuit. He's not going to get there. It's going to be fine and running across to his right from mid-wicket, who fields, and Stoneman again picks up 2. I'm not entirely convinced that Wright's the right bowler at the moment to be bowling. They're tucking him away very nicely. Stoneman and now Holden as well. Holden 19 off 19, Stoneman 40 off 41, a run a ball apiece. Middlesex, as I say, being very positive, and it's only going to take one decent stand really for them to get in a very strong position here, and they're already 79 to the good. But clearly they want to be bowling before, sometime after tea. In goes Wright down the leg side. Stoneman doesn't get anything on it and is a bit annoyed with himself that he doesn't. But an hour before the close, perhaps something like that. And if Middlesex continue to score at 4 or 5 runs and over, 5.3 the run rate at the moment, then they're going to be well over 300 to the good at that stage, which will put them pretty firmly on top in the game. Wright is in and bowls on off stump. Stoneman leans forward, satisfying sound of ball on bat cracking through the coolish air here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this morning. The ball runs straight out to Evans, a backward point, and there's no run.
Really has batted beautifully so far. I shouldn't really say that as the Middlesex commentator, but the curse on him.
Objectively, he's batting
objectively,
really
he's looked the most comfortable of any batter we've seen so far. He's legitimately batting it to run a ball.
Wright is in to him, slightly cramps him up from around the wicket on the back foot, looking to force it out into the offside. Doesn't time it, bounces down, and Ahmed makes a comfortable stop in the covers. Could get his 1,000 runs in this innings. Mark Stoneman, he's now 944. Did he get in the first innings?
Just 4.
4, so he's on 44, so 948 he's on now for the season. As Wright is in to him, he's working him off his legs, as he has done frequently in this innings, down to long leg. Tom Scriven it is down there. I'm wondering whether Scriven, if Parkinson doesn't want to go to one of the off spinners, might be a better option than Wright, who's being dealt with fairly comfortably by both batters at the moment. 77 for 3, 1 ball to go in the over. Sun comes back out as the dark cloud passes away to the northeast. Wright is in, bowls, and again Holden can work him through mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4. It's really nicely timed out towards actually nearer square leg than mid-wicket. No chance for Finan to get there. Wright continues to leak runs, 6 overs, none for 35, and that has to be it for Chris Wright. I suspect Parkinson's talking to Ackerman, the former captain. Has to make a change at that end. For me, got to be worth a couple of overs of off spin against the 2 left-handers, just to see.
Yeah, this is the most leaky I've seen Chris Wright bowl, I think. Normally, even if he's not taking wickets, he's right on the money and it's difficult to score against.
Louis Kimber.
Ah, just as you suggested.
Has to be worth it. He's tall, he doesn't bowl too many bad balls, and he gets a few revs on it. Famous last words. Of course, he'll probably start with 2 long hops or something, but got to be worth it against the left-handers.
To be honest, even if he does start with a couple of long hops, if he puts a couple of decent deliveries in too, as Parkinson is in, who has bowled very nicely, but that's beautifully played again by Stoneman, who just coaxes the ball out into the covers, picking his spot really nicely, not trying to hit the ball too hard, and they take the most comfortable of comfortable singles.
Yeah, looking at some of the comments, Ian, we need a wicket soon. Ed McPhee, 250 would be a tough chase.
Parkinson in again, and that is fetched from outside off stump by Holden. Lovely piece of fielding by Ahmed on the boundary, keeps them down to just 2. That was brilliant. I thought for a second they'd have beaten him and was gone for 4, but he put the dive in, and then the throw was excellent too. But Holden continues to sweep and sweep again. As far as Parkinson is concerned, he's decided that is the tactic he is going to use, and that was from some distance outside off stump as well, but he did middle it. Oh, and he's had a huge mow at that. Outside off stump, he's got an inside edge. Harry Swindles cannot believe how it has missed the stumps. In fact, he didn't even get an inside edge. It's just 4 byes. The ball shot along the ground after he'd taken an enormous wahoo at it outside off stump. And goodness me, bowling to Max Holden at the moment, you must feel as if you've got a chance for wicket every delivery you send down. But he is still there. And that was 4 more byes, so the scoreboard continues to race round. He's in again, and this time it is played much more thoughtfully, possibly, and just smothers the spin and plays it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
They double the score, these 2, in very short time.
Yes, 44 they've put on already, and that is flicked away. That was a bit short from Parkinson, but they can only go through for the single. There's 1 more ball left for Stoneman to face. Holden survives. 45 these 2 now put on, and you're absolutely right, Richard, they put it on in really short order as well. Still only 60. This is the 16th over as Parkinson is in, and Stoneman just takes the heat out of the entire situation by going back and playing a little defensive shot out into the offside. Big shout of no. The end of another rather chaotic Parkinson over, not from the bowler's point of view but from the batters. Sees the score move on to 89 for 3. Holden is entertainingly or eccentrically still there on 26 from just 24 balls. And Stoneman 42 from 47 really can continues to bat beautifully. But 89 for 3, the lead over 90 now. And these two continuing to belt along at run rate more than 5.5 and over.
Yeah, there are still 71 overs left to be bowled today, so there's an awful lot of cricket left to be played in this game. Middlesex getting themselves, well, I was going to say slowly but surely, but actually very quickly but surely. Not necessarily actually, surely, but quickly. They're getting themselves into a very strong position. And Louis Kimber is going to go round the wicket with that occasional off-spin to Holden. This could be interesting if Holden tries to get after him. Kimber is in, tosses it up. Holden doesn't. He's having a look at least, and he gets forward and just pushes the delivery out off the stumps to Rahan Ahmed in the covers. Mid-on is up. Mid-off is a little bit deep. Might try and go over the top as in goes Kimber, and he tries a reverse sweep and misses the ball by a yard. The best part of it, bounces and turns a little bit from wide, and he can barely reach it. Well, he doesn't reach it. Max Holden reverse sweeps underneath the bouncing ball. Kimber is in again. He goes back. That stays a fraction low, and it's cut off the back foot, and it bounces down into the ground. And Budinger, a backward point, is the fielder. Again, this sort of slightly variable bounce won't dismay the Middlesex bowling attack. Kimber is in and bowls, fullish delivery, and Holden can get to the pitch of it and fairly routinely and orthodoxly just drive it out into the gap in the covers to Evans, who is the offside sweeper. One is taken. Holden on to 27, 90 for 3. Yeah, this Holden innings is an entertaining one. How long it will last remains to be seen, but clearly he's got the word, go ahead and be positive, get these runs quickly. We want to be bowling, I suspect, at least an hour before the close. In goes Kimber and bowls, and Stoneman is very carefully forward to that one, thick inside part of the bat, dribbles out towards Barnes at mid-wicket. This will help the over rate, which is actually +1 at the moment. Hurrah! In goes Kimber and bowls outside off stump. Stoneman leaves. No great turn or bounce on that one. End of an interesting over. Just a single from Louis Kimber. But as I said, he doesn't tend to bowl too many really bad balls, and there weren't too many really bad balls in that over. No full tosses, no real long hops.
No, he bowled perfectly tidily, didn't he? But Holden just reined himself in slightly. Stoneman has obviously decided someone has to stay here. I'll look to score as quickly as I can, but while Holden is being given his head and he's playing quite skittishly, Stoneman will probably just retreat a tad and make sure that he's still there in case anything goes on with Holden. For those of you just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire defeated Nottinghamshire by an innings and 79 runs, and Derbyshire, after being 75 for 5, are now 204 for 5 and 346 behind Glamorgan, as the reverse sweep is out again, and beautifully played on this occasion by Holden, and he picks the spot between the two fielders, and that was how to play a reverse sweep.
This is turning into rather, isn't it? With those two scores from elsewhere. Notts beaten, Derbyshire digging in, and now scoring runs quickly against this attack. Brings up the 50 partnership.
Does bring up the... Thank you, Richard. Very poor on my part. I should have spotted that the 50 partnership had now come up with an excellent reverse sweep. As Parkinson is in again, and this squirts off a thickish outside edge to the backward point, and there is no run. There's a light aircraft, must be really quite low over us. Oh, it's a helicopter, hence why it is quite as loud as it is. Going directly over the ground as Parkinson comes in, and on this occasion Holden goes back, something he has done very rarely in his innings so far, and plays the defensive shot. He's got his 4 for the over. Sorry, Richard, did I?
No, crack on.
And Parkinson in. It's the sweep, and the sweep is played really nicely and very fine. It's a big run for Ahmed, who does really well on the boundary, but they trot through for a couple. He really has fielded well. In the vast, wide open spaces. Oh, actually, it wasn't Ahmed, was it?
Yeah, it's Evans out.
It was Evans who's out there, but it was still very well fielded.
Oh,
And that's down.
Great take.
It was a superb take by Harry Swindles, very, very wide down the leg side. In any white ball form of the game, that would have almost been a double wide, but it was within the white line, so in the red ball game it's fine. But a frustrated Callum Parkinson. This time he gives it a lot more air, and it's driven. Super shot this by Holden, who after a scratchy start, that when he looked as if he could be out just about any ball he was facing, has brought up the 100 with a glorious straight drive. He's taken his own score to 37 off just 34. He's now just 5 runs behind Mark Stoneman, and beginning to play himself into a really good run of form. And suddenly, well, the scoring rate is just what Middlesex want if they're to get Leicestershire in late this evening. 100 for 3. The lead is over 100. Holden and Stoneman going well. They put on 56 so far for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, it was a poor over from Callum Parkinson by his standards. Kimber is in, tosses that one right up, but Stoneman isn't tempted, just strokes it out to Ahmed in the covers. He seems to like to fire one in each over, and he doesn't always get it right by quite a long way. He's quicker ball, and it's not really a wicket-taking ball at the moment. In goes Kimber, bowls, tosses it up outside off stump. Stoneman lets it go through. He very conscious of the proximity of the lunch interval. There will be at least 2 more overs, including this one, possibly 3, given it's Kimber and Parkinson. Kimber steps in and bowls. Stoneman is forward, back up the pitch to Louis Kimber. 103 the lead. Built in very good time. Kimber in, bowls, slightly flatter delivery, but as I say, Stoneman wants to be there at lunch, and he's careful, just pushing it back up the wicket. The aggressor at the moment is Holden, who has nearly caught Mark Stoneman. 37 off 34 for him. Stoneman, who was going at a runner ball, is now 42 off 53. Pretty good still. In goes Kimber. He goes for the sweep and misses it. Nicely bowled by Louis Kimber, but outside off stump. The ball hits him. Kimber doesn't even bother appealing. Ackerman steps out and fields. Gets the ball back to him. He whips through his overs, Louis Kimber, because it's just a couple of steps. Then he bowls, brings Stoneman forward. A diving, rolling stop by Rahan Ahmed in the covers means a maiden over has been very rapidly delivered indeed by Louis Kimber. 68 remain today. We should definitely now have 2 more before the close at lunch. 100 for 3. Middlesex getting themselves in a good position, and Parkinson, after that poor over, has taken himself off and is giving Rahan Ahmed 1 over before lunch. Worth a try.
Kimber's right. He's a proper slow bowler, isn't he? He hasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of promise there if he works on it.
He hasn't moved into that one-day mode of bowling that little bit quicker. He really does give it some air. Bowls that little bit slower. No, it's really nice to watch. Almost old-fashioned spin bowling.
As I say, he just doesn't seem to, despite the infrequency with which he bowls, bowl many sort of rank bad balls.
Well, Rahan Ahmed, a little bit of leg spin to Holden, who was just getting the hang of the off spin before, and this time, but of course, it was the left-handed off spin, so the ball turning the same way pretty much into him from the right-armed leg spinner, and that ball is played out into mid-wicket. There is no run. That's a little bit quicker, and it's a little bit down leg side, and he was on it so quickly, Holden, And they thought about 3, and they probably were 3 there if they'd really gone for it. But I think Stoneman very happy to just keep the one end going, and for Holden to keep striking the way Holden is striking. So they just stop at the 2, which means Holden remains on strike. 39 not out now. And that is nicely bowled, pitched up a little bit more and treated most respectfully by Holden.
When he took that second run there, Holden, and it wasn't spotted by the umpires, he ran straight back up the middle of the pitch. He knew exactly what he was doing there.
Well spotted, Richard. And
Ooh,
that
googly.
is a little, yes, nicely bowled, but just about spotted by Holden, who plays this one out into the offside.
It didn't really turn, did it? But it did hold its own at least.
In once again. It was very fast final action, Rahan Ahmed.
Yeah, you hope his shoulder's going to be all right as he goes throughout his career, don't you, really? Because it's very...
And that's where leg spinners do need to generate it. And that is a beautiful shot from Holden. It was ever so slightly over pitch, but he was on it like a shot. And he clips it through the leg side, through a wideish mid-on area for 4. And lovely, lovely shot.
Update coming, which means that the lunch interval, are we going to get one more over? Nobody's hurrying out there, are they? Let us see what happens. Nick Cook is waiting. Umpire O'Shaughnessy, yeah, we are going to get one more over. Here's the update. Hugely entertaining morning's cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground is about to come to an end. There's one over to go before lunch. Middlesex are 106 for 3 in their second innings, which means they lead now by 109. They've been very positive. They are pushing for promotion from Division 2. They feel that they need to win this game, and they're trying to make sure that they give themselves time to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. Mark Stoneman is 42 off 56. Max Holden, he's been very positive. He's 43 off 40. He's had a couple of lucky escapes, but he's still there and looking in really good form. They came together when Peter Milan was well caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Callum Parkinson for 2. 44 for 3. Middlesex looked in a bit of bother at that stage, but Stoneman and Holden have put together a partnership of 62 so far for the 4th wicket, and putting Middlesex in a strong position as lunch approaches. Outside off stump, that one from Kimber goes back. Stoneman and fairly safely cuts it away to get off 42, on which he's been for actually a while. He's been, as I say, careful as lunch approaches. He wants to still be there. He knows his job is to be the anchor, if you like. Not that he's batted particularly slowly, but it means that the likes of Holden can attack, and attack hard around him. Kimber, 3 balls left in his over, steps in and bowls. Back goes Holden, and with all the time in the world, punch it away into the gap in the covers. Field may not be quite right in that respect, but there's no great bounce and turn for Kimber. It was worth trying at this stage, and he's not exactly leaking runs, but there's not too much there for the finger spinner, who is in, and forward goes Stoneman. You could see there Kimber trying to get a few extra revs on the ball. He's a tall young man, Lincolnshire boy, who's really established himself in the first team this season. Goes and tosses it right up, but Stoneman isn't going to be tempted. He leans forward, blocks it back down the pitch to Kimber, and that is lunch. And as I've just said to BBC Radio Leicester, Guy, a really entertaining morning's cricket.
Absolutely. 129 runs, 4 wickets, some excellent batting, some very fine bowling on occasion as well. Certainly the tail wagged until Robson finally, well, Robson was the first wicket to fall for Middlesex, but it was really good batting by Ed Barnes until he got himself out just when you thought he was going to bring up the 300 and his own 50. But eventually all out for 294 Leicestershire, just about parity on first innings, so we're set up for a second innings shootout. And when it was 44 for 3, Middlesex looked in real bother. Eskenazi had attempted to sweep and was well caught by Budinger at short leg, and Parkinson brought himself on the 6th over and had figures of 2 for 7 after 2 overs. But Stoneman on 43 and Holden 44 really putting Middlesex in a decent position now at lunch. But a couple of quick wickets afterwards and Leicestershire are right back in here, and that's why we've really enjoyed this particular match, because everything's been on a knife edge pretty much for 2 days and 1 session.
It has, and hopefully from an objective point of view it will continue this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes time as the game develops. 108 for 3.
Slightly after that. In once again, and that's a good ball and a shout for LBW, and he's been given. And Stoneman looks slightly. In once again, Finan, and he's bowled him round his legs and trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. Robson has. In once again, and he pushes that, and there is an edge, and the breakthrough has come. Milan has not made.
Goes over the wicket to the left-hander, who goes back, edge caught.
Brilliant.
Brilliant catch by Budinger. Got his hand underneath it at short leg.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this much brighter over to our right, so at the moment no danger of and that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. And Scriven's taken 2 wickets.
Ooh.
And that's played really nicely. It was a bit wide. It wasn't a full half. Barnes again, and it's flicked nicely by Hins, and he moves to 50.
Parkinson in, bowls, forward, edge caught. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn a...
And get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his first. A good shot. And he's drawn this by arm. It will.
He's only 13 years old as in goes Finan. Bowled him! Off stump is out of the ground. Finan has his 4th wicket back in. Down the slope he comes and bowled him! And Mike Finan has a 5-fer. He did make a little bit of room. Roland Jones is in. Bowls edged, caught at the second attempt. At second slip, Budinger goes. 3 balls he has. Bigger score.
His team could do with someone to produce that big score, but it won't be Kimber on this occasion.
Bamber is in and bowling, and he's gone through him and bowled him. To give himself room.
He's now gone into short legs, so the field was very much set with. And that's a beauty, and he is LBW. It's been given. Ackerman has this innings in the 23rd over, and Holman is, and that's short. But Rehan Ahmed, having a swipe at a short delivery, has missed it. He's marching out for the first time. There runs through tweets.
His script goes back absolutely and that is that he needed. It's just 50 backward square and mid-wicket field, but he's on the boundary. Holman is in, driving through the offside. Harry Swift is the. Yes. Tim Murtaugh's on at the Bennett end. Bowls edged, caught behind. Scrivener's gone. Murtaugh with his first ball after tea has. In. Bowls. Bounces and he's caught at first slip, one-handed above his head. No, says yes he is. Umpire, he turned to umpire Cook, who just nodded.
Excellent. Toby Roland Jones then in. And there's an edge and he's gone. Toby Roland Jones, he's done.
These little outswingers.
Oh, and that is very close, and that is out.
He was walking, wasn't he?
But
Last wicket is now worth rolling. Barnes goes for the hook and he has top-edged it into the gloves of John Simpson. So they haven't got the extra batting bonus point and they haven't overhauled the Middlesex first innings. Conditions are cooler, the air is cooler as Finan is in. Bowls, Robson edges, caught, brilliantly caught by Ackerman, two-handed low to his left at second.
Ahead of this next ball from right, and that is short, and it is cuffed away unceremoniously by Stoneman.
To try things, and he was brave enough to do so. Finan is in to Stoneman, short, pulled for. Stoneman's boundary count backward. Square, runs in and bowls to Stoneman, outside off stump, cut, and cut for four more by Mark Stoneman. Finan just getting a little bit.
Bowling left arm round to the right-handed Eskenazi, who has played an indeterminate, attempted sweet shot and just a little.
Right is in and bowls Stoneman on the back foot. He steered that one away through point. Evans has to turn up shoot. He's not going to get there, you know. Beautifully timed.
Things bunching up well, yes, indeed.
Got him!
They got him, and it's Parkinson, and it's a big wicket. It's Milan for two.
As right, bowls outside of stump, driven away by Holden. What a nice way to get off the mark. A little bit over-ambitious.
Batters at the moment. In again. That's a bit quicker and in many ways slightly easier as far as Stoneman is concerned.
3 wickets. Sam Robson was brilliantly caught by Colin Ackerman at second, slip off the bowling of Mike Finan for 1. Steve Eskenazi, comfortable catch for Sol Budinger.
To continue, and again it's Holden sweeping, this time with altogether more Hardy or Brave, I'm not quite sure which. That is squirts off an outside edge. I think it's going to go all the way.
Right is in, bowls, and again Holden can work him through mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4. It's really nicely timed out towards actually nearer square leg than mid.
And 346 behind Glamorgan as the reverse sweep is out again, and beautifully played on this occasion by Holden, and he picks the spot. Callum Parkinson, this time he gives it a lot more air, and it's driven. Super shot this by Holden, who after a scratchy start, leg spinners do need to generate it, and that is a beautiful shot from Holden. It was ever so slightly over pitch, but he was on it like a
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex, about to get underway. Middlesex, after a little wobble this morning when they were 44 for 3, have steadied the ship in some style, courtesy of Messrs Mark Stoneman, who's 43 not out off 60 balls, and Max Holden, who is 44 not out off just 41. Lived a little dangerously at first, but as his aggression has paid off in some style. 108 for 3 now, Middlesex, with these two having added 64 so far for the fourth wicket. They lead Middlesex then by 111 runs with those 7 second innings wickets in hand. Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, who brought himself on after just 5 overs of the Middlesex second innings, has picked up 2 wickets already. He did take a brief break shortly before lunch when he gave Rehan Ahmed the final over from this pavilion end, but he's bringing himself back on to resume proceedings after lunch. BBC Radio's Leicester and London. Richard Ray, that's myself, and Guy Swindell's your commentators in the game. Max Holden will be on strike to Parkinson, who's bowling a few looseners to Chris Wright at mid-off at the moment. And given the way that Louis Kimber continues to swing his arms at shortish mid-wicket, it looks like the occasional off-spin of Kimber will continue to be purveyed from the Bennett end. There's no great turn for either spinner at the moment, but there is a little bit there for them. Parkinson is telling his deep backward point, Michael Finan, who is on the boundary, to come in 10 yards or so. He does that. There's a little bit of stretching as well as Parkinson goes in over the wicket to Holden outside off stump. It's a little bit short, does turn a fraction, but Holden goes back, just works it away off the body and picks up 1 as running across from backward square is Sol Budinger. Budinger, having fielded the ball, then continues running because he's going to go in at short leg for Stoneman, who, having been very aggressive in the early part of his innings, just dug in a little bit before lunch, made sure he got through to the interval. And perhaps they're thinking that he will continue in that sort of vein, Leicestershire, as Parkinson is in, bowls to Stoneman, bounces a bit, and he plays inside the line, hits him on the back pad, bounces out into the offside. Umpire O'Shaughnessy, who was at square leg, is running across to point because with Budinger in there at short leg, his view is presumably slightly obscured. Parkinson is in and bowls. Going for the slog sweep is Stoneman this time. Doesn't get anything on it, hits him on the pad. Rolls out towards square leg. Parkinson's hands starting to go into the air before he realises, almost at the same moment, that it has hit Stoneman well outside the line of off stump. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Nice little loop to that one. Driven out into the offside. Not fielded cleanly by Tom Scriven. Did hit it quite hard. There, Stoneman, it bounces a few feet behind the young all-rounder. Stoneman calls Holden through for a single, moves on to 44, 110 for 3. Budinger retreats down on the 45 as in goes Parkinson to Holden, who is solidly forward, pushing it back up the pitch on the onside. Parkinson, a keen footballer, hops across to his left, sticks out his left foot and makes the stop. Big Bolton Wanderers supporter, Callum, and of course Matt as well. Jogs in and bowls. Forward goes Holden, pushing it just wide of the reaching Kimber at mid-wicket. Barnes has to move to his left at mid-on to field. 1 is taken. Holden on to 46 will keep the strike. 111 for 3. And after the fairly frantic 2-hour morning session, relatively calm start to proceedings this afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I wonder who will be bowling from the Bennett end. Will it continue to be Lewis Kimber, or will they go back to a spot of light seam? I think it looks as if it's going to be Michael Finan, which makes a certain sense. Spin from one end and pace from the other. Finan struck early this morning to remove Sam Robson. Fine catch in the slips by Ackerman. Lovely delivery from Finan. His 6th wicket of the match so far. And Holden, I think he'd finished his first spell when Holden came in, so this is the first Holden will have seen of him in the second innings. And it's immediately pitched up, and Holden plays defensively up to mid-on, and there is no run. Just remarks his guard. Looking very relaxed, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end is Mark Stoneman. Max Holden, after a frenetic start to his innings, is seeing the ball pretty well at the moment. That's down the leg side, and he's past Harry Swindle's right hand before he could even move, and that's gone for 4 byes. And a little bit wild from Finan on that occasion. Felt for the wicketkeeper because he's quick, Finan, and literally barely had a chance to move Swindles before the ball was past him, and past fine leg as well before Scriven, who's no slouch across the ground, he couldn't get over to cut it off either. 115 for 3. He goes up to 118. Finan in once again. That's a little bit shorter outside off stump, and up on his toes it's punched to cover, but straight to the fielder. Stoneman 44 not out, Holden 46 not out. Finan has a word with his skipper Parkinson, who's fielding at mid-off. And now a quick strike, and that is flicked off his legs. That is 4 runs to Max Holden, and he has raced to 50 off just 48 balls. And after 133 ball 50 yesterday, I think it was, for Harry Swindles, to reach the figure of just 48 balls is remarkable from Max Holden. It included 9 fours. So not hanging around. He came to the crease when Middlesex were in real bother at 44 for 3. He's not hanging around celebrating either, because the next ball is already being bowled. It's flicked off his hip for a single, and after the ball darted around for the best part of 2 days, this wicket is altogether easier to bat on now. See why Parkinson switched to spin so quickly. It's the pace bowlers, who really had enjoyed themselves for a couple of days, now finding their workload altogether rather harder. As Finan comes in again, a good lift on that delivery. Surprised Holden, who let it go through to Swindles, who took it by his right shoulder. On the end of the over, Holden has reached his half century, 51 not out from just 49 deliveries. The score has now gone up to 120 for 3. Stoneman will face the first ball of the next over from Parkinson on 44 not out.
Yeah, run rate 5.2, which is impressive, and it is giving Tim Murtagh, the Middlesex captain, possibility of good options in terms of when he wants to start bowling at Leicestershire, which, as I say, I think he'll want 10 to 15 overs before the close of play. Parkinson is in. Back goes Holden to a slightly short over-length delivery. He works it away past Louis Kimber. Evans comes running into field from the mid-wicket boundary. And wait, says Holden, as he sees Stoneman turning in anticipation of being called through for the second. They settle for one. Parkinson jogs in and bowls forward. On off stump goes Mark Stoneman. Slightly angled bat. Ball runs out towards gully. Ackerman pursues it from slip and underarms the ball to Tom Scriven in the covers. Parkinson elbows swinging is in. Nice loop to that one. It's a bit straighter. Just closes the face on it there, Stoneman, pushing it out to Kimber at mid-wicket. So he was going at a run of ball into the early 40s, but he's only on 44 now, off 66. Parkinson is in, played firmly back down the pitch off the back foot to him, but reaches smartly down to his left and picks it up. Stoneman, who was thinking the ball might just sneak past, hops back into his crease. Parkinson in, bowls back. Stoneman on off stump this time, plays it out into the offside, picked up by Scriven. No run.
Yeah, I think he'd scored 40 or 41 deliveries, hadn't he? Something like somewhere around that mark.
So he's dug in since as Parkinson is in, gives it a little bit of air, does find the thick inside edge of Stoneman's bat, albeit he played it down into the ground, and Budinger, excuse me, its short leg just reaches to his right to make the stop. End of the over. Callum Parkinson's ninth, 2 for 38. His figures, they were briefly 2 for 7 this morning. Since then, no joy for the Leicestershire captain. 121 for 3. And Middlesex altogether more comfortable, dictating the game at the moment.
Well, for those of you wondering what's happening in the Glamorgan Derbyshire match, remember Glamorgan made 555 declared as Finan comes in, but it's punched away nicely by Holden, just backward of square, and they go through for a single. Glamorgan made 550 for 5 declared. Derbyshire slumped to 75 for 5 in response, but are now 219 for 5. Still 331 behind, but digging in, Derbyshire.
So they didn't lose a wicket all morning?
Haven't lost a wicket so far today, no. Stoneman will now face. We've seen Holden race past him. Finan, left arm over to the left-handed Stoneman, who cuts that away. The fielder is there though. Hit it well enough, but good fielding, and he keeps them down to just a single. Just trying to see who's down there.
It's Evans.
It's Sam Evans, thank you. I was just between a couple of posts in the way there for me.
Was that book? Why didn't they ask Evans? I think it was.
Yes,
an Agatha Christie book.
Yes, there was a. As he's in once again, Finan. Oh, and that is well, that'll be 4 more buys. But again, I feel for Harry Swindles, because unless he was about 8'6" high, then he was never ever going to stop that, as it bounced over Holden and over Harry Swindles all the way to the boundary.
I think that Steve O'Shaughnessy signalled the no ball as well there. So
okay,
let's just see what the score goes on to. It could go on to 6. Yeah, it has gone on 6. So
yeah,
no, so
absolutely right. Thank you, Richard.
4 buys and the no ball.
But it was a ball of horror. But he can generate bounce. He's a proper. He does bowl quite quickly. Does Michael Finan. He's certainly been a yard or two quicker than anybody else on view so far in this match. But every so often things can go a bit wrong. That is much better. Short of a length, but not booming over wicket-keeper to the boundary. And up on his toes, it's played out to mid-wicket, where Budinger does the fielding, and there is no run. Sun is out now, happy to say. Still a coldish breeze across the ground, and not seeing very many t-shirts being worn by the supporters today, as Finan comes in once again, and that very nearly yorks him. Clever change of length from Finan. It's dug out more by luck than good judgment by Holden. Goes out, squirts out onto the leg side, and in fact they end up taking a single as well. Stoneman realising that there was one there, but well bowled by Finan, and in the end well dug out by Holden. But that is what Finan can do, just make life uncomfortable for the batter. Finan steaming in again from the Bennett end. That's short and wide, and that is help yourself, which Stoneman has, and he moves on to 49. And a curate's egg of an over so far, this one from Michael Finan. We've seen a no ball that bounced over the wicketkeeper's head for 4 byes and the 2 for the no ball. We've seen a really good Yorker that very nearly did for Max Holden, and now we've seen a short, wide, long hop that was meat and drink to Mark Stoneman, who cut it away to move within 1 run of her half century. What is Finan going to serve up this time? And this time it's a better delivery on or around off stump, just short of a length, that cramps up Stoneman, and he flicks it away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 134 for 3. Stoneman will remain on 49 not out. Holden 54, and the run rate still just under 5.5 and over.
And these two have very much changed the game at 44 for 3 with a lead of just 47. Felt as though it was in the balance to a certain extent, but the way these two have played and the speed with which they've scored, it has swung very firmly back in Middlesex's favour. Tom Scriven is starting to warm up a little bit as Parkinson is in back. A little suspiciously goes Holden, expecting the ball to rear and spit at him, but as I said, the double dose of the heavy roller this morning seems to have taken a certain amount of life out of the pitch. I think it would me if I was doubly rolled by a heavy roller. In goes Parkinson, and a slog sweep by Max Holden. He's timed that quite nicely. It's in the air and it bounces out towards Ahmed, who's a very good fielder, gets his throw away, but it pitches in front of the stumps. Swindles goes out in front of the stumps, and so Holden comfortably able to complete 2.
He did speed up when he saw it was Ahmed who was fielding, though.
He's got a good arm, hasn't he? The boy. As Parkinson is in to Holden, who is driving. It's just a little bit wide of right, who, even though it's right and has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, and in the end he doesn't take it cleanly, Holden is cautious and says, just wait. By the time he's made a decision, well, there certainly wasn't going to be a run in it. Parkinson, with his shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, runs in and bowls that quicker, flatter delivery, and it's just bunted back past him on the onside out towards Barnes, who's deepish at mid-on, and a comfortable single is taken. Holden on to 57. Right, beginning to warm up as well, so Parkinson perhaps anticipating a double change. He's got the hang of it. He's getting the feel for these bowling changes, Parkinson. He's changed it a lot more frequently. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. There is a bit of turn out of the footholes, certainly not enough to really threaten the off stump, but enough for him to start to raise his right arm. He would have had to have turned on almost a 45-degree angle, if not more. It was probably only about sort of 10 degrees. In goes Parkinson. That one doesn't really turn. It's a little bit short outside off stump. Stoneman can work it away to backward point for the single he needs for his 50. A most reassuring knock from Mark Stoneman. He's a most reassuring batsman. His 50 has come off 74 deliveries and is his 4th half-century of the season to go, of course, with 3 centuries. The 1,000 is very much in sight. 138 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, he really has batted superbly today, Mark Stoneman. Earlier on in the innings, when Robson, Eskenazi and Milan are all scratching around a bit. None of them got out of single figures. He seemed to be playing a different game. Max Holden, also pretty scratchy start to his innings, but then he suddenly began to find his true form. And these two have now put on 94 for the fourth wicket. It will be Stoneman, who faces, I think we've had a change of bowler, haven't we? So
right,
it is Wright back on. And just cramps Stoneman up a little bit with the ball that just comes back into the left-hander.
Yeah, they've kind of gone onto defensive now, haven't they, Leicestershire? Just the one slip, a ring, single saving fielders, but also man out at deep square and Wright bowling round the wicket. Just they don't look as though they necessarily believe they're going to run through this Middlesex side now. No reason why they should.
Wright, who's been expensive so far as well, again from round the wicket, angles the ball into Stoneman, doesn't give him enough room to free his arms, and again it's just a forward defensive shot back up the pitch. Yes, just the one slip now. Cover point, extra cover, wideish third man, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and fine leg. And that's tucked away, and it will be the fine leg who has to run in. Do they think there are two there? They do, for a minute, and then they decided there wasn't. And Stoneman puts up a hand of apology to Holden on that occasion, because Stoneman did for a second look as if he did like the second run and was going to go for it. He then stopped, and Holden had to sharply go into reverse and get back safely, which he did, but certainly his partner made life a little bit interesting for him on that particular occasion. So yes, it is a defensive look to this field, damage limitation rather than wicket taking, as Wright comes in again and into the left-hander. It's decided that's the line and length to bowl, just a touch short of a length, angling in at the left-hander, so they're cramped for space.
Tom Scriven was the fielder down at long leg. He shed his sweater, Scriven, so he's kind of getting ready to bowl as well, and he's one of the better fielders on the Leicestershire side.
I was half expecting him to take over at that Bennett end, but that is comfortably played by Max Holden out into covers where Ahmed enthusiastically fields.
I suspect they may be bringing him on, or Parkinson may be bringing him on here at the pavilion end.
Bright sunlight now over the ground. Forecast was for the sun to come out this afternoon for a few hours and then cloud over later on towards the close of play, and that's certainly the case at the moment. And that's a very nice drive, but straight at Ahmed, who in turn picks the ball up superbly and makes to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. In the end he doesn't release the ball, instead just does some polishing, but that is the end of a much tidier over as far as Wright is concerned. Just the one run from it, and Holden has moved on to 57, Stoneman 51, and the score just creeping up to 139 for 3.
Parkinson will continue for the time being from the pavilion end. He's going to go over the wicket to Mark Stoneman. Edge dropped at short leg. Bounced, took the glove. Would have been a heck of a catch for Budinger. Did get his right hand to it as it went past him around about head high. Remember, he was sort of down on his knees, so no ball. Is it? Signal from umpire Cook. He put out his right hand. No, I don't. Well, that was meant to signal. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. In he goes, bowls and defended on the front foot by Stoneman. Here comes the update. Well, Middlesex have wrested the initiative back here from 44 for 3 half an hour before lunch or so. They are now 139 for 3, and both Mark Stoneman and Max Holden have reached their half centuries. Stoneman hits another 4 there. He has just got away with one, dropped a very, very difficult chance at short leg when the ball bounced and turned, took the glove, and Sol Budinger couldn't quite hang on to the opportunity. Hits that other 4 there. He moves on to 55 off 80 balls. Max Holden has 57 off 61. 143 for 3 means Middlesex's lead is now 147. They'll want to get about 300 ahead as soon as possible and then get Leicestershire back in and then set about bowling them out for a second time. 143 for 3. That one is blocked back down the pitch to Parkinson by Stoneman. Would have been a remarkable reaction catch, in fairness to Budinger, who did well to get his right hand anywhere near the ball, frankly. In goes Parkinson, bowls, back goes Stoneman and defends back down the pitch to Parkinson again. Just that one that bit and turned and bounced, took the glove, shot towards Budinger round about head height as he came up off his knees from being crouched down, so to speak. Parkinson is in, quicker delivery. Forward goes Stoneman very correctly on off stumpy. Rather likes that. Holds the pose for a minute or two. End of the over, 143 for 3. But an interesting over from Parkinson. A bit more there for him than there has been to date. And he gets an arm around the shoulder from his former captain, Colin Ackerman, as they discuss tactics.
Yes, it was a funny that Budinger chance. He'd probably been angrier because he actually did get a hand to it. He was crouched down on his haunches and then had to leap up and did brilliantly to get a hand to it. But having done that, he'd have probably hoped to have done ever so slightly better. But Stoneman survives. It will be Holden facing. 99 runs these two have put in so far as Wright comes in, and that's allowed to sail past the off stump into the gloves of Harry Swindles, and there is no addition to the scorecard. And Holden, after racing along to his 50 from just 48 balls, just slowing down ever so slightly. 6 from the next 12 deliveries. But still scoring at a brisker rate than we've seen hitherto 4 in this match. As Wright is in again. Again, it's just played up to mid-on. Also harder to score at the moment because the field is set so much more defensively than it had been up until then, with Leicestershire looking to attack after taking the 3 early wickets. 44 for 3. And in a spot of bother an hour before lunch, Middlesex. In again, and that is played out to cover point. A shout immediately of no from Max Holden. Stoneman just tips a little sweat out of his helmet just by lifting the peak up and putting his head 45 degrees to the ground. Decent crowd in again today, as that effort from the bowler Wright really shown in the result of the delivery, which is wide outside off stump and a very easy leave as far as Holden is concerned. But there could be a good reasoning behind Leicester just trying to stem the run rate really and going on the defensive and forcing Middlesex to take risks if they want quick runs to set up a declaration this evening. So the tactics do make sense, and that is short and trying to tempt Holden into the hook shot, which he very nearly did decide to take on. In the end, just taking his bat underneath the ball. But the fact that he was tempted for it just gets a little word from Mark Stoneman from the other end, who just comes down and says, "We're moving along quite briskly, don't have to rush." We're still scoring at 5 and over. It has dropped from the 5.5 as The brakes are applied by Leicestershire. Right in again. Oh, and that actually spits a bit at Holden, who does well to play it defensively into the covers. But a maiden over from Chris Wright. He's first. He's 8th, and he had been going for about 6 and over earlier on in his spell. But after 8 overs, he has figures of none for 36. The run rate just dropped below 5 for the first time. Stoneman and Holden have both completed half centuries in a total of 143 for 3. Still the lead is 99.
Robbie White, the acting Middlesex 12th man, comes on with all sorts. Mainly, however, a change of gloves for Mark Stoneman, but also drinks and towels and extra pairs of gloves just in case. But it's just Stoneman wanting a change, 55. To him, Parkinson, after that previous delivery in the over bounce and kicked, continues, goes in, bowls to Stoneman, who's fiddling it away from outside off stump, looking to get it wide of Ackerman, but Ackerman falling to his left, scrambling rather to his left, makes the stop. No run. Parkinson jogs in, bowls, just a little bit straighter, worked off his legs by Stoneman, but only as far as mid-wicket. No aggressive intent there. Sam Evans is the fielder. Parkinson is in. Stoneman is playing inside the line of that one. It's not taken cleanly by Swindles. Not quite sure why, as it sort of went on with the arm past the outside edge. It's as well he didn't edge it then. Ackerman cleaned up behind Swindles. Parkinson in. Bowls. Stoneman forward. That one just does turn a fraction, takes a thick inside edge, and bat and pad together. End up shoveling the ball out into the offside. They're just getting a little bit of control back of the scoreboard. Leicestershire at the moment with Parkinson and Wright bowling fairly tightly. Parkinson is in, back goes Stoneman defensively out into the offside. He plays it. Again, there's a little bit of bounce. Parkinson settled into his rhythm. What he doesn't need to do here is try and fire one in, as he kind of likes to do once and over. Just keep bowling there. It's okay, be patient. Goes in and bowls. Does toss it up a little bit, rather squirted off a thick outside edge there by Stoneman, just wide of cover. Scriven picks it up, but that is the run that was needed to bring up the century partnership. And it's been an important one in every sense of the word for Middlesex. Stoneman 56, Holden 57. But it has really made a big difference to the feel of the game. They do now feel as though they're in control of the game, Middlesex, and they have the initiative. It's up to them now how quickly they score and how many overs they want to have to bowl at Leicestershire. 57 remain today. I mean, they could have another 45 tonight, really, and get another 200 and get 350 ahead.
Well, that would be ideal, but the way Leicestershire have set up the field, scoring quickly is going to be, you're going to have to actually take some risks if you want to do it, which is quite right on Leicestershire's behalf. They want to put pressure on a team who know they need to score quickly, as that's flicked around the corner, and they race through for 2 very well taken runs. Stoneman moves to 58 and overtakes Holden in the process. They took on the arm of Scriven down at fine leg. Trying to overhit it, Stoneman, and that is left outside the off stump. Bit of a groan from Harry Swindles as he stopped that one and thudded into his gloves as he fell to the ground, as the ball rather died on him, as it is. Lead very nearly 150. You thought another 150 would be a minimum, seeing how much more easily this pitch is playing now than it was on the first 2 days. And that was flicked away off his legs by Mark Stoneman for another single. They don't even think about a second as the fielder races in from the deep square leg boundary just for the one. There are some big wide open spaces on the leg side in particular, as Wright looks slightly dejectedly, has a little word again with his skipper Parkinson, then the ball is thrown to him by mid-on. Comes in once again, and that is driven beautifully by Holden. That is an absolutely top draw cover drive. Absolutely beautiful shot from Holden, and brings up the 150. Moves to 61, overtakes Stoneman in their little personal battle for top scorer in the partnership. 151 now for 3, but I do love a cover drive, and that was a particularly fine version of that most pleasing shot. Ball is eventually retrieved because it went like lightning across the outfield, just towards the
may have to give himself some cover out there now, I think, right? Sweeper on both sides potentially, because it's too easy. If you beat the outfield, is very quick still, despite the fact it's greened up in recent weeks. And the runs, although they've, as I say, got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, they do come easily once they get back into the rhythm, and Leicestershire in trouble here.
Well, they've listened to you, Richard, because there is now a cover sweeper out, and third man has come up into effectively what you'd call the ring in white ball cricket, and is immediately drawn into action and stopping the ball and doing it most effectively. Sam Evans. That's the end of the over. Holden has moved on to 61, Stoneman 59. The lead is over 150, as indeed is the score. 151 for 3, and a change of bat.
Yeah, for Stoneman.
For Stoneman.
Wiggled it at the, and it's being brought out again. They're being brought out again by Robbie White, but they're still in their cellophane. There'll be club batters across the country thinking, oh, if only, if only. What do they cost these? What's that, 400 quid's worth of bat each or something like that? Probably. They've got a red V on them. Actually, no, they haven't. What is it? A red? Oh, it's the county bats, aren't they? Big red C. In goes right. Beg your pardon. Is it me?
It is.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's not.
I hadn't finished. I thought Wright's over had finished.
So did I.
But it hadn't. There was one ball left, which is why we all got confused. And in the end, Richard commentated on it perfectly well, but it was no run, so who cares? And Holden has 61, Stoneman 59, 151 for 3.
Yes, apologies. That sold me a dummy, which I almost had to pay to get back in, having accepted.
I had
I'd
wrapped up the over some time ago, but
usually it's the end of the over when the bat is changed. Not least, anyway, because Stoneman wasn't actually on strike, I don't think. But anyway, he's on strike now to Parkinson, who is in. He goes back with that nice new bat just taken out of its wrapping, plays it back down the wicket. It does sound slightly different. That one is slightly higher note as ball hits middle, bounces down, and Parkinson himself fields. This is the 13th over of the innings for Callum Parkinson, who is in. Tosses it up, forward goes Stoneman, but tentatively, because he wasn't at the pitch of it, and it did bounce a little bit more than he perhaps anticipated. Took the top part of the bat. Parkinson in, bowls, pitches it up a little bit more. Stoneman can therefore get forward and defend that one. Down the pitch on the on side, picked up by Louis Kimber. As I say, did warm up immediately after lunch out there. They did think about giving him another over or two. Parkinson is in a little bit too short, so although it's sort of straight-ish coming back from outside off stump, Stoneman can go back and work it away through point allowing for any spin off the pitch. Takes his single moves into the 60s, on 260 in fact. All a bit steadier now, play, as Parkinson is into Holden, quicker, flatter delivery. Holden goes back, works it around the corner, down towards Ahmed at long leg. He comes walking in. He's not quite on the boundary, it's a long way down there. He's about 10 yards in anyway, walks in another 5 and fields. Holden onto 62, the lead now 156. Parkinson bowls, tosses it up, driven hard down into the ground. It loops back into the air, taken two-handed above his head by Callum Parkinson, but it's the end of the over. 32nd of the innings. Run rate has, as we've said, dropped back from sort of 5.5s to, at the moment, 4.8, but such a rapid start made by Middlesex to their innings, albeit at the loss of 3 wickets. For the loss of 3 wickets, they can now afford to build steadily, slowly even, but surely up towards that sort of 300 plus lead and get Leicestershire back in tonight at some stage.
Well, it will be right to continue.
Only 10 minutes until cakes are available. Ah.
No, that was a hint. As Chris Wright, right arm round the wicket, as Holden up on his toes, defending that one out to backward point. And for those keeping an eye on Glamorgan against Derbyshire, Derbyshire have now lost a couple of quick wickets, so they now stand 234 for 7, still trailing by 316 runs.
But
So
the Glamorgan attack will be tired, won't it? I wonder whether they will enforce. They kind of have to, don't they, really?
with the day and a half left, I'd have thought so. And that is flicked round the corner very effectively by Holden, but the fielder moved smartly in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to ensure that only one run could be taken. Congratulations to the fielder, comes from the bowler. Just moves his position ever so slightly. Stoneman with his relatively recent new bat is ready to face right. Doesn't have to use his bat on this occasion though, as the bouncer is ducked under and allowed to sail through to Swindles behind the stumps. And Stoneman hasn't shown any inclination to take on the short ball. He's looked to attack if the ball is slightly over pitched and has been very swift on anything like that, but the short ball, no, he's largely left it alone. Was the one for the over, so Wright is now in again, and that is a bit wide, not fully middled with the new bat by Stoneman, but it was to the right hand of the extra cover, so there was plenty of time to just trot through for the single, and he moves on to 61. Really has batted well when his team needed it. They needed one of the big guns to come good today. Stoneman has done that so far. Max Holden, after a skittish start, has batted very well as well, as he allows that effort ball that you could hear from Chris Wright to sail harmlessly past the off stump into the wicketkeeper's gloves as the sun reflects off the plastic hospitality tent roof, the opposite end of the ground to us. The breeze seems to have dropped considerably as well. The flags and the leaves are suddenly altogether less volatile. Right arm round the wicket, and a very correct looking forward defensive shot from Holden means that the over is ended. There was just the single from it. Stoneman moved from 60 to 61, And the scoreboard from 154 to 155 for 3. 10 overs from right have now cost just 45 runs.
Smiling at the thought of a volatile leaf.
The branch would be volatile, wouldn't it? The leaf would just be doing what the branch said. Yeah.
Parkinson is going to continue because, I guess, as I say, although they're not picking up wickets at the moment, Leicestershire, they are at least restricting the scoring rate. It does feel a little bit negative as Parkinson is in to Stoneman, who goes back, works one out into the offside. No, says Holden, because Stoneman momentarily interested, but Ackerman moving out from slip, getting to backward point area quite quickly. 2 good catches for Ackerman in this innings. I mentioned that because he put 1 or 2 down in the first innings. Parkinson is in. Stoneman is back, defending very carefully and correctly. Back up the pitch to Callum Parkinson. .70 for 5 suggests Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Take that, Leicestershire. In goes Parkinson, back goes Stoneman, then wristily turns it, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Louis Kimber is the fielder. 2 for 49, Parkinson, as he's halfway through his 14th over of the innings. Jogs in and bowls. And taking the bottom hand off the bat there is Stoneman. As he went forward, there was a modicum of bounce and turn back into him. Covered up comfortably enough, frankly. It's not fast turn at the moment. You need that one that bounces slightly extravagantly. From Parkinson's point of view, he's in, tosses it up, slightly over pitches, and it's on driven by Stoneman, but not timed. Slightly overreaches himself and runs it out towards Barnes at mid-on. Yet to see Barnes bowl. Likewise Scriven. Parkinson in. A bit flat, worked off the back foot by Stoneman, sees it bouncing out towards Barnes again, and he calls Holden through for a comfortable single. Judging the fielder perhaps, Barnes making no move towards the ball, was basically intent on stopping it as it bounced towards him rather than attacking the ball, taking the chance of it going past him. So Stoneman takes a single off the last ball, keeps the strike, and Wright, who's been clearly wound up during the lunch interval and his clockwork switched on, is just going to continue from the Bennett end to keep nagging away from outside off stump at these 2 left-handers, trying to tuck them up and trying to restrict the scoring.
He's done a pretty good job of it in this second spell of his. First spell, Middlesex batsmen were tucking into him, but he's proved an altogether different kettle of fish in this spell. As he continues, right arm round the wicket to the left-handers, and that was a sharpish bouncer, though it is a no ball. Sadly for him, he just overstepped because he really did surprise Stoneman for a minute, who suddenly found himself having to weave out of the way of the ball. But 2 runs will get added to the scoreboard anyway, which is frustrating for Leicestershire. To be honest, Middlesex, as long as the runs are ticking over, won't mind where they come from. And that was short again, but not as short, and the pull shot wasn't middled by Stoneman, who still seems to be coming to terms with his change of bat. He doesn't seem to be middling the ball with quite the same elan as he was with the first model he was using out there. But he gets another single out to deep square leg and moves on to 63. The same score as Holden, who is now on strike. Rather more deliveries faced, Stoneman than Holden, but same result at the moment, 63 not out apiece. Oh, and that actually beats Holden's tentative poke outside off stump in into that corridor outside off stump, where Chris Wright has been bowling very nicely and gets a rare false shot these days from Holden.
I would say that's the first time a seam delivery has beaten the bat post-lunch. Parkinson has drifted one or two past the outside edge, but first one that's actually straightened a fraction.
As Wright is in again, and this time similar-ish delivery without the movement, is punched. Minimal foot movement into the covers for an easy single for Holden. The score goes up to 160. Still 3 balls left of this Chris Wright over. Just wondering where the ball is, as he was back at his mark and there was no sign of it, but it's eventually been coughed up by the mid-on. With small steps ever increasing, he comes to the crease now. It's flicked off the hips very nicely indeed by Stoneman, but the fielder does well. He had backup as well to ensure that 4 was not going to happen, but 2 did. So Stoneman adds a couple more to his total, and the total overall, he moves on to 65 out of a total of 162 for 3. Wright, whose trudge can look pretty weary at the best of times, looks even slightly wearier at the moment. Again though, he's got to his mark, ready to bowl, and the ball hasn't made its way back round the fielders to him. Now it has. Suddenly there is a spring in his step as he comes in and nearly draws the false shot with a foolish delivery outside off stump that Stoneman tried to guide down in to that third man or backward of square position, but he missed out and missed the ball, which went through to the keeper, and another dot goes against Chris Wright's name in this 11th over of his second he has bowled in this innings so far in 2 spells, this one rather better than the first. In once again from round the wicket. Oh, and this time he beats Stoneman outside off stump. Stoneman will claim he did bring his bat back inside, but well, if he did, he left it pretty late. So good over that from Luke Wright, beat both the batsmen. Stoneman though has moved on to 65, Holden to 64. The lead is 165 as the Middlesex second innings score stands at 162 for 3.
Luke Wright did actually start his career here a long time ago.
Did I just call him Luke Wright? I did, didn't
Chris
I?
Wright.
I had Luke Wright in my head and I'd go, must call him Chris, must call him Chris.
Another player that Leicestershire let to go, went on to have a stellar career elsewhere. Parkinson over the wicket to Holden, tosses it up. Holden drives it out towards Christopher Wright, who moves to his right, makes the stop. Holden hit it too quickly towards him in a way. A little bit slower. Wright isn't likely to pick up and throw. Parkinson in, Holden goes back. Nice wristy turn of the ball out towards mid-wicket, but Louis Kimber moves smartly to his left to make the stop. Should be an update any moment for BBC Radio Leicester. Parkinson in, bowls, bit of air, but wrong line, just drifting towards middle and leg, and Holden can wait for it and just turn it past Kimber out towards Sam Evans, who's out there. Single taken. 65 apiece for these two. Partnership 119, and the game feels completely different an hour after lunch to the way it felt an hour before lunch. Parkinson is in. Again, nice air, nice line as well. Stepped out, Stoneman drove it hard down into the ground, but not timed, and Parkinson, reaching to his right, can knock the ball down and complete the fielding himself. Jogs in quite a straight run and bowls and beats Stoneman on the outside edge. Again taken by Swindles, cleanly this time behind the stumps, and indicates with his left hand there, Mark Stoneman, that there was something there for Parkinson. He was playing for turn that didn't really happen, but a little bit of bounce, maybe an arm ball. In he goes, bowls, tosses it up, on driven out towards mid-on. Barnes moves towards it, but it's sort of bouncing towards him, and again he's intent on stopping it rather than fielding it and running in and throwing at the stumps. On comes White with drinks and a towel, and we're going to get the update in between the overs, pleasingly. 164 for 3. $164 for 3 Middlesex. They were 44 for 3 an hour before lunch, but an hour after lunch the game feels very different indeed. Mark Stoneman has 66, Max Holden has 65, and together they've put together a partnership of 120 so far for the 4th wicket. They lead then Middlesex by 167. We're pretty sure they'll want to be bowling at Leicestershire before the day is out. They're scoring at around about 4.5 runs and over. Suggests they're going to want to lead of around about 320, 330 before getting the Foxes back in. Leicestershire on the defensive now at the Uptonsteel County Ground with Middlesex 164 for 3.
And it is Chris Wright to continue, and it's been quite a spell this from Wright. I will get the right this time. It is Christopher of this parish. He's bowled his first ball, and it's been pushed defensively by Mark Stoneman, who has made it a habit in the last 2 or 3 overs of nicking the strike with the final ball of the over. Did so again from the bowling of Parkinson. Right all round the wicket, and that is a powerful looking cover drive from Stoneman, but there is a deep cover fielder out there for exactly that. It was driven straight to him, so they have a simple single, but no chance of any more than that. 2 batters have a brief word in the middle of the wicket before Max Holden gets ready to face once more. Right in now, and it's driven nicely by Holden. That is a gorgeous shot. He moved out of his crease and just played a glorious off drive for 4. The moment it left his bat, you knew it was going to beat the fielder and go all the way to the boundary. Super timing from Max Holden, who moves on to 69 with that shot. But it was the way he made it look so easy. He just walked into it, really, and then just punched it with perfect timing through that mid-off area for 4. So what will that make Wright do now? Oh, it's a better delivery, pitched up, even a teeny bit of movement away, but was dealt with by Holden, not entirely comfortably but effectively.
I'm not sure Wright's enjoying himself out there, the way he kicked at the ball there as it came back towards him. He's just, as he puts it himself, sometimes when things aren't going right, he ticks a bit. Ticking, he calls it. And I think he's ticking at the moment.
You can understand it. He hasn't bowled badly in most, apart from one session, and that's short, and it's pulled away, but it's safe. Not entirely effective and not off the middle, but it was past the fielder in quite close to the bat at mid-wicket and short of the man out on the deep square leg boundary, so he gets away with it for 1. But yeah, no, Chris Wright is apart from his opening spell this morning, has bowled really well for absolutely nothing. He's now bowled 24, 30, this will be his 36th over, and he's still yet to take his first wicket in this match. Oh, and he very nearly does so there as he beats Stoneman for fun outside off stump. And if he is ticking, he was ticking in the right way on that particular occasion. He got a little bit of movement off the pitch as well to pass Stoneman's outside edge. Good way to finish his 12th over. Those 12 overs have cost 57.
Yeah, what is he then? 0 for 130 something, I would think, because he was 0 for 70 something in the first innings, wasn't he? So
0 for 128 so far from 36 overs.
enough to make any man tick.
Yes, I'd tick. 170 for 3 though, Middlesex. The lead now 173.
He will surely, you would think, have to make a change, although Wright hasn't taken his sweater and Parkinson hasn't. He's going to continue. They've decided that this is the way forward, Leicestershire, and nothing is going to turn them from that path, it seems. Parkinson is in and bowls, clipping it out towards mid-wicket is Max Holden. Louis Kimber moves smartly to his left to stop the ball, not cleanly, but prevents any chance of a single. Underarms it back to his captain, Parkinson, who jogs in and bowls. Forward goes Holden, bat in front of pad, holds the pose a bit. Parkinson, hands on head, kind of did Holden in the flight there. Thick outside part of the bat, pushed it out towards Scriven. Must be anticipating bowling soon, you would have thought. Parkinson is in, Holden is forward, pushing out towards mid-on. Always one there, probably to Barnes, and he calls Stoneman through. Barnes, who is a little bit on his heels, he's deep-ish at mid-on, and comes running in, but no chance of preventing one. Doesn't bother to throw the ball at the stumps at either end. Holden into the 70s now, 71. Stoneman on strike. Parkinson is in, tosses it up, it's driven. Wright moves to his right, makes the stop in a slightly ungainly fashion. There is something of the stalk about Chris Wright, isn't there, as he moves to his right and makes the stop, but it's a little bit levers and arms as he gets down to it. Parkinson fires one down the leg side. Great take by Swindles, falling away to his right. That quicker ball again from Parkinson that quite often doesn't really get right.
He applauded the work of the wicketkeeper himself then as well, because he knew he'd bowled a stinker.
He goes, bowls, nice line and length. Forward goes Holden, defending out to Kimber at mid-wicket. A lone train heads towards Leicester City Station. The line, when the wind is in a certain direction, doesn't go too far from the ground. It's about 400 yards over to our left as we look out across the ground, and you can hear it sometimes when the wind is coming from over there. 172 for 3, 175 is the lead.
Max Holden seems to put the sweep away. That was the shot he was playing almost every other ball before lunch to the spinners, but I don't know if anything was said over the sandwich at lunchtime, but certainly Holden has...
Well, he hasn't got 100 this season, has he? He's got 5 50s but no 100s, so 70, he may be in the back of his mind now.
Okay, playing for it, as it will be right to continue.
I merely speculate. But I'm sure he'd love one before the season is out.
The ball is cuffed just backward of square, but straight to the fielder, Sam Evans, who is there for that shot from Stoneman. He remains on 68. Stares at the back of his bat, wondering how he didn't manage. It was obviously the bat's fault that he didn't manage to beat the fielder. Right in once again, and this time he can just flick it down the leg side, and does very well, Stoneman, to just walk across to middle and off and flick it down the leg side. Decent stop in the end, and throw in from Scriven, who must wonder what he's got to do to get a bowl at the moment. He bowled pretty well in the first innings, got a couple of good wickets. 2 more though to the total, and 2 more to Stoneman. Actually, there may have been leg byes looking at the scoreboard. And that is definitely off the bat, and that is beautifully played and understandably Wright might be getting a little bit tired, and the fielder trying to crawl, just slide the hand behind the ball to try and drag it back, and he was coming at it from quite an acute angle, as it was the only way he could stop the boundary. Actually missed the ball completely. It goes over for 4 runs, and Stoneman moves into the 70s as well. And you just feel that probably this may be the last over for Chris Wright. He's
has to be.
not bowling badly, it's just he's been looking a bit weary now. And that is pitched up, punched to cover by Stoneman, straight to the fielder Ahmed, hence the swift cry of no from the batter. Just the one slip now, deepish backward point, extra cover, deep cover, sweeper, deep square leg, fine leg, shortish mid wicket, mid on and mid off, and that's punched through to that deep cover sweeper for a single. Stoneman moves on to 73. Holden is summoned for a chat by Stoneman, and there's a nudge of knuckles and an exchange of words as Holden prepares to face the final ball of this over, and quite possibly the spell from Chris Wright. Right arm round the wicket, and it's short, and it's pulled again, not entirely convincingly by Holden, but he managed to roll the wrists enough to get the ball down. It never looked as if it was going to carry to Finan at deep square leg. Finan runs in to keep them down to a single, and that's the end of Chris Wright's 13th over, where he has the, well, unflattering might be too strong a word, but certainly 0 for 63 would not be what he wanted at this stage. Stoneman 73 not out, Holden 72 not out, the lead 183, with the Middlesex second innings total on 180 for 3.
He's taken his sweater and he's put his collar up, which I think probably is a sign that his work with the ball for the time being is done. Indeed, we're going to have I suspect a double change, because Callum Parkinson, having bowled pretty much since lunch, well yes, unquestionably since lunch from the pavilion end, he's taken himself off as well now, and he's decided to give Rahan Ahmed a chance to break the game open for Leicestershire. Very much going Middlesex's way, pre and post lunch, the last 2 hours of play or so, courtesy of Messrs Stoneman and Holden, who are staying very close together in terms of their scores, as they both begin to approach 3 figures, which for Stoneman would be the 4th time this season, but as I say, for Holden would be the 1st. Ahmed is in round the wicket, bounces a little bit at Holden, who defends on the back foot down the pitch on the onside. There's no run. He's also approaching 1,000 runs, which he could well do in this innings. In goes Ahmed, turned out towards mid-wicket. Good work. Diving to his left in a puff of brown dust is Eddie Barnes in one of the most worn wickets, and he hurt himself a little. He might have skinned his elbow a little bit there, Barnes, as Ahmed is in. Oh, bounces and just takes the thick outside edge at Holden. That hurried on to him. He's going to pick up a couple of runs there, but there was a little bit of something there for Rahan Ahmed, and Holden actually played it rather well in the circumstances. He went back, it bounced up at him and hurried on to him. Thick outside edge, not too far from Kimber, or from Ackerman at first slip. Ahmed is in over pitch, he's clipped firmly out towards mid-on, but Parkinson is the fielder. Scriven is indeed warming up now. Barnes examines ruefully his left elbow as Ahmed is in. Forward goes Holden. Yeah, he says as he pokes it out along the ground out towards point. Scriven has to run from cover 2.2 field, and a single is comfortably taken. I think it is Kimber who's gone in there at slip, which suggests that Ackerman might have had to leave the field, perhaps for a comfort break. 183 for 3, 186 the lead. 47 overs remain after this one today. How many will Murtagh want, if any? In goes Ahmed. Bowles, spins back in, he leaves it. It was possibly doing a bit too much, but he did leave it, so it didn't matter in those terms, but obviously didn't hit him outside the line anyway. But it's slightly dangerous from Stoneman, and there was a sort of wavering, yodeling quality to that appeal that, unless it was an echo from around the ground, wavering, yodeling, plaintive, pleased, begging nature to that appeal. But umpire Cook, not for the first time in the game, is resolutely unmoved.
Well, it did do a little too much. I think it was actually going past leg stump. It was a good ball, and it certainly deceived Stoneman, but a little too much.
Something there though for Ahmed, wasn't there? Around
Absolutely.
out of the footholes, possibly, but even so.
And the way the ball spat at Holden, who did actually do really, really well to get on top of it, because he suddenly had to cope with an extra foot of fizzing ball as it flew up at him. But he did get on top of it and play it safely. And it will be Scriven to bowl for the first time in this second innings. Bowled pretty nicely in the first.
2 for 44. Yeah,
Oh, you beat me to it. You
Sorry.
did. No, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Richard, is what I meant to say. As it is Tom Scriven, who batted well, as of course, in setting up the parity on first innings, but he doesn't want to bowl many more of those wide half volleys, to be honest, because that was help yourself. The fielder won't like it either. Poor old it is Sam Evans, who's now got to climb underneath one of the covers that is waiting for the rain that won't happen and dig the ball back. He eventually manages to find it.
Probably the right man to do that, isn't he? He's the slightest of the
Yeah.
Leicestershire players.
Someone
and
has
he
to
could
climb
fit underneath.
yeah.
You know, you wouldn't get Luke Holman under one of those, would you? Probably, but
Boy, he's not that big.
he's a big old unit, is Luke. I'm not saying he's fat, he's just big.
No, okay, fair enough. Broad-shouldered. In again is Scriven, and oh my word, that spat. And Harry Swindles was not expecting that. Suddenly had to lift his gloves, and in fact ended up punching the ball for 4. So an interesting start to Scriven's spell. First ball was a rank wide half volley that was quite rightly spanked through the covers for 4. The second one just bounced a bit from nowhere. Oh, and also Swindles is standing up, of course, which is what I should have told you, because he was trying to stop Max Holden taking advantage and stepping a yard or two outside the crease to play Scriven, so was trying to take the ball from exactly behind the stumps, and that's another decent cover drive. I think that poor Ahmed actually managed to get a hand on it, which slowed it down, but they trot through for an easy 2, and Tom Scriven is well, yes, he's not really keeping the pressure on currently.
Saved 2 runs there, didn't he, Ahmed? Because
He
that would have
did.
rocketed over the ropes at extra cover as well. Finan did this, didn't he? First over of the innings, he went for 2 fours first ball. Scriven has done
That's
the same.
right, absolutely right. And Scriven is in once again, and that is played late and beautifully, but again far too much width from Scriven, and Holden, who's now in excellent touch, having really scratched around at the beginning of his innings and looking in all sorts of trouble, particularly against Parkinson, is playing really, really nicely, and if you bowl something wideish and shortish to him at the moment, he's just taking full toll, and that's 4 more. And so the breaks really coming off in this over. We've had, is it 14 already, I think?
Yep, 3 4s and a 2. Parkinson talking to his young bowler along the lines of, don't bowl there.
Bowl properly. So Scriven comes in and does bowl properly. It's pitched up. It's still a little too wide, which means that Holden can just ease the ball out into the covers, just to the right hand of Ahmed, who has to run round to pick it up. So a simple single.
15 off the over so far.
15 off the over so far, 11 off the bat, and those 4 byes with Swindles trying to stop the ball standing up to Scriven, who isn't a slow bowler by any manner of means. And that is a glorious cover drive from Stoneman this time. Again, Ahmed, who must feel as if he's in a coconut shy at the moment, is hit again as he tries to save the ball. And does very well to keep them down to a single, which means that the lead is now over 200, 202. Holden 86 not out, Stoneman 74 not out. He needs to get to 96 to record 1,000 for the season, in a total at the moment of 199 for 3. These two have put on 155 now, the 150 partnership coming up in that over.
Middlesex in control. Leicestershire need a wicket, and they need a couple. Ideally 3 before tea. Absolutely no sign of them coming at the moment. That said, Rehan Ahmed did get a little bit of something from this pavilion end in his previous over. Jogs in and bowls to Mark Stoneman. That's a little bit short, so Stoneman can go back and comfortably enough work it away off his legs down towards deep backward square. Evans is the fielder. 1 is taken, and that is the 200 up for Middlesex in their second innings. 200 for 3. Run rate has gone back up after that previous over to close to 5. 4.9 it is now. Ahmed into Holden. Again a little bit short, so Holden in exactly the same way can go back, work it out to Evans at deep backward square and jog 1. Almost identical shots played, 2 almost identical deliveries. Holden is equalled, he's equalled his best score of the season now. In goes Ahmed, bowls, that's a better length and line. He stayed on the back foot, Stoneman, a little bit risky, but played it off the pitch back down towards the 18-year-old. I saw also that he's registered for a T20 league in Pakistan, Rehan Ahmed, who goes in and bowls, turned off his legs by Stoneman for 1. They both think about a second, but Evans gets there, so it is just the 1. That's pre-Christmas, I think. He's obviously going to Abu Dhabi to play in the World T20 tournament after the new year. He is in and bowls. Forward goes Holden. I think that was the googly, but he just slightly over-pitched it, so Holden got to the pitch of it, pushed it out into the offside. Somewhat dejected looking Scriven is the fielder. Ahmed is in, a little bit short and wide, and goes back, cuts firmly, Holden out towards Finan, who has a good arm, but his throw is very wide and well wide of the slightly askance looking Swindles, who watches it bounce towards Louis Kimber in the covers. No extras accrue as a result. Not such a good over, that one, from Rehan Ahmed. And Stoneman and Holden, having gotten the taste for moving the scoreboard along at pace, continue to do so in that over. Presumably poor Tom Scriven will continue hoping he's not going to concede 16 off his over again.
No. It's an interesting conundrum, though, for Middlesex at this point, because they can see that run scoring is considerably easier on the wicket now than it was for the first 2 days. So what is a good total? When is enough that they can ensure they don't lose this match? So anyway, we will see what happens. That is punched out with the middle of the bat very nicely by Mark Stoneman, but Sam Evans sweeping out on that cover boundary keeps it down to a single. Derbyshire 247 for 9 now against Glamorgan, still 303 runs behind with just the 1 wicket in hand. So suddenly Glamorgan accelerating in that match. Scriven is in again, and that is left outside off stump to go through to Swindles behind the stumps, who isn't standing up anymore, understandably after the one that fizzed and spat and bounced off his gloves, and he ended up punching away for 4. Those of you just joining us as well, Worcestershire wrapped up victory over Nottinghamshire pretty early this morning when Notts were all out for 183 in their second innings to lose by an innings and 79 runs. There is rain at Durham against Sussex, hence why we haven't had any updates from there for a while, and that's wide. But on this occasion, Luke Holden rather misses out on it. We're a bit disappointed. It was there for the square drive, but just hit it a little bit too close on this occasion to Patel, who is on as a substitute fielder at the moment, and he can't add to the 89 runs he already has. And that is a better ball from Scriven, and draws a slightly false shot that in the end the ball squirts out into the mid-off region, but I think in his heart of hearts Holden would admit that he was trying to play it into the offside. Still got more than enough of the ball to play it out safely, but this is a better over. Not that the bar was set particularly high for Scriven, but this is a much better over. Again, that is left outside off stump.
Burst of music in our headphones indicates that it's almost time for an update. Would like to venture a guess on the...
Harry Styles.
Oh, I'm impressed. Oh, Guy Swindell's Pop Master. Here comes the update. Yeah, not been a good session so far for the Foxes, I'm afraid. 205 for 3 is the Middlesex score. They were 108 for 3 at lunch. At one stage they were 44 for 3 this morning, but Mark Stoneman and Max Holden have really righted the Middlesex ship, and they're steering it away from Leicestershire at the moment. Stoneman has 77 off 128 balls. He's actually approaching his 1,000 runs for the season. Max Holden is 89 not out. That's his best score of the season, and he dearly love a century to go with it. 205 for 3 means they lead now, Middlesex, by 208. 44 overs remain in the day. We think they're going to want a few overs, maybe 15 or 20 or so at Leicestershire before the end of the day, by which stage they should have a lead of around about 330, 340. It's going to be a tough one for the Foxes to save from here. Middlesex in control at the moment, 205 for 3. Rehan Ahmed will continue from the pavilion end. I've got insufferably smug Swindells alongside me now, having
can't believe
leapt
I got
in
that,
there
can
with
you?
Harry Styles. I have to say I'm very impressed. My music knowledge stops about 1974 essentially.
With focus.
Ahmed round the wicket to Stoneman, who is forward. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, maybe just the one actually, because Finan is running around to his right from backward point, gets there at short third man, juggles with the ball briefly, but it's in his hands now, and Stoneman content with one. 92 will see Stoneman reach his 1,000, so he is very close to that at the moment. Got 4 in the first innings, turned out to mid-wicket by Max Holden. He needs only another 10 now for his first century of the season. 207 for 3, 210 the lead now.
Yes, I'd forgotten that 4 in the first innings. You're absolutely right, Richard.
Ahmed is in. Stoneman is carefully forward, just pushing the ball back up the pitch on the off side. The last century Stoneman scored here, I think, was for Surrey. I seem to remember. As Ahmed is in. Ooh, a little bit of fizz on that one, a little bit of extra bounce as well. Stoneman, for a moment, isn't quite sure where it's gone as he plays it down into the ground towards short leg, Budinger Fields. Ahmed is in. Fuller this time, but Stoneman is still careful, just dropping it out towards mid-wicket. They're calling Rahan. Well, that's what Parkinson called him. He's going to go over the wicket. To Mark Stoneman. Just try something new. Bowls to him, outside off stump, bounces and turns back in towards him at a decent pace as well. But well judged by Stoneman. Pulled his bat out of the line of the ball. And outside off stump, it didn't do quite enough. But there looks to be a little bit of something there for Ahmed. And it's very much well worth persisting with. And Steve O'Shaughnessy is... No, I mean, it's Nick Cook at this end now, isn't it? Nick Cook is chatting away
to
to
he's
Ahmed.
Giving you some tips?
Yes, seriously, he does like to do that. Callum Parkinson said he won't shut up about telling him to give him more air and things like that when he's bowling to him. And he said, no, he doesn't tell him, but he says when I turn round, he's going, lift it, you know, he's making hand gestures, give it more air and all this sort of thing. But I think he does it to any spin bowler.
Well, it is Scriven to continue. 1 bad over 1 decent one, and that is wide and smashed into the covers. But Rehan Ahmed, not for the first time, as his fingers stung as he stops the extravagant drive from Holden, flying off to the boundary, and in fact stops any runs as well. Almost hit it too well, Holden, on that occasion. Scriven bowling with a little too much width at the moment. Just needs to tighten up his line. That's a better delivery, but it's still a pretty comfortable leave as far as Holden is concerned.
Fango Fox doesn't Ackers bowl anymore. Barely.
Did he turn
The
his
world
arm?
record T20 wicket taker.
Yes.
He's bowled a few overs this season. Many.
I didn't bowl in the first innings. In again, and that's wide again and short and cut away. But Sam Evans, after one dart at it, picks it up on the second occasion and throws it in and keeps them down to a single. But again, not a delivery that is going to worry the batsman much.
He bowled quite a lot in the early games. Indeed, he's got a sort of 130 or so overs under his belt in first-class cricket, but just 5 wickets, and I think he's lost confidence, really.
In again, and that is another decent square drive, this time from the bat of Mark Stoneman. Again, Evans is called into duty. Yes, I seem to remember him bowling at Lord's in the reverse fixture.
Yeah, 5 wickets at 92 apiece, so I guess
Okay.
on that basis, he just feels he can't. Something's not right. He's just not confident in his bowling.
Scriven, right arm round the wicket. Oh, and an edge, and it's taken. And Holden misses out on 100. Can't believe what he's just done. It was a really good catch by Swindles behind the wicket, but it was wide. Holden hung his bat out, trying to dab it down. Just got a thick edge, and the breakthrough has come. But Holden will realise he played quite a major part in his own downfall with that particular shot, and 9 runs away from 100. Well, that's going to hurt even more. But well caught by Swindles, diving to his left, and Scriven it is who makes the breakthrough. Score is 209 for 4 as Holden departs for an excellent 91 from 112 deliveries. Second Middlesex man in this match to get into the 90s after Simpson in the first innings but failed to make a ton.
Yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed about the manner of his dismissal and having gotten so close and been playing so well, but he's done a heck of a job for his side, really. From 44 for 3 to 209 for 4, partnership 165, at not much less than a runner ball, essentially, and really has put Middlesex in almost complete control, not least given who's to come for Middlesex, you know, and the ball is now almost 45 overs old, and it looks as though it's going to be presumably John Simpson.
It is John Simpson who's come in, but he and Higgins were probably the two most accomplished batsmen in the first innings. They're the next two in.
And Simpson, of course, topping the averages for Middlesex this season. So 821 runs coming into the game. So you add his first innings score to that, and he too can have ambitions of getting close to 1,000 perhaps this season. They will need a good contribution in this innings as well. 92 in the first, which means he is over 900. Was it 909,
13,
something like that? Yeah, you'll be right. so
boring.
A quick
numbers.
80, and he could yet do it in this match. He's just bending at the knees a few times. He's got a sleeveless sweater on. Looks
Yes.
around him, but yeah, just almost too easy for Holden, wasn't it there?
They bring in the short mid-wicket. There's still just the one slip as Scriven's in, and Simpson's immediately off the mark with a square drive for 4. And once again, Scriven a little bit on the wide side. He managed to pick up a wicket with a similar delivery in the previous ball when he was helped out by his wicket-keeper in a poor shot. But on that occasion, Simpson just latched on immediately, continued his good form from the first innings. Puts that away for 4. Stoneman's on 79. The score is 213 for 4 now. A lead of 217. And still this match is interestingly poised. Middlesex going nicely, absolutely. But when is enough enough?
Well, Simpson's been sitting in the dressing room and will be fully aware of what the target as such will be, or how many overs they want to have before the close of play. Sun comes back out, Ahmed's ready to go, but umpire Cook drops his cap that he was holding in his hand, and so Ahmed stops, goes back to his mark, runs in and bowls to Mark Stoneman. Bounces a little bit at him outside off stump, but he works it quite nicely down towards the gully area. Finan has to run around from backward point, and Stoneman takes 1, moves on to 80. 12 more for his 1,000 for the season. Simpson takes guard. Looks like middle stump from our perspective, which is a pretty good one. We're almost behind the bowler's arm up here atop the pavilion. Ahmed is in. Oh, that bounced and turned a little bit. Took a thick inside edge, runs down towards deep backward square. Loping in is Evans from the boundary. Simpson takes 1. Looked momentarily startled as that one just bit a little bit. Bounced towards him. Holman will be interested in that as Ahmed is in. Forward. Puff of dust. Stoneman, as he plays that one into the ground, into the footholes in front of him, out into the offside. Scriven picks up. Ahmed just pulls up his right sleeve a little bit, then jogs in and bowls, gives it some air, played firmly down into the ground, taken on the second half volley, so to speak, by Scriven, running in from cover. A solitary grey pigeon flies across in front of us as Ahmed is in. Stoneman solidly forward. You can't somehow, given his experience, see Stoneman doing a Holden, can you? You can't kind of see him giving it away. He's just too canny, you feel. Evans is being sent back from backward square to deep backward square as in goes Ahmed. It's worked towards mid-wicket, but well reached by the tall Kimber down to his left. tall and at this stage of his athletic life still lithe and quickly down to it there. And he made this stop. End of the over. 80 Stoneman. Simpson has 5. 2:15 for 4. The lead 2-1-8. So 41 overs remain. Certainly they'll go through, presumably, until at least 3/4 of an hour after tea.
You'd have thought so.
Maybe more, actually.
Maybe leave 45 minutes at the end of the day, see where they are then.
Yeah, 10 overs,
Yeah.
12 overs, something like that. Could go through to, the close, but
I think they'll try and get in tonight purely because it's always good if the openers are tired as Scriven comes in again and wide outside off stump. This is left by Simpson, who goes for one of his quite swift strolls out towards square leg. Umpire turns his back on him and he goes back to his crease. There's a bit of a conflab. Patel, Parkinson and eventually Scriven, who will continue. Simpson tries to play the expansive cover drive, but in fact only just ends up digging it out, hitting it into his foot, and it just creeps out into the offside, where it's in the end fielded very comfortably by Kimber. There is no run. Scriven beginning just to cut the so wide half volleys from this innings, from this spell, which punctuated his first few overs. That one bounces through harmlessly though, outside off stump through to Spindles, and Simpson not interested, just walks away.
It almost looks like he's bowling that line deliberately now, isn't it? It's an entirely defensive one, but
it has to be short of a length, otherwise it's just there.
Yeah.
I know he managed to pick up the wicket of Holden with a similar delivery, but he's just bowling 2 feet to a yard outside off stump and saying, try and have a go at hitting me. And at the moment, Simpson just seeing his way in. His very first ball he did hit for 4, but since then he's been leaving them largely alone because they've just been short of a length rather than pitched up half volleys. Tough on the bowler to keep having to bowl that kind of stuff though, and he bowls another one, and Richard spotted it. It is a tactic. It is come and hit me if you can. At the moment Simpson having a think about it all.
Can't be the most inspiring thing to do as a bowler, but it's part of the game, isn't it?
It is. There are times.
The 4-ball game, yeah.
But it is tough when you want to bowl your best stuff. And that one was a little closer to the stumps, but Simpson still able to leave it. And the end of a largely forgettable over on many fronts comes to an end. It is the 4th over that Scriven has bowled. He has 1 for 19. So good bounce back after 10 were taken from his first over. The lead 218. 215 for 4 Middlesex in their second innings.
Well, congratulations to Surrey, who have beaten Yorkshire by 10 wickets, and I believe in so doing are confirmed as this year's county champions. 55 they needed in their second innings, which they achieved, as you'll have gathered, without losing a single wicket. Yorkshire bowled out for 179 and 208. Foxy Phil.
Yep.
ECB are going to lose a lot of money, he says. They've got to give Surrey and their 31 players winners medals now.
Nice. That is, yes, they have definitely won the county championship. Number 21 in their trophy cabinet.
Ahmed is into Stoneman, who's defending on the back foot. Delivery just coming back in a fraction, but as I say, at no great pace or bounce.
They are going to have to wait till next week in Old Trafford for the trophy.
Ahmed in, drops a little bit short. That stays a fraction low, didn't land in the footholds, and going back, Stoneman had to just adjust slightly and ended up rather shoveling it out into the offside. Budinger, who has been at short leg for Ahmed, is now gone to very silly point, and of course then Ahmed then bowls on the leg stump and just turns the face of the bat on it. Stoneman works it out through the vacant short leg area down towards backward square and takes one, moves on to 81. Kimber is sort of rolling his arms at mid-wicket, whether hopefully or just trying to keep warm, or whether Callum Parkinson has said to him, just get warmed up, get limber. In goes Ahmed, and again outside off stump, comes back in and stays a touch low. Simpson deals with it because it's not coming quickly off the wicket. He just pushes it out into the offside. It's not sort of skidding through. Ahmed is in, gives it a bit more air, beautifully driven by Simpson. Out for 4. Simple as that. Over pitched on that occasion, and Simpson, who is seeing it pretty well, just drove it out. I looked to one side of the pillar thinking there might be a sweeper out there on the cover boundary. There wasn't. Everybody just sort of stood still, and then about 2 seconds later you heard it as it hit one of the sort of advertising hoardings down there. Some of them are sort of slightly metallic quality. As Ahmed is in down the leg side, appeal for a catch behind. There was a noise, but no, it came off the leg, says umpire Cook, raising a shapely left knee just to illustrate the fact. No, he says it flicked the pad, and does so. Look at him, he's doing it again. He says it's flicking the pad. It's flicking the pad. He doesn't care anymore, Nick Cook, in terms of decorum. There are certain umpires who would keep their explanations to themselves. They feel they wouldn't have to give one, but Nick Cook is helpful at all times, and 2 or 3 times he brushes his left knee with his hand. So nice take by Swindells, but no luck for Ahmed. It was just pad. 81 to Stoneman. Simpson remains then on 9 not out. 220 for 4, and it will be Louis Kimber.
Yes, spin at both ends. Kimber, who bowled nicely in his first spell, didn't try and fizz the ball down. He gave the ball air and said, if you want to hit me, you're going to have to generate the pace, because I'm a slow bowler who bowls slowly.
Just thinking we've got a decent chance of having tea on time here.
Oh my lord, we've never had tea on time. I won't know what to do with my... Oh, and that is the end of Mark Stoneman. He tried to sweep Kimber, and he's managed to drag the ball onto his stumps in so doing so. And Stoneman can't believe what he's just done. The relatively part-time spin of Kimber has undone Stoneman, who had looked absolutely superb throughout that. Let me make sure I've got this wicket correct.
I don't know whether we've got anything on it.
Did it just...
He just missed it.
He just missed it, and he was bowled. Tried to step outside off stump and sweep. Missed it, and he is cleaned up. And Stoneman has to go for what has been a really, really good innings of 81. He has literally played one false shot, and that has seen the end of him. And still we wait for our first century in this match. We've had a few people get close, but no one's been able to get there yet. Stoneman also will remain an irritating 11 runs short of his 1,000 for the season. But 220 for 5, and Middlesex may be looking slightly shaky, because that's only a lead of 223.
But with Simpson out there, I think they're still in control. But I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. I know it sounds odd, but not necessarily a bad thing from Middlesex's point of view. Do you know what I mean? It might sort of focus the, if they go through to the end of their innings, if it were to finish, say, with them with a lead of 300, that sort of takes the decision out of Murtaugh's hands to a certain extent, but it moves the game on. So not necessarily disastrous.
I think you could well be right, Richard, but maybe not the current mood in the Middlesex dressing room. They might have to work a little more on their power of positive thinking before they... at the moment, I think they'll be disappointed that they had two well-set batsmen scoring really quickly, both of whom have got out.
So the two top scorers of the first innings are there now, Higgins and Simpson. Simpson 9, Higgins obviously yet to score. Parkinson's starting to swing his arm, so he fancies getting back on at the new batsman.
Kimber, though, will have to finish the over because he's still got five balls left, and Higgins drives that into the covers, where Ed Barnes dives to stop too much damage, but they still trot through for a single, so Ryan Higgins is immediately off the mark.
That is Louis Kimber's second first-class wicket. Did take plenty in the Royal London Cup, or a few in the Royal London Cup.
Not a bad
Oh, no,
one,
it's not. Did he take any in the first innings? No, he didn't, did he? So it is just two.
And that is tucked away by Simpson into the covers. Ahmed quickly onto it. He really is a buzzing figure in the field.
I'm trying to remember who his first was. Let's have a check.
Kimber in again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who drives him straight, beats the mid-on, and that will go for 4. Lovely shot by Simpson. Beautiful timing, beautiful placement, and he moves into double figures. 13 from 13 balls.
It was at Notts anyway. Trent Bridge in the second innings that he took his other wicket.
The ball has whizzed over the sponsor board at the end of the ground because it's at a 45-degree angle, so if the ball is hit at a decent pace, it just flies up the face of the advertising hoarding and then went under the sight screen, which is some distance from the seating. Eventually the ball has come back. Substitute fielder Patel has had to go and recover the pill, and it will be Kimber again, and that is just tucked away into mid-wicket by Simpson on this occasion, and there is no run. Stoneman will be so cross to have why he felt compelled to play the sweep shot first up. Oh, and that is a good leave by Simpson, considering the ball was pretty adjacent to his off stump. However, not adjacent enough. It was a good leave. Simpson remains on 13. 225 for 5 now, as Kimber has figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. Higgins will be on strike on 1 not out.
Parkinson is bringing himself on now. He does have a right-hander to bowl at in Higgins, as well as Simpson is going to be the man. No, Simpson. It is going to be Higgins on strike, isn't it? So he will have him to bowl at first. So I assume he's going to come around the wicket. 225 for 5. Ahmed must probably fancy bowling an over or 2 at the new man, but he has been taken off by the captain, who has asserted his right. I think I'll have a bowl at this chap.
Prerogative.
Yeah. In he goes and bowls back. Oh, and hitting him on the back pad. Higgins went back, tried to work it away forcefully through mid-wicket. Didn't get anything on it. Thumped into his top of his pad, his back pad, but was going well down the leg side. Short leg. Budinger might find himself in the game though. Higgins is going to be positive, it seems. Parkinson tosses it up. Oh, edge and pad, and the ball loops up into the off side. And well, had there been a silly point or even a silly mid-off, they might have been in the game there. Kimber's not far away at shortish extra cover, but certainly wasn't remotely close enough. He's 4 pitches back, or 3 pitches by the time the ball is delivered. Daft faster ball that Parkinson insists on bowling once and over, and rarely, if ever, gets right. Fires it into the gloves of Swindles, a good 1.5 foot outside off stump. He's determined to keep doing it, but he...
One day, one day.
It might, I suppose. Just contest bowl. In he goes and bowls, and that's a better delivery. That's turned off a thick inside edge past short leg Budinger. It bounced well before him, but Budinger has his hands on his helmet. They're trying to create a bit of theatre here. Leicestershire getting into Higgins's mind that the ball is doing all sorts. Parkinson is in and bowls a horrible flat delivery outside off stump and completely gets away with it. It was short and flat, and Higgins went back, but because he's only just come in, he didn't really time it, and Ahmed did his captain a huge favour there by running away to his left and diving to stop the ball, and in the end Parkinson didn't concede a run from the delivery. He is in both to Higgins. Again, it's short and wide, but again Higgins doesn't time it, hits it down into the ground, and Kimber fields in the covers. Not a great over back in the action from Callum Parkinson. He gets a few, I suspect, consoling pats on the back from his teammates as he rather stalks away. 225 for 5 after 50 now. Middlesex, 37 remain, 5 until tea. How are we doing for time? And we're not 3 o'clock, so
no,
might even squeeze in.
I feel a bit for Kimber here, because he's just removed Mark Stoneman. He was brought on for 1 over, pretty good one. You get rid of the leading opening bat for the opposition, and then you're taken off. And it will be Raheen Ahmed who will be having a 12 from the Bennett end on this occasion. So Raheen Ahmed will be bowling to the left-handed Simpson. Higgins having faced out an odd maiden over from Parkinson at the other end. Missed out on a couple. Oof. That is short, and Simpson is not in the mood to miss out these days, and Patel was doing his level best to run round and try and cut that off from square leg down to deep fine, but he couldn't do so, and just let that one go a bit. Raheen Ahmed, and Simpson is in such good form at the moment. He was so quickly on to the loose ball.
Well, Budinger's life flashed before him.
It's absolutely a short leg, absolutely. And that's a much better delivery. Pitched up. This time Budinger picks up the ball, having done an elegant leap over the middle of the pitch to go and pick it up from back. Oh, and that one spat. And in the end, Simpson will be very pleased that he managed to keep it under control. But we've seen this from Raheen Ahmed. He does get the ball, he can give it a real rip, and it suddenly bounces much more than the batsman is expecting. That one's pitched up a little bit more, but treated with considerable respect after the last delivery by Simpson, who just plays it out into short extra cover, where Kimber is now fielding, having done his job of getting rid of Mark Stoneman. And Ahmed a little bit more bounce on that occasion, and for a moment Simpson thought about the single, but Higgins was very vociferous in his refusal to take it on. Ahmed again gets that extra bounce, and well, it surprised everybody, because Simpson eventually did get on top of it and played it down, and then the ball bounced a little bit more than Ackerman was expecting, and it bounced over his attempted stop, and they just in the end trot through for a single. So Simpson will maintain the strike at the end of a decent-ish over after that first loose delivery, and 233 the lead, 230 for 5 Middlesex in their second innings.
Top of the hour, so there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester in a moment. At least I've got something positive to tell them from Leicestershire's point of view. At any rate, here it comes. I wonder if he'll get it in between the overs. I suspect not. Simpson steps back, 18 off 21 for him. They are still being very positive here Middlesex. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls to him. He's just waiting for that one on middle and leg, dabbing it out into the leg side. And there is no run. 2 wickets for Leicestershire, big wickets as well. Max Holden, well caught by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 91. And Mark Stoneman also approaching his century when he tried to sweep a delivery from the part-time off-spin of Louis Kimber, missed it, and he lost the top of his middle stump. 220 for 5 at that stage. Middlesex have moved on to 234 for 5. John Simpson, top scorer in the first innings, looks in good nick. He's already on 22 off just 23 balls. Ryan Higgins with him on 1. They lead now by 237. 35 overs remain in the day. They'll want 10, maybe 15 at Leicestershire before the close of play, but the game not exactly back in the balance. Middlesex still very much on top, but Leicestershire not quite out of the picture yet. Defended on the back foot, that one by Simpson. Bounces down into the leg side, and there's no run. Long on is out now for Parkinson as he comes over the wicket to John Simpson, who is forward. There should be a single there. No, there was hesitation, and then they decided not, because Ackerman was coming out from slip quite smartly out towards point and made the stop, or picked it up anyway. The ball had almost come to a stop by the time he got there. Parkinson in, bowls, back foot defensive push off the back, as I say, off the back foot out towards mid-wicket by Simpson, but you heard the call of no as he saw Rehan Ahmed quickly closing on it. Parkinson to finish his over, jogs in and bowls, gives it a little bit of air, little bit of turn thick inside edge as Simpson stretches forward. Ball bounces out into the onside end of the over. 234 for 5 after 52. 3 until tea. Nice position really for Middlesex to be in. Another 180, 80 maybe in 20 overs after tea would give them sort of 10, 12, something around that. That's my guess at the equation.
No, I think that's not a bad guess at all. What might also be exercising their minds is Derbyshire are now all out against Glamorgan. Tea is being taken. Derbyshire all out for 253, so they trailed Glamorgan by 297. Not yet sure if the follow-on has been enforced. We're expecting it probably will be, but tea being taken at Sapphire Gardens as Rehan Ahmed comes in now. Right arm, leg spin to the right-handed Ryan Higgins.
There's a bit of a gap between pads and bat from where we're looking. You just wonder if that had been the googly.
In again, and goes back to this one, does Higgins, and flicks it away to square leg, where it is fielded nicely by Evans. And there is no run. In again, this time stride forward outside off stop and played in to short extra cover. It's Kimber who makes sure that no further runs are added to the total. Back again and defended out into the offside. Looking 100% comfortable, Higgins, at the moment against the leg spin, but keeping him at bay. In again. Oh, and he's bowled him. He went back, just picked the wrong shot. I think he thought that he was going to be able to play the expansive drive. Instead, he sees his off stump out of the ground.
Googly.
And it was the googly that he didn't spot. And
told you.
You did, Richard. You certainly did. And that's exactly what happened. And Ryan Higgins is bamboozled and bowled for 1 from 12 deliveries, and the score now 234 for 6. Slightly worrying times as far as Middlesex are concerned, because this lead, you would think, is still pretty shy of being impregnable on a wicket that is easing all the time. And well, Luke Holman's going to be a busy man. He'll have taken some note of that delivery, the leg spinner for Middlesex, but he is the only frontline spinner that they have selected. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. So that's a second first-class wicket. First with a googly. And well bowled Rehan Ahmed. But out steps Toby Rowland-Jones, I'm guessing?
56,
No,
it's Holman, isn't
it's
it?
Luke Holman, of course it's Luke Holman, who can bat. And it would be very handy as far as Middlesex concerned if he does for a bit. I've seen him hold the innings together at against Worcestershire earlier this year, when he came in at number 8 and got 60 odd, and just when they were in real bother, and then 48 in the second innings, I seem to remember as well.
26 for 3. Since there were 209 for 4.
Well, yes.
Yeah, there are those perhaps slightly cynical Leicestershire fans who are saying they've already got more than enough.
Now, I'm not sure on this wicket. I'm really not sure on this wicket. They've been able to score comfortably at 4.5 and over. Been a couple of loose shots in those wickets. You could argue both Stoneman and Holden got themselves out. But it will be Rehan Ahmed to the left-handed Holman, who plays the ball out into the covers. There is no run. End of a very good over from Rehan Ahmed. Wicket maiden. His 8th over, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Simpson, though, is still looking good on 22. And Holman has just come to join him, and it will be Parkinson to try and keep this momentum going as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Ahmed dismissed Holman in the first innings. It was that attempted top-edge sweep that just lobbed straight to Chris Wright at backward square, didn't it? It just bounced a little bit more than Luke Holman was expecting. 2 overs until tea. Parkinson is over the wicket to John Simpson. Full toss that is covered for 4. Simple as you like. Horrible delivery. And Simpson just stepped out, cracked it past the reaching left hand of Tom Scriven, and a delivery that got exactly what it deserved.
Simpson just doesn't miss out, does he? If it's a loose ball, it's in this innings, it's just gone.
Yeah, I don't think we'd have missed out on that one, to be fair. But I take your point. Yeah, it was very efficiently put away as Parkinson is in and bowls. That's pitches and a little bit short, perhaps. Simpson on the back foot just dabs it out into the offside, and there's no run.
As his 6 fours in that 26 so far. So he's faced 6 loose balls. Every single one of them has been dispatched.
Parkinson tosses that one up. That's a nice delivery forward. Just about getting to the pitch of it is Simpson, dabbing it out into the offside. Scriven picks up. No run. Parkinson is in and bowling. On the back foot defending Simpson. Back down the pitch on the onside. No great bounce or turn. From the middle of the pitch, in fairness, no footholds there. He's got his 4 off the over as Parkinson is in, takes a bit of bounce and turn, comes off, I think, just pad, but he was covering up, he was pushing the pad at that one as it turned inside his bat. There, John Simpson. Definitely plenty out of the footholds. But it is by and large out of the footholds for Parkinson, who jogs in and bowls too short, so it goes on down the leg side from the middle of the pitch. Simpson doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindle's end of the over. Yeah, it could be an interesting, well, it will be, not could be, it will be an interesting last session of the day, and possibly first couple of sessions tomorrow morning. 2:38 for 6.
Well, Derbyshire have been asked to follow on. The world's least surprising decision. And they are 7 without loss in their second innings. Still 291 runs away from making Glamorgan bat again.
I can see them saving that, though, given the way they batted today against a tired attack.
4 sessions. Yeah, interesting. Rehan Ahmed is in again, and Holman goes back, but punches the ball well into the offside in the end and goes through to get himself off the mark. His first run, the second ball he is faced. And this plethora of left-handers that Middlesex have, having to cope with increased footholds outside their off stumps, and that's turned nicely round the corner by Simpson. Eventually it is fielded by Patel, but they're easily through for a single. Holman was in fact asking Simpson if he fancied a second, but Simpson declined his kind invitation. And that is a comfortable forward defensive prod to extra cover from Luke Holman, who does a little knee bob in celebration of a decently played shot. And this one is again smothered at the point of spin and played out into the onside, where short leg in the shape of Berdinchep picks up the ball. It's in again, and again he just must give the bowler half a thought that you've got through, because he steps a little bit outside his own leg stump, does Holman, going back to the leg spinner. And in fact they've decided that what they need is someone in short in front rather than on the leg side. Oh, and it's an edge, and it spat through. There was nothing that the slip could do. It was a huge edge from Holman, and it just flies off the top of his bat. And although the slip, Ackerman managed to jump with both hands in the air, the ball rose so sharply it got over the top of the slip fielder. Holman actually ends up getting a 4 from it. That is tea. And what an interesting session we have had. 244 for 6 at tea after they resumed on 108 for 3. We saw a 165 run partnership between Max Holden and Mark Stoneman when Middlesex looked to be completely running away with this match, and then Holden somehow managed to chase a wide ball from Scriven. Swindles took a fine catch, he went for 91. Then Stoneman, seeing the occasional off spin of Kimber, went for a expansive sweep, missed it completely and was bowled for 81, along with Ryan Higgins being cleaned up by Rehan Ahmed not spotting the googly. And Leicestershire find themselves back in this, and these are nervous times as far as Middlesex are concerned, although with Simpson still there on 27, they will still fancy their chances of getting somewhere near the 300 they'll probably need to feel remotely safe.
Yeah, you would still say that Middlesex are the firm favourites. Whatever happens, it looks as though Leicestershire are going to have to make the biggest total of the match in the 4th innings, which is very hard for a side in good batting form, which Leicestershire haven't been of late, and 1 or 2 of these deliveries that are really doing plenty now, particularly for the leg spinner, and Middlesex are playing one in Holman, plus their excellent seamers as well. 132 runs and 3 wickets in the session. Last chance to visit the Friends of Grace Road and try one of their splendid cakes of the season here at Grace Road. So if you are in the ground and listening, or even close to it, because it's free entry after tea, first class cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, why not come down and watch what promises to be a fascinating final session of the day.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this. And Scriven's taken 2 wickets. Ooh. And that's played really nicely. It was a bit wide, it wasn't a full half. Barnes in once again, and it's flicked away nicely Really nicely by Higgins, and he moves to 50. And get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his first. But it really was a good shot. Fine and in again, and then he's gone short, and this has been put up in the air. Will it be caught by Ahmed? It will. And Simpson.
Ball is only 13 overs old as in goes Fine and bowled him. Off stump is out of the ground. Fine and has his fourth wicket. Came back in. Might be good enough. Down the slope he comes and bowled him, and Mikey Finan has a fiver. He did make a little bit of room. Is in. Scriven goes back, dabs it out into the offside in the gap, and that is the one that he needed for his first 50 backward, square and mid-wicket. There is a fielder, but he's on the boundary. Holman is in, driving through the offside, Harry Swindles, and that is the...
Excellent. Toby Rowland-Jones then in. Oh, and there's an edge, and he's gone. Toby Rowland-Jones, he's done that.
These little outswingers.
Oh, and that is very close, and that is out.
He was walking, wasn't he, almost there?
Bamber deserved that.
The last wicket is now worth. Rowland-Jones in, bowls short. Barnes goes for the hook, and he has top edged it into the gloves of John Simpson. So they haven't got the extra batting bonus point, and they haven't overhauled the Middlesex first innings.
And now quick stride, and that is flicked off his legs. That is
About sort of 10 degrees. In goes Parkinson. That one doesn't really turn. It's a little bit short outside off stump. Stoneman can work it away to backward point for the single. He needs...
Scriven, right arm round the wicket. Oh, and an edge, and it's taken. And Holden misses out at 100. Can't believe what he's... My lord, we've never had tea on time. Won't know what to do with my... Oh, and that is the end of Mark Stoneman. He tried to sweep Kimber. Oh, and he's bowled him. He went back. Just picked the wrong shot. I think he thought that he was going to be able to play the expansive drive. Instead, he sees his off stump out of the ground.
Googly.
And it was the googly that he didn't spot. And
Told you.
You did, Richard. Richard. So there might be some listeners who come along for free.
Oh. Well, they're getting in free. So.
True. No pay free. That is really good.
Better than the sweet job yesterday, I was going to say.
I agree. Someone knows how to bake.
It's a bit of a Yorkshire Parkin, but it's just lighter than that.
Well, that's the thing that's so impressive. Right. Bathroom.
Well, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on the third day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex about to resume their second innings on 244 for 6. They lead the Foxes by 247 runs then with those 4 second innings wickets in hand. John Simpson, top scorer in the first innings, is 27 not out. Luke Holman, 5 not out. But the Foxes won't be entirely displeased with that score, because at one stage in the afternoon session, Middlesex was sitting very pretty indeed on 209 for 3. But Max Holden, He went for 91, Mark Stoneman for 81, and shortly before the interval, Ryan Higgins bowled, going back to Rahan Ahmed Googly. Lost his off stump for just one. Guy Swindells of BBC Radio London, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the games. A little bit of dark cloud, guys, come over the ground, but it looks fairly broken. No prospect at the moment, touch wood, fingers crossed, etc., etc., of any rain. It is raining still. I think they've called it at Durham, have they? Close to
have
it?
They? Oh.
Something like that.
The forecast I read said there was no chance of rain. Someone else mentioned there might be some before the close of play, so let's just
keep our fingers
crossed, because this match is so fascinatingly poised that if the weather intervened it would be a huge shame, because at the moment both sides can still win this.
All results still possible, as they say.
As they say.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester fairly shortly. And in the meantime, Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, 2 for 62 from 19, took his 2 wickets very early in proceedings. Hasn't been fortunate in terms of wicket taking during the entirety of the afternoon session. Took them both before lunch. He's going to give himself a chance to take a couple after the interval. He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed John Simpson, who goes back, defends the delivery from just outside off stump, off the back foot, down into the gully area. And there's no run. 1 or 2 have bounced and turned out of the footholes by and large for Parkinson, who is in to Simpson, a little bit short of the footholes, so Simpson can go back and cut safely, and does, out to Finan, Michael Finan, who is not on the point boundary. He is about 10 yards inside the ropes there. And 1 is taken. Simpson on to 28 brings Luke Holman down on strike. What will be the Middlesex approach in the next hour? Will they just look to keep scoring at the same rate? Will they try and whack a quick 70 or 80, get 320, 330 ahead, and see what Leicestershire can do? Because it will be very hard to score 300 plus in the 4th innings. In goes Parkinson. Holman is all care and attention as he stretches forward in forward defence, back down the pitch on the onside.
I think there might be a bit more of a dart for big runs if they had more than 4 wickets left, and I think that's the problem.
Parkinson in, flat and short, and pumped back through mid-on for 4. Poor delivery again from Callum Parkinson, who's not getting it right at the moment, and Holman, in an uncomplicated fashion, went back and thumped it in the air, but very straight through mid-on for 4. No chance for Barnes. It was very straight mid-on to get across and cut it off. So 4 to Holman. He moves on to 9. He's not going to miss out on deliveries like that. Parkinson is in too short again. It's played back past him, but not quite as forcefully this time by Holman, and Barnes can get across and cut that one off. Parkinson indicates to Barnes to drop 10 yards or so, runs in and bowls to Holman, who's forward to a better delivery. Line and length on off stump, defending it out into the offside, but he's got his runs in the over. 249 for 6, 5 runs from the over. The lead now over 250, 252, 4 wickets in hand. 31 overs remain to be bowled today.
Yes, you feel as if you're in a crucial point in this innings as far as Middlesex are concerned. Having to rebuild a bit, these 2, after those 3 quick wickets fell. And it will be, understandably, Rahan Ahmed who continues. The
announcer was saying that the Friends of Grace Road were still purveying their splendid cakes during the interval. I can confirm they weren't, because I had the last piece, or we shared the last piece.
We did. You
and
very kindly,
good it was too.
Very kindly gave up, and it was the last piece of case on the stall for the season. So, major thank you to Richard for sharing that. It was delicious ginger cake, and that's tucked away into the leg side comfortably by Simpson. there are some interesting footmarks outside his off stump if they can be found. Now that's brisk and down the leg side and has gone all the way for 4 buys. I have to say I feel for Harry Swindles a bit. There was absolutely nothing he could do about that at all. And for the 250 comes up for Middlesex, 253 for 6 with those 4 buys.
A slightly deflating start to proceedings post-tee from
Yes.
Leicestershire's point of view.
There was the thump for 4 from Holman, and then that spat. Again, he gets the ball to bounce more than other spinners do, and Simpson understandably goes and has a prod at where the ball pitched to try and flatten that out, because it did leap more than he was expecting. Again, that was good bounce, but he was on top of it this time, Simpson, as he just helped it round the corner for a single to deepish square leg. And he will stay up for this delivery to Holman. Holman also does a spot of gardening, just checks where short leg is. He's also got a short mid-wicket in as well. A little bit of air there, too much, as Holman drives very sweetly indeed. Evans is out on the boundary, so they can only grab a couple, but that was a lovely cover drive. The leg spinner spotting the leg spinner, so understandably always a good battle between the two bowlers of similar ilk, and that is punched up to mid-off. There is no run. That's the end of the over. Slightly more coming from it than either Leicestershire or Rehan Ahmed would have hoped. 10 overs now, 1 for 37 for Rehan Ahmed. 256 now the score, the lead 259. Simpson 29 not out. Holman, who's apart from the one delivery that just before the tea break that he knew absolutely nothing about, that spat off the top of the bat and went for 4, has batted pretty well. 256 for 6.
Parkinson in over the wicket, bowls, back goes Simpson in defence, and there is no run.
Derbyshire have just lost a wicket, 26 for 1 now, 271 runs behind.
Well, Glamorgan doing well. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That's a better delivery. Goes back Simpson, but it was pretty close to the footholes, and it did just bounce and turn a little bit. Forced it out into the offside, but only as far as Scriven in the covers. Does have plenty of cover on both sides of the wicket now. Parkinson, who is in and bowling. Simpson is advancing down to the ball and then padding it away as it bounces and turns, and uses his front pad to poke it away into the leg side. Just wonder whether, with it being there being 2 left-handers, dare they try someone like Kimber again. Parkinson is in again. Simpson forward, and then having used pad and bat to push the ball away into the offside, just walks away looking rather disgusted. He does have the footholes to bowl into, Parkinson, and he is making life difficult if the ball lands in them. It's when it's the short one. There have been a rather few too many of them. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Simpson. Ball pitches just short of the footholes, firmly down into the pitch. It bounces up into the hands of Callum Parkinson, now into his 21st over. Leicestershire's captain jogs in and bowls. Again, a little bit too short. Simpson goes back, works it back down the pitch, but doesn't time it. Parkinson, moving across to his left, can make the stop. Turns to receive a flying cap, courtesy of umpire Cook, who absolutely skims it towards him right across the pitch, and a slightly startled Parkinson grabs it and then makes his way to his fielding position. And umpire Cook now, he's all expansive signals at the moment. He looks as though he's signalling a sort of wide out there, having had a long chat to umpire O'Shaughnessy, and then, oh, look at that, bursts into a sprint to get into his square leg position. Or actually, point position because there is a short leg.
Just to keep you up to date with other matches, Gloucestershire now just need another 21 to beat Warwickshire, 127 for 5 in their second innings after Warwickshire were all out for 128 in theirs. Kent have beaten Hampshire by 77 runs. Hampshire made the biggest score of the match, as that is played defensively by Holman out into the covers from the bowling of Rahan Ahmed for no run.
Not many games going on tomorrow at
No,
this rate. Sussex,
absolutely.
Durham and here. Or Durham, Sussex and here, looks likely.
Somerset Northants will still be going,
Yes.
as Somerset 118 for 1, and they lead by 242 with 9 wickets remaining. Kent beating Hampshire by 77 runs, Hampshire making 300 in their second innings, but 77 shy, so that was played out for no run. In again, and Holman takes a big step forward to smother the spin, and the ball squirts out into the onside. In once again, and again Holman, big stride forward, and there is no run. So a good little battle this at the moment between Rahan Ahmed and Luke Holman. Ahmed bowling nicely this time. Holman goes back to defend. He punches it just forward a point next to umpire Nick Cook, but there is no run. So 5 balls so far have been safely negotiated by Luke Holman. And this time it again is a little bit short and cut away, but there is a fielder in that Sam Evans in that run-saving position out on the boundary, and they can only go through for a single. Holman nicks the strike, and the score moves on to 257 for 6, a lead of 260.
Batters having a chat, but you would imagine during the tea interval the strategy would have been made perfectly clear, whatever it was. We're going to go until 12 overs are remaining, 10 overs are remaining, whatever. Just keep batting until then, or perhaps to wait for a signal from the balcony to crack on. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Plunging forward is Luke Holman, getting to the pitch of the ball, blocking it out into the offside. Tom Scriven picks up. Short mid-wicket in, short leg and slip as Parkinson bowls, tosses it up, driven by Holman, but without any really aggressive intent, out to Chris Wright, who's at mid-off. Michael Finan at mid-on. Rahan Ahmed at mid-wicket as Parkinson is in. Back goes Holman down into the ground and taken left-handed. Just reaching slightly to his left by Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper. Holman, if he connects, you know it's going to go a long way. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, it turns back into him, hits him, I suspect, a little bit too high. I think he was playing a shot at that, so let's have a look. Yeah, ooh, jeepers.
I'm a ball behind you on my feed, so I shall have a look.
What was that going to miss? Parkinson is not convinced. Umpire Cook is pointing at what across to the scoreboard.
Across the missing leg, but I don't think it was. I don't actually know.
Parkinson in, defended on the back foot by Luke Holman, out into the offside. Umpire Cook still talking to Callum Parkinson, and then something that Parkinson has said has amused Nick Cook greatly. You probably heard his laugh in the effects mic there. As Parkinson is in and bowls, stays a bit low and turns back in, and Holman just comes down on it in time and pokes it rather wanly out into the offside. But Goodness me, that one that he missed must have been terribly, terribly close. 257 for 6.
It was a strange one because he looked as if he'd stepped away to leg. You were almost feeling, well, he must be outside leg, but he wasn't. He was absolutely plumb in front of the stumps, and I wonder if that threw the umpire in any way whatsoever. But a large benefit of the doubt to the bat on that occasion, I think.
Absolutely. He's given nothing all day, has he, Nick Cook? He's
no. To either side, but there have been more appeals from Leicestershire.
No, absolutely. Oh, he's been absolutely fair in his rigour, in his determination. It's got to be absolutely plumb.
Refusal to get his finger out of his pocket, as it will be Rehan Ahmed, who has to go and do his own fielding out at mid-on. And if they'd really wanted to, there was half a chance of a single there, but Simpson didn't look as if he did really want to. 29 from 47. 6 fours in that 29. Comes down the wicket this time to Ahmed, but sees him coming, and all Simpson can do is play it back to the bowler.
Just 13 runs added since tea, and most of those came in the first 2 overs, didn't they?
Yeah, it's been slow going the last few, and that is short and wide and slashed away, and that will go all the way for 4. Just too short from Rehan Ahmed. Every so often, not too many, but the other thing Simpson has been so exemplary with is if it's been loose, it's gone. Hence why he hasn't scored many scoring shots in his 49 balls that he's faced, but 7 of them have gone for 4 as he moves on to 33. And that's almost a full toss, and is hammered up to deep mid-on, long on really, and they go through for a very easy single. So just a couple of balls left in the over for Luke Holman to face or survive or score off. Oh, and that kept a teeny bit low for once. And again, Luke Holman doing that. I look as if I'm stepping away to leg, but I'm not really. But changes his body shape to give him space to play the ball out on the offside, and does so despite the slight absence of bounce. This time he stays where he is and just flicks it away on the leg side, where short leg does the fielding. End of the over, 5 runs from it, 262 for 6. Lead goes up to 265. Holman still on 12. Simpson, who's just carrying on his excellent work of recent months, is 34, not out from 50, and playing very nicely at the moment. And Middlesex need him to, because anything less than 300, they're not going to feel remotely safe.
Parkinson will wheel away from over the wicket, as he has so often in this innings, to John Simpson on this occasion, who is forward, killing the ball almost stone dead. Swindles steps out, having removed his right glove, picks up the ball, throws it back to Parkinson. Over 8 plus 5. Leicestershire haven't done that very often this season. In he goes. Slog sweep, bowled him. Simpson misses the ball, turns back in, looks back, not so much in anger as in surprise at his stumps. He can't take his eyes off them. He's still looking back. How did that get through? It did get through. And, well, sometimes there's a feeling in a side that we're going to have to bowl them out when the umpires aren't being very generous in terms of the leg before decisions, and Parkinson has just done just that. Simpson goes for 34, 262 for 7.
That turned an awfully long way. I think that's why Simpson was so surprised. We're just watching the replay now, and it was some way outside off stump, which is why he thought the slog sweep was safe. But once he'd missed it, the ball turned almost sideways to just knock off the top of the bails, and another one of Middlesex's better batsmen gets out trying to play the slog sweep to the off spinner. Stoneman did it to the right arm of Kimber, and now Simpson's done it to the left arm of Parkinson, but it's the same result. They've both been bowled and they're both back in the pavilion, so something of a waste when he was so well set for Simpson.
And after a long hiatus, Parkinson takes his third wicket, 3 for 67 for him, 262 for 7. Leicestershire would require 266 to win the game were the final 3 wickets to fall, all on this score, which is a most unlikely event. Toby Rowland-Jones, who acquitted himself with typical fortitude in the first innings, albeit he struggled a little bit early on.
Yeah, he was dropped at least once when he was on 1, wasn't he? Possibly twice. I'm not sure we ever got to the bottom of whether there was another drop.
That's right, yeah. Rowland-Jones on 1 off Ahmed. Evans at cover, we thought. Got his hands to it, but
yes, that's right.
Had it been we weren't quite sure whether he'd got to it on the half volley, but the reaction suggested that he had got his hands underneath it, just hadn't been able to hang on. So Rowland-Jones, the right-hander, means that Parkinson will go round the wicket.
And he was definitely dropped by Ackerman, that's right.
And he went on.
16 not out, I think.
Yep, not out at the close. Yes, because he was 16 not out overnight, wasn't he? But I'm not sure he really faced a ball before he lost Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh, both of whom were bowled by Finan. Yesterday morning, it seems like a long time ago now.
It does, doesn't it?
Parkinson is in, bowls. Rowland-Jones is plunging forward, bat in front of pad. Good job it was. Had it hit the pad, I think even umpire Cook would have given that one leg before. Kevin Hand has been tweeting. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Forward goes Rowland-Jones. And there's no run. I wonder what Kevin's feelings are about where we're at.
They won't feel happy defending anything less than 400. Regards to both being tuned in a fair bit.
I think they'll be perfectly happy defending this sort of score. In goes Parkinson, bowls, goes back Rowland-Jones, and just manages to get the bat down on it in time. Pushes it out towards Scriven at mid-wicket. But it would make it entertaining if Leicestershire can, as Andrew McDonald used to tell me, just take it deep, take the game deep and see, and you never know what's going to happen. Parkinson is in. Rowland-Jones is forward on middle and leg, no great turn, no footholds for Parkinson to bowl into, no turn. That's where the turn is coming from. It's not coming up really off the pitch, so Ahmed and Parkinson, to the left-handers, are a handful, but only because they've got something to bowl at and into. 262 for 7, a wicket maiden for Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, big wicket that one. Simpson had looked so good up until that point. It was a wonderful delivery that did for him, turning a mile, fizzing out of those footholds. And the left-handers certainly... Are there many left-handers in the Leicestershire lineup?
No, Budinger obviously.
Yeah, it's, they'll be having slightly less trouble than we're seeing at the moment from the lefties. This is Holman, who bats left-handed, and that is smothering the spin and playing it back to the bowler. No run.
In fact, just Budinger.
Driven, but with no power. And mid-wicket can run round and pick that up on the square with the non-striking stumps. That's short and it's just hoiked, and it's a horrible shot. What has Luke Holman done? He's just given catching practice to mid-on. He's holding his bat in disgust, as well he should. It really was a poor shot. It was there to be hit. It was short. But in the end, Luke Holman cannot take advantage and cannot believe what he's just done. So this is turning into something of a procession. from 209 for 3 and being in terrific shape. We have seen Holden and Stoneman play shots they won't want to see again, but neither of them will want to avoid their shot quite as much as Luke Holman will wish to not ever see this one again.
53 for 5 since 209 for 3. But as in the first innings, Holman goes court right, bowled at Ahmed with a shot that he won't be delighted about. In each innings he gave Wright a very, very simple catch. First innings at backward square, off the top edge, just looped straight to him, and then just clothed it. Top part of the bat, and it looped very simply to Wright, this time at mid-on. And Ahmed has 2 for 43 and his best first-class figures, therefore.
Well, yes, he's just beat his first innings, previous best, didn't he? So, of 1 for something. Well, this isn't going the way that Middlesex wanted. 262 for 8, so still a lead of only 265. Maybe enough, but you wouldn't want to bet your house on it. And Middlesex...
Do you have a nice house? Would
I wouldn't be betting my house
I'll
on
bung
it.
the flat on it.
Yeah. Well, I know I appreciate that the Leicestershire fans have watched their team a lot and feel that this is already a big total to get batting last, but with no left-handers and all the time in the world, if these last 2 wickets fall quickly, but Middlesex will be kicking themselves from here to Christmas. They've had several occasions when they've been in a position to nicely bowled again, and a call from Harry Swindles, as that was left outside off stump and turned towards said stumps, but Ethan Bamber bravely leaving. At least he's right-handed, so the ball will be turning slightly less.
Can he pick the googly?
But can he pick the googly, as we saw? Absolutely right, as we saw Ryan Higgins unable to do earlier. That's played nicely out into the covers defensively for no run. And Fielder's just heading out for this delivery, and that's just played up to cover. There is no run. Another good over from Rehan Ahmed. 13 overs, 2 for 43, and
consecutive wicket maidens.
Yes, and while his skipper has been a little loath to use him, he's certainly increasing his claim to be bowled more regularly, particularly in the second innings.
They were looking to give Bamber a single there, which, given Roland Jones himself is on naught and had faced only 4 balls, seemed a fraction perhaps defensive. However, he didn't avail himself of the opportunity, Bamber. His job just to stay there for a while with Roland Jones, who is facing the bowling of Callum Parkinson from around the wicket. Parkinson is in. Roland Jones goes back, turns it, but only as far as Kimber at shortish mid-wicket. He's on the push there, Louis Kimber. 23 overs after this to be bowled today as Parkinson jogs in and bowls on. Oh, bit of turn there for him off the pitch too, so middle and leg delivery, and it did straighten a fraction, came off almost a leading edge, thick outside part of the bat, and it was in the air for a while. Parkinson had his hands on his knees there. I'm not surprised. That one did actually straighten off the pitch. Parkinson is in, bowls. Roland Jones is forward on off stump. That one doesn't do too much, and just working it behind square on the off side. Plenty of singles for him if he wants to take one. We've had 3 balls of the over, so he may take one off the next. Let's have a look. Parkinson in, bowls. Roland Jones goes back but can only turn it as far as Kimber. Tosses the ball into the air, having stopped it, waiting for Parkinson to walk back past umpire Cook. Now Swindles has got something to say to Parkinson, and yes, Parkinson responds, says to Michael Finan. Come in from long off to mid off, and ditto Chris Wright. Jogs in and bowls. Roland Jones goes back and doesn't want the single off that one, because all he's doing is just pushing it out into the offside where Scriven fields. Can Parkinson keeping there? He may bowl his quick flat one. No changes to the field. He is in and bowls, tosses it up outside off stump, and Roland Jones just lets it go. Might have been a 1 day wide as he looks levelly back down the pitch at umpire Cook. Certainly isn't going to be a 4 day wide. End of the over. A maiden, a third consecutive maiden, not a wicket maiden on this occasion. We are top of the hour, so there should be an update at any moment, but it's been a good few overs for Leicestershire. 262 for 6 has become 262 for 8. 209 for 3. 262 for 8.
Well, until we hear the intro to the...
Whichever song you're going to identify next. You crack on.
I'm looking forward to it. Come on. And that is well bowled by Rehan Ahmed, and somehow kept out more by luck than good judgment by Ethan Bamber. But
I think it missed everything. Oh, here's the update. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, went straight through him and just above the stumps. Ahmed is in, bowls outside off stump, plays and misses, turns past his outside edge, swindles, takes it, and there's no run. Here's the update. And are the Foxes bowling themselves back into this game? They have taken 2 wickets since tea, which was taken by Middlesex on 244 for 6. But John Simpson had a slog sweep at the bowling of Callum Parkinson, missed it and was bowled for 34. Luke Holman has been caught at mid on by Chris Wright, off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed for 12. Ethan Bamber has come out to Toby Roland Jones. He has 2. Roland Jones has yet to get off the mark. 264 for 8 now. Middlesex, they lead by 267, still with 22 overs left to play today. The Foxes haven't yet given up hope of winning this one. That was your fault. I called him Luke Wright.
It was.
Wright.
I put those words into your brain. As Rehan Ahmed gets the defensive shot from Ethan Bamber into the covers. Bamber did play one very pleasing shot. He just dropped it a little bit short, Rehan Ahmed, and Bamber played it out to the cover boundary. It decided there's probably 3 there in the end, but they decided to stop at 2. No point in risking a unnecessary run out at this stage. And again, Ethan Bamber goes back and pinches the strike off the final ball of the over by running the ball through the vacant second slip area, and he moves on to 3. Toby Roland Jones yet to get off the mark, but the first ball that Richard was talking about, Harry Swindles just ended up with he just couldn't believe it had missed. He just could not believe it had missed the stumps. He just had his hands on his head for about 15-20 seconds. As it is, it's 265 for 8. The lead creeps up to 268, but Middlesex just with a couple of wickets left now. If they're to get this lead anywhere near 300, lot depending on the tail. Bamber and Roland Jones at the moment.
No indication from Leicestershire that they're going to whistle up Finan to see if he can finish off the innings in the manner in which he did yesterday morning. Parkinson will continue round the wicket to Ethan Bamber, who is beaten outside off stump, reaching forward and trying to defend that one. It may just have turned past the outside edge. He may have played down the wrong line. We had a good view of it, but umpire Cook asked Harry Swindles just to straighten the stumps, if you would, and the young wicketkeeper obliges, having taken off his gauntlets. They were clearly a couple of degrees off the vertical. All is now well as far as umpire Cook is concerned. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Bamber is trying to push that one away off middle and leg. Don't think he got anything on it. Sort of thumped into the pad and bounced out towards short leg where Budinger makes the stop. Parkinson is in, bowls, goes back, and is it going to spin onto the stumps? No, it's not. Played down it to his feet as late can be by Ethan Bamber, and just pauses for a minute, Swindles, in case it was going to spin back, as it was. It didn't stop dead. 6-8 inches in front of the stumps. Parkinson in, bowls, forward goes Bamber, solidly enough in defence, out into the offside it goes. Now they won't change things, I suppose, Leicestershire, while Bamber and Roland Jones are not scoring any runs. If they were to start attacking the spinners, they might think about Finan, but it would be risky given the way Finan bowled his last couple of overs, which were a little bit wild. Parkinson is in, Bamber forward, thick inside part of the bat, blocking it out towards Budinger at short leg. The two sweepers retreat from cover and square leg respectively, ditto mid-on and mid-off, as they seek to give Bamber a single. Parkinson in, bowls, Bamber is beaten and bowled. That was a peach of a delivery. His off stump is leaning back, it pitched middle, turned, hit the top of off, and that would have been good, too good for a batsman perhaps a little bit better even than Ethan Bamber, with respect to him. He goes bowled by Parkinson for 3, and Middlesex are 265 for 9.
Yeah, from 262 for 6 to 265 for 9. This is a pretty sorry collapse currently, and well, you have to say that at the moment Leicestershire are spinning themselves right into this game. Certainly I wouldn't be thinking about any sort of pace bowler currently.
Not
the way
now.
that
No.
the way the spinners are causing so much trouble for the tail here, and
That was
was
probably
a
the
ripper.
best delivery he's bowled, Callum Parkinson.
He's bowled 2 crackers. The one that bowled Simpson as well, which turned a mile out of the foot
Yes,
marks.
it did, yeah. But out of the
But
foot marks.
Out of the foot marks, that was just a genuine, beautifully bowled.
Yeah, that was off the pitch, wasn't it? The relatively unmarked pitch.
No, perfect delivery for a left-arm spinner, that one. And yes, that 165 partnership between Holden and Stoneman seems a very long time ago now, as far as Middlesex are concerned. Very iffy lead is 268 as it currently stands. Murtagh and Roland Jones, neither of whom are off the mark. It will be, well, I suppose, yes, they could have, Ethan Bamber, that by bowling him it meant he didn't have the strike for this over, but
Martin Barry on Twitter, please can we get through the rest of the day unscathed? Well, let's take this last wicket first, and if and it is one heck of a big if, Leicestershire supporters know, they do get through to the close without losing a wicket, perhaps they will believe miracles can happen, possibilities.
yeah, it's interesting tactically what these two do. Do they try and hang around and just grind out some more runs? There's plenty of time, or do they go long handle and hope for the best? Certainly it looks as if all the fielders are back on the boundary for Toby Roland Jones, as Leicestershire looking to get Tim Murtagh on strike. They know that Roland Jones can bat a bit, and Tim Murtagh less so. But still going Rehan Ahmed, and it's played to backward point. There wouldn't have been a run anyway, but be interested to see if Toby Roland Jones, if he does get past the inner ring of fielders and there is an easy single there, whether he actually takes it. And that is, well, there would be a single there if he wants to take it, because the bowler tried to flick the ball back onto the stumps in his follow through. It missed the stumps and there was no one behind him, so there would have been plenty of time to trot through, but they decided against it, and Toby Roland Jones continues to defend. That's 14 balls he has faced and hasn't tried a shot in anger as yet. All the fielders are still spread back, so the single is still there with just 1 ball of the over remaining. which he will undoubtedly take, which he does, by flicking the ball into the vast open spaces of the leg side field. Well, the fielders could well stay out, because to be honest, if Murta wants to run, they'll probably be very happy if he does, but he is now taking his guard. It was the Quicks who did for him in the first innings. Well, Finan who did for him in the first innings. He sent his stump cartwheeling out of the ground. Just been clumped for a 4. Very athletic skip over the centre of the wicket by Finan on that occasion. Good, almost Olympic long jump standard as Ahmed comes in again. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Murta, who plays it just up to Finan. There is no run. He looks at Toby Rowland-Jones as if he might try and run him out. He was studiously ignored by Rowland-Jones, who wasn't in the mood for any japes and gags, and it will be him now facing almost certainly Parkinson. I can't see that Parkinson will bring anybody else on at this stage, and it's 266 for 9, the lead 269.
Parkinson may not mind having a bowl at Rowland-Jones here, the right-hander, certainly after that delivery that dismissed Ethan Bamber. Something like that again might be the order of the day. Long on and long off, both back as Parkinson is in, tosses it up, clipped by Rowland-Jones, but no, he says, as it trickles out toward deep mid-wicket. Kimber jogs gently in, because he realises that Rowland-Jones isn't going to take a single off the first ball. Parkinson looking for a 5-for, jogs in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Rowland-Jones, hits it out towards deep mid-wicket. Right fields on the second bounce. Murta wants a second, there's hesitation. Going to keep Rowland-Jones in his place. I think that they should probably have gone for that, really, one for the throw. Right, doesn't have the strongest arm.
There were
it
definitely
did bounce
two
towards
there.
him. I think there were two, but they didn't take it, so Parkinson has up to 4 deliveries potentially at Murta, bowling into the footholds to the left-hander, and umpire O'Shaughnessy jogs across mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket comes in. He's still 2/3 of the way back. Parkinson over the wicket to Tim Murta. Bowls. Murta is forward and solidly enough. Bat and pad. Uses mostly pad, I suppose, I guess, to kick that one away, but hits him well outside the line, and he was just about playing a shot at that one. I'm not sure how much of a shot, but bat and pad were fairly close together. Mid-wicket goes back all the way now as Parkinson is in. Forward goes Murta. Does play a shot at that one and connects, defends it. Back down into the pitch on the on side. Not quite sure what the tactics are here, really. I mean, I suppose Murta just going to try and stay there and let Rowland-Jones pick up what he can, but Parkinson is in, gives it a bit of air, turns his wrists on that one. Murta clips it. Not too firmly, or at least not sufficiently firmly to beat Rehan Ahmed running across from mid-wicket to cut it off. So no single to get him off the mark on that one, but he's played those 3 balls competently enough. Parkinson is in. That's the quicker, flatter delivery that he works out towards deep square. As ever, with Parkinson, he may put his hands to his head. It's not a great, quicker, flatter ball. And Murta takes one and keeps the strike. He's not concerned too much about giving Rowland-Jones the strike. Now, Parkinson might think about this and about Finan, but it will still be Ahmed for the time being, simply I think because the last pair aren't hitting out, so
No.
they're not doing any damage as such. They're not extending the lead quickly or markedly.
And to be honest, if they got 2 or 3 edges from Finan that flew to the boundary, suddenly it's another 12, 20 runs and things are looking different, whereas with the 2 spinners they're having to do the work. It does make sense for those people who like to keep up with events. Derbyshire have lost a second wicket and now 56 for 2, following on against Glamorgan and still 241 runs behind. As Rehan Ahmed comes in, right arm round the wicket, flicked backward of square, but nicely fielded in the end by Ed Barnes, and there is no run. Murtagh was looking to get off strike if at all possible. This time he plays it quite nicely out into the square leg area where there is no fielder, and they go through for a comfortable single. And then, as if a meteor has been dropped in the middle of the ground, all the fielders retreat to the boundary. It's Toby Rowland-Jones, who's decided, I don't really care, and just takes the single if it's on offer. Murtagh seems to quite fancy playing against the spinners, so it could well be that Richard's right and the pace comes on in a minute just to try and knock over this last one. But at the moment Murtagh seems happy to play the leg spin, the left, particularly as he bats left-handed. Oh, and that one kept low, but Murtagh playing a shot that won't win any artistic awards, manages to get low and just scoop it round into the deep mid-wicket region, and they trot through for another single. So happily taken, 3 singles, thanks very much. If you're giving them to us, we'll take them. Which is changing a little bit the way that Leicestershire are thinking, and those fielders that were out to far parts are now in with a chance of stopping the single. That was the penultimate ball of the over, so there's just one left. Ackerman is helping conduct proceedings, trying to stop Ed Barnes getting any closer, and then it's should be out. It's just lolloped up. It's a very, very simple catch indeed. Toby Rowland-Jones goes for 3, trying to hit over the top. It's 3 wickets for Rehan Ahmed, so easily his best career figures, 3 for 50, and Middlesex are all out. Tim Murtagh is 3 not out at the close. 271 all out Middlesex in their second innings, which means that to win this match Leicestershire require 275 batting last.
It is a big ask, as they say colloquially, but they are in the game, and if they can put together a couple of partnerships, it could yet get a little bit nervy for Middlesex. But things have gone. I know that they have lost from 209 for 3 to 271 all out. They'll be disappointed about the speed with which they lost their last 7 wickets, Middlesex, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing from their point of view that they should be bowling now with 18 overs. We don't take 2 off for the change of innings, do we? Because it isn't the last day. So we should still have 18 overs left in the day. And if they can pick up 2-3 wickets before the close, Middlesex, they'll be even stronger favourites than they are now. But Leicestershire will feel they are not quite out of this. You would think, I don't know, 9 times out of 10, maybe more, 19 times out of 20, Middlesex would consider themselves favourite to win the game. But the attack, given the way the pitch is and the just the fact there's Holman, the leg spin, there isn't really a finger spinner out there, is there?
And that's what's caused the problems. Holman's going to have to bowl Leicestershire out, you feel, pretty much on his own. I think Sam Robson will have a part to play as well with his part-time off spin, but
the new ball has got to do damage for Middlesex here, hasn't it?
It really has, and serious damage, because it is a tough ask. Always batting last and getting the thick end of 300 is a big ask, but there's a chance and there's time. You don't have to rush. This is the thing for Leicestershire. They've got 3 sessions and 20 overs tonight. It's 110 overs to knock off the run rate is 2.75 or something. It's pretty easy if they stay in. So I think this game is absolutely fascinatingly poised, and I think that given the position they were in and how some of the wickets fell, Middlesex will be a little cross with themselves that they're probably 30 runs shy of where they should be. That was when you're 209 for 3 and you've got two guys going as well as Holden and Stoneman were, to be all out for 271, that's got a sting of it.
But it is, the conditions for seam bowling are now pretty good. Pitch aside, it's got a little bit warmer out there. We talked about 20 degrees earlier today, and it hasn't been that because there has been a cold breeze. Now that has dropped it. It's markedly warmer out there, and the floodlights have just come on, so it's a little bit gloomy. The floodlights are on. It should potentially swing an awful lot more than it has done so far today. These are going to be tough. They have taken 2 off for the change of innings. Not quite sure how that works. So Leicestershire have 16 overs today, in which you would think survival should be their priority. If they can get through those somehow, they'll feel they've got a decent chance tomorrow. 1 down at the very most, 2 down, and they'll be very nervous because we reiterate that they have just 4 frontline batsmen. We've got time to pop the kettle on and get our final cup of tea of the day. We'll be back with you in, well, actually only about 3 or 4 minutes' time, to be honest. Well, good afternoon again for the final time from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The final time today, that is, unless something really desperate happens to the Leicestershire second innings, because Leicestershire about to set out on that second innings, needing 275 to record what would be, by any standards, regarded as a surprise victory over Middlesex. Middlesex want to win this very, very badly. Results elsewhere look to be going their way. Well, they have gone their way in one instance. Nottinghamshire absolutely hammered already, and it looks increasingly as though Glamorgan are going to beat Derbyshire. Leicestershire not exactly looking as though they're there for the taking, but obviously they haven't won a game so far this season in the county championship, and they have only picked 4 frontline batsmen for this game, none of whom really are in necessarily the best form of their lives. Sam Evans is going to take strike for the Foxes, and he's going to be facing the bowling of the Middlesex captain Tim Murtagh. We are coming up to an update for BBC Radio Leicester, so if Guy doesn't mind, I shall keep going through this first over, as it may come during or towards the end of it. Murtagh is going to be bowling from the Bennett end, 3 slips behind Evans. As I say, the floodlights on and it's a little bit grey out there. Murtagh is in and bowls. Evans is forward, pushing it out into the covers. Isn't going to get a run there, as is always, or at least is usually the case. Every Middlesex fielder sort of bursts into life, runs hither and thither, as they all exchange sort of little throws and passes, if you like a rugby sevens team just warming up. The slips keeping themselves busy. Eskenazi, Robson and Holman alongside John Simpson. Murtagh, a little shuffle, then he gets into his stride and bowls to Evans, hits him on the pad. It's a late appeal, but he's given him. He has given him. Murtagh has struck with just his second delivery. Steve O'Shaughnessy sends Evans on his way, and well, just looking at the replay, that is a little bit generous to me. I could see all 3. I could see the stumps behind Evans as he got forward there, and Murtagh's appeal, let's have a look at the replay. It hit him quite low, and it was probably going on to hit, but sure, must have been very close to being outside the line. But he's gone, and Leicestershire are 0 for 1. Your thoughts, Guy?
Well, at first I wasn't sure, but the more I actually watch the replay, the more out it becomes. I think it was just in line. I think Evans, given some of the LBW decisions that haven't been given in this match, is a touch unlucky to get one. But I can see why Murtagh was so convinced, and I can see why it was given. But yeah, I feel for Evans, given that we've probably seen better shouts turned down.
So the worst possible start for Leicestershire, the very best possible start for Middlesex. One of the frontline batsmen has gone, and Evans, one of the Leicestershire players who they would have hoped to see absorb a lot of deliveries, so to speak. The first 25-30 overs likely to be crucial, and well, only 2 balls, and they are 1 down without having advanced their score at all. Louis Kimber comes out to join Sol Budinger. Neither batsman to have faced a ball. Murtagh is in to Kimber, thick outside part of the bat, and Leicestershire are up and running as it squirts away along the ground down towards third man. Backward point runs round to get there first, and Kimber takes his single. 1 for 1. Budinger, what would be his approach? Well, from what we've seen, he only has one approach, essentially, see ball, hit ball, and maybe that's the best. Maybe if he can get a quick 50 or 60.
If he can get in.
But yeah, absolutely. It is a big ask. Again, I must stop using that phrase. it's intensely irritating for you, I'm sure. In goes Murtagh and bowls to Budinger, who's clipping towards mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder, so no run on that occasion. Roland Jones bowling a few looseners at mid-off. Here comes the update at long last. I've got a lot to tell them, so they can jolly well listen now. Less of your 15-second updates, you're going to get a lot longer than that. Jolly good, yes we will. Start with cricket. Murtagh is in. Budinger is going to pick up a run there as he turns it away down to long leg, off leg stump for another single. We are, because Leicestershire's bowlers have had a very good afternoon session and early part of the evening session. They reduced Middlesex from 209 for 3 at one stage to 271 all out, 7 wickets falling for the addition of just 66 runs, with the captain Callum Parkinson picking up 4 wickets, all of which means that Leicestershire need 275 to win the game. But I'm afraid to say they had the worst possible start. We've had just 1 over and they've already lost a wicket, that of Sam Evans, who was given out leg before wicket to Tim Murtagh. Might just feel he'd gotten outside the line, but unfortunately for him, he's been sent on his way. Louis Kimber has come out to join Sol Budinger. They both picked up a single from the rest of the over. The pitch is not necessarily going to help the seam bowlers too much. It's playing fairly docilely in that respect, but there is turn for the spinners. Fortunately for Leicestershire, Middlesex have only picked 1 spinner, and that is a leg spinner, Luke Holman, so no real finger spinners on their side, but they have a very good seam attack. The Foxes have got to get through these sort of 20 or 30 overs and then hope to build from there. 15 overs remain today. Leicestershire are 2 for 1 in their second innings.
So it will be Toby Rowland-Jones to continue from the pavilion end, and there's a thick outside edge, but it's wide of the 3 slips, and I think he's going to go all the way before it does, as there's no one at third man. Gully had a very long and in the end futile run to try and track it down. Budinger has 4 to his name. He started brightly against Toby Rowland-Jones in the first innings, hitting a 4 and a 3 before getting out, all in the same opening over, I seem to remember. As it is, that was a thickish outside edge. And he's just cleaned him up. He's bowled him. It's a beauty from Toby Rowland-Jones. He got the ball to nip back, but even so, Budinger was playing down the wrong line. Foot movement was minimal. Lovely delivery, but well, not the start. This is something of an understatement coming. Not the start that Leicestershire would have wanted. Perfect for Middlesex, and Toby Rowland-Jones just watching that again, and he really did get the ball to nip back. It was a cracker, and the left-handed Budinger, playing for a ball that was going to carry on, wasn't expecting it to dart back like that, and he is cleaned up, bowled for 5.
275 looks an awful long way off at the moment. Colin Ackerman comes out to join Louis Kimber. I said 1 really at the most for Leicestershire to really feel that they've got a chance in the game. Still 14.4 overs left to be bowled today, and wow, Ackerman and Kimber, 2 hard hitting and very correct batsmen, but they're going to have to play rather special innings if they're going to dig the Foxes out of this one or give them a chance. But they need a partnership of the sort that Middlesex had between Holden and Stoneman, who dug in and 165. If you can get in, you can score runs on this, but you've got to get in.
And that is the tough bit. I wasn't expecting the new ball to do as much as Toby Rowland-Jones in particular is getting it to do at the moment as well. So this is going to be a tough finish as far to the day as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Rowland-Jones with his tail up as well, moving smoothly in to bowl. And eventually it is Ackerman manages to safely place the ball into the gully area. There is no run, but it was a slightly nervy shot, and then, like neutrinos whizzing around an atom, the four slip fielders ping around everywhere. Ackerman yet to get off the mark. Kimber just has the one. Both openers already gone. 6 for 2 as Rowland-Jones is in again, and that's full. And in the end, nicely played by Ackerman, but those wickets have put a buzz into the Middlesex team, and an extra bit of vim into the step of the two opening bowlers as well. Rowland-Jones just mops his brow slightly, despite the fact he's only bowled 4 balls so far. Ball is thrown to him by his skipper and co-opening bowler Tim Murtagh as Rowland-Jones comes up, and that's full and well played by Ackerman. Rowland-Jones gives a bit of the fast bowler stare, but Ackerman had turned round and was sublimely ignorant of the stare being glared at the back of his neck as he walked off to square leg. 1 ball left of this first over from Rowland-Jones, second over of the innings. Been a wicket in each of them so far, as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in now and Ackerman leaves that one. There is a bit of movement for Rowland-Jones, but it started wide and got wider, and at the end of the second over, Ackerman yet to get off the mark. Kimber, who's only faced 2 balls, has a single, and it's 6 for 2, and that 275 looks a long way away at the moment for Leicestershire.
Kimber twiddles the bat in his hand, looks up to see that Murtagh is at the end of his run and ready to go, takes guard, stands tall with bat raised. Murtagh is in, bowls to him, he's dabbing it out into the offside, calling Ackerman through for a quick single, making his ground as backward point came running up, picked up underarm, flicked the ball at the stumps, but not with any real conviction. The throw missed anyway, and Kimber running across the line of the ball as a good batsman should. Didn't manage to interrupt its progress because he was already past the wicket when the ball did likewise. 7 for 2, Kimber has a couple. This would be a very good day, or 2 days if you like, for Ackerman to rediscover his form. In goes Murtagh, bowls to him, very correct in defence, nice high left elbows, he blocks that one back down the pitch to Murtagh, whose expression never seems to change, does it really, when he's out there, when he's bowling, whether things are going well or badly, or just even when he comes out of the pavilion, he's got that sort of set expression, and he must smile sometimes when he's taking wickets for Middlesex and Ireland. But
he smiles quite a lot off the field. I think it's just professional head on while playing.
In he comes and bowls. Ackerman is driving very pleasantly for 4. Had to reach for it a little bit, but reach for it he did. He got there and steered it away to extra cover for a boundary, a very welcome one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. He's off the mark with that 4. 11 for 2 is the score.
Yes, the only time you can tell that he's seriously disgruntled is, as we saw last night, when he starts coming in off a 4 or 5 yard run just to get the over finish so he can put someone else on.
Murtagh in, Ackerman is forward again, inside part of the bat as he blocks that one out towards mid wicket. There's no run.
Floodlights on, cloud cover over the ground at the moment. I don't think the light's too bad, but Leicestershire probably wouldn't mind if it was offered at some stage.
Murta is in and bowling. Ackerman is driving again. He's not going to get it past mid-off though. Bouncing away to his left. Usually Milan out there, but I'm not quite sure who it is because he's got his sweater on, because Bamba's down here at long leg, where Milan in the first innings spent a lot of his time. So I'm guessing it might be him out there. For 2, 1 ball left in the third over. Murta is in and bowling. Ackerman leaves the outswinger outside off stump, but there is that little bit of movement that there wasn't necessarily available earlier for the seamers. 11 for 2 after 3 overs.
Nice shot by of Ackerman's for the 4 runs, but you're absolutely right. There is a little bit for these 2 bowlers at the moment. When they took the second new ball in the Leicestershire first innings, their ball barely moved at all late last night and this morning, but certainly doing a little more this evening. As Toby Rowland-Jones continues from the pavilion end, running away from us in our commentary position, and nicely played by Kimber, who just plays the ball to point, and there is no run. There are 4 slips for Kimber and a point. A shortish mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, fine leg. As Rowland-Jones is in once more. It's full, it's driven, not completely middled, and it just goes straight to Tim Murta at mid-off, who starts immediately a serious polishing bout, then waits for Toby Rowland-Jones to turn around as if he wants the ball. Toby Rowland-Jones does look around, and it's flung to him by Tim Murta. Head down as he walks back, but then head up as he bounds in Toby Rowland-Jones. Nice delivery again, on or around off stump. Gets the approval of the slip cordon and the wicketkeeper. But once again the ball is played up to Tim Murta at mid-off.
Underway in Pakistan in the second T20 International in Karachi. If you don't want to hear the scores, I'll just give you a warning. I'll give them after this, the score, I should say. I'll give it after this delivery.
As Toby Rowland-Jones is in once again. Oh, and the attempted pull shot from Kimber wasn't quite there, and he just gets a little bottom edge down into the ground. He practices the shot again. Gets a stare from Rojo, who now marches back to his position.
England, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, are 133 for 4. Salt made 30 off 27. Hales 26 off 21. Milan Dawid made 0. He went first ball, bowled.
Toby Rowland-Jones in once again, and that squirts off an outside edge. Well, I'm giving it might be slightly doing him down on that. It actually goes quite a long way, but he was squared up and then managed to push the ball out into the covers, and they go through for 2.
Ben Duckett had a good knock, 43 off 22. And the 2 not-out batsmen at the moment, Harry Brook, who's 17 not out, and Moeen Ali, who is 18 not out. Now 137 for 4 of 50.1.
Gloucestershire have beaten Warwickshire by 3 wickets, reaching their victory target of 149 for 7 wickets. Down, and his 3rd wicket is taken here. Toby Rowland-Jones has cleaned up Lewis Kimber. He's off stump, he's out of the ground. He played down the wrong line and he's comprehensively bowled. A 2nd wicket for Toby Rowland-Jones. A 2nd wicket clean bowled for Toby Rowland-Jones. And Leicestershire really in disarray at the moment. They're 13 now for 3 as we just watch the replay. Jones is in, pitches it up, wrong line, off stump goes. 13 for 3, Kimber's out for 4.
Yeah, the ball didn't do too much. I'm afraid the foot movement was fairly minimal, and as you said, Guy, just seemed to be sort of pushing down or down the wrong line rather sort of indeterminately as well. Off stump out of the ground, and this Middlesex seam attack absolutely all over Leicestershire now. 13 for 3. And a couple more quick wickets and then we might start talking about the extra half hour.
Well, it's batting at number 5. There's no pressure then on Rehan Ahmed. He bowled beautifully for his 3 for 50, but he now needs to test his all-rounder credentials. Batting at 5, it's a big ask. Ackerman's looked pretty comfortable so far, but he's only on 4 and only faced 9 balls. But at least that was the end of the Toby Rowland-Jones over.
Tim Murtagh from the Bennett end with Ackerman on 4 off 9. Rehan Ahmed yet to face a ball. He does not lack confidence, the young man, but this is a difficult position. Outside edge is just missed there by Murtagh, bounces and swings away as Ackerman plunged forward, went past the outside edge and taken by Simpson behind the stumps. The light is gloomy-ish. It's nowhere near bad enough for them to consider coming off at the moment. There's a little bit of sort of, I say a little bit, there's a lot of dark cloud, a little bit building away where the weather is slowly coming from away to the southwest, but it's going to take a long time to get over the ground. Murtagh is in, Ackerman is looking to drive, not timing it, checks the bottom of his bat as he squirts it out towards mid-off, and there is no run.
We have, is it 11 overs after this one? Yeah, yes, it is.
How many wickets is that now for Rowland-Jones this season? Started the match on 55. Was it 4 in the first dig? So
just double check.
59, 61. Is that right?
Yes, he took 4. He did have 55, so that is 59, 60, 61.
Is in, and forward goes Ackerman again in defence, pushing it out to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid on into the 60s. That's a spectacular effort by any standards, but particularly so for Toby Rowland-Jones this season.
It's after he's out for so long with injury.
Indeed.
To get yourself back and bowling as he is.
He's watching at mid-on as his captain goes in. Murtagh bowls to Ackerman, who's a little bit squared up by that, and Holman hands started to go into the air. At a 3rd slip, thick inside edge and pad. I think both involved there. He stopped it somehow, Colin Ackerman, as it arrowed in towards the stumps. He hasn't played all the fixtures. Toby Rowland-Jones missed 2 games. It's his 12th. No, so he's missed 1 game then, hasn't he?
Yes, that's right. But 5 wickets a match.
Yeah. Murtagh in. Bowls. Again, Ackerman is forward. Studiously, but not entirely convincingly. Thick outside part of the bat sees the ball run out into the covers. Murtagh it was who started the rot. getting Evans LBW with his just second ball of the innings. Then Roland Jones has twice disturbed Leicestershire Timbers. Sol Budinger bowled off stump. Kimber also bowled off stump, the left-hander and the right-hander. Different sort of deliveries as Murtagh is in. Bowles, Ackerman is forward again. The floodlight glinting off the back of his bat as he does so. End of the over, 13 for 3. A maiden over from Tim Murtagh. Leicestershire rabbits in the floodlights at the moment.
Absolutely, and tough on poor old Ahmed, Rehan Ahmed, who is going to face his first ball now against Toby Roland Jones, who his figures at the moment 2 overs, 2 for 6. So Roland Jones in for the start of his third over. And actually, that's really nicely played. There is shape, definitely, for Roland Jones. And there was a little bit of swing away, but Rehan Ahmed played it very nicely, middle of the bat, up to Tim Murtagh at mid-off.
He did, because, as you say, it was a horrible delivery. Shape, do it go forward or back?
Trusted himself. Roland Jones runs away from us. Oh, and that's bowled him as well. It's another beauty from Toby Roland Jones. And Rehan Ahmed lasts just 2 balls, cleaned up. He swipes the ground in frustration. He managed to keep his temper in check for the first bit. He knows he didn't play down the right line again. The swing did for him, and he sees his stumps rearranged when he eventually has enough stomach to turn around and actually look at them.
It's his leg stump as well.
Yeah.
Came back quite
Jagged
a long way,
back.
didn't it?
It's the second ball he's got to do that. Roland Jones jagged back, wrong line, stumps rearranged. It's his third clean bowl in 3 overs, 3 wickets in 14 balls he's bowled so far, and he's bowled 3 batsmen. So Toby Roland Jones just on fire at the moment. He's bowling really well, but a little bit maybe lacking in a touch of technique in coping with the ball like this, and it is Harry Swindles who is the next line to the slaughter. Well, he gritted out an excellent 50 in the first innings, Harry Swindles, but he's got an awfully long time to bat now.
I wasn't really being facetious when I talked about the extra half hour, but it may not be too far away from it, you know. 10 overs and 4 deliveries definitely remain to be bowled, but another couple of wickets, and yeah, you can see the umpires saying, well, let's see if we can get this done tonight.
I know if some people are looking at this and say 13 for 4, what's wrong with the wicket? But there isn't really much wrong with the wicket, is there?
No, it's not like Chelmsford, is it?
No.
As the 3 previous scores in the match suggest. But it's very, very high quality seam bowling going on at the moment.
Toby Roland Jones in once again, and Swindles manages to just about flick the ball away and save himself from another ignominious end to an innings. But Toby Roland Jones really has got his tail up now. He's got that in-dipper going superbly, and the right-handers are really struggling, because we said, oh, there aren't too many left-handers, they'll be alright against spin. I'm not sure they'll actually get the chance to face any the way these two are bowling at the moment, particularly Toby Roland Jones. That's played nicely out though to point by Harry Swindles. Ackerman must be wondering what's going on at the other end. He practices a forward defensive at the non-striker's end. Swindles has a little twirl of the bat, just extends his arms as he gets ready in his position and sees Roland Jones hurtling towards him. But that's wide from Roland Jones, and an easy leave on this occasion for Swindles. The ball's still darted away off the wicket. It's that one going away, so not quite. You can never feel comfortable if you've got a bowler charging in and nipping it both ways. Just didn't get that one started in the right place. Toby Roland Jones, too wide and an easy leave. Even if it had come back, it was never going to come back that much. And this is another good ball on or around off stump, and Swindles plays a pretty decent defensive shot. It's a wicket maiden for Toby Roland Jones. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 6.
May not need any overs of spin.
No, it's
unless the light gets really bad. That's
Yeah.
the only thing you can think.
I was not expecting this.
In goes Murta. Ackerman is cautiously forward, pushing it out into the offside. Springsteen's been in touch on Twitter, wondering why Leicestershire picked only 4 front line batsmen. And it rather gloomily concludes, not much argument against the Strauss plan, is there? Well, there is for plenty of other counties at the moment, and I know what you're saying, but well, let's see what happens. In goes Murta and bowls. Ackerman stretches forward, blocks it out into the offside. It is distinctly gloomy now. That dark cloud is coming right overhead, and floodlights very much starting to take effect.
No, I think you're right, Richard. There may be a conflab between the umpires at some point soon. And there are still 10 overs, 9 after this one. Thick end of 10 overs left.
Murta is in, bowls. Ackerman is turning that one off Midland leg, but only as far as mid-wicket, whose throw requires Simpson to dive away to his right, and Simpson, as I say, normally undemonstrative, but even he gives mid-wicket, who is Bamber actually, something of an old-fashioned glance. 13 for 4. Murta, with that little curve at the start of his run, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, stretches forward, blocks the delivery out to Roland Jones, the destroyer, at mid-on. Robson is wheeling his arms at second slip, but he tends to do that anyway, doesn't he, to keep himself loose and limber, rather than in anticipation of being told that we can only bowl spin because of the light.
Yeah, he does all manner of interesting aerobic exercise.
Murta in, bowls. Ackerman solid, driving firmly, or at least pushing forward firmly in defence, and playing it so firmly that wide mid-off has to run to his right and dive across and make the stop.
Now, you quite often see Sam Robson on his shoulders doing cycle kicks in the air to keep everything moving properly.
Murta is in to finish the over. Bowls, edge, caught, dropped at second slip. I think
Not sure it carried.
Let's have a look at the replay, but I wasn't quite sure. There's no great disappointment being shown, suggesting, as Guy said, that perhaps it was sort of on the half volley to Robson, down low to his left, obviously down low to his left, but got 2 hands to it. Did he get there on the full? No, he didn't. So in fairness, it did bounce a couple of inches before. It wasn't a chance, but the outside edge was fouled. Now the 2 umpires are having a discussion, and the players, I'm afraid, are leaving the field. I cannot see them getting back out there tonight, because the sky has filled in a little bit away to the southwest and now over the ground. Now hang on, they are listening to Nick Cook and they are now definitely going off. Hands, high fives being exchanged by the Middlesex team, and why wouldn't they be? Because Leicestershire are leaving the field in disarray. 13 for 4. What have you?
No, does the weather come from over the?
It is in this game, yeah. I know it's a little bit broken, but it is quite dark as well. But
it was looking over there that I realised we're unlikely to get any more.
Yeah. So 13 for 4 off 7 overs. Leicestershire, 9 overs remain to be bowled today. I would be surprised if we get them or any more. They won't be a decision because it is only 2 minutes past 5, and there'll be an update shortly. Radio Leicester, but Roland Jones is being applauded from 3 for 6 off overs. Each and every one has involved disturbing the beautiful, each and every one as well. But losses off stump, but a little bit out form until lost his off stump. Ahmed got a delivery as a brute, came back and hit his leg stump, went straight through the gap, hit his leg stump at pace. So Leicestershire needing 275 to win the game. Well, that looked awful, but it rather does look like we will be back in hope. Leicestershire hope so, but already an awful damage has been done. Staying there in the middle has been brought out, but obviously not been put on. Not raining. They're ready to go, the ground staff, but waiting for instruction from the umpires. I'll keep chuntering for a few minutes.
That is the weather for...
It's wrong, isn't it? Because it's 5 o'clock now.
No, this is for tomorrow.
Oh, for tomorrow. I beg your pardon.
So
we've got bright sunshine at 11 o'clock.
Bright sunshine and a 1% chance of rain. So
stumps are being taken out.
So that covers are coming on. I think that, yes.
Here comes the update, and what an update it is going to be. I think we're done for the day. 13 for 4 the score, and here comes the update. We are done for the day at Radio because the has over and it's rather closed in on Leicestershire too, I'm afraid, because although they had a pretty good session when they reduced Middle from 209 for 3 at one stage to 271 all out, giving themselves 275 to win the game, I'm afraid their top has been devastated by the Middlesex seam attack, Toby Rowland-Jones in particular. They've lost Sam Evans, Sol Budinger, Louis Kimber and Rehan Ahmed, all for single figures scores, 3 of whom have been bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones, meaning that after 7 overs Leicestershire are 13 for 4. 9 overs potentially remain to be bowled. I don't think we're going to be a case coming back tomorrow. It will just be a matter of time before Leicestershire are at this game. They are 13 for 4 in innings, needing 275 to win. Umpires staying out there with the ground staff, but when the wheelbarrow comes on, you anticipate that the ground staff, who usually know what they're about.
They do, don't they? They know where the weather's coming from. But all of the covers are out to go on the wicket, but the umpires are standing guard and just stopping it happen. It looked as if it was going to be another closely fought, tough day tomorrow. But I think you got it absolutely right in your update for BBC Radio Leicester that certainly Middlesex will feel that they should wrap things up pretty well. Swindles, well, he hung around and batted for a long time in the first innings, as did Tom Scriven, but asking those two to do it again is a really big ask. Is useful if it's with the bat, but after that it is all-rounders at best, isn't it? It is going to be a very, very tough ask, because the match has been toe-to-toe away until really that for an hour. Up until then there had been a cigarette paper between the two teams.
Well, just hang on until we know what's happening. You'll be able to see the pictures on the stream. At the moment there is no play, and to be honest, there's no real prospect of play. There's no breaks in this sort of blanket that's heading our way, and it is pretty gloomy out there. Obviously, we'll leave the effects mic on, so if by some miracle there's a chance of a few extra overs, we will obviously come back on and describe them for you. But for now, we'll say good evening, and impatient of the fact that it will be the final time. We'll, Guy Swindells, myself, Richard Ray, will be tomorrow morning, a bright and early start for what could be the next promotion.
Yes, could be. There's still quite a bit going on elsewhere. For those people who just want to know, just before we go, Derbyshire now 96 for 3 against Glamorgan, still 201 runs behind. Sussex were 9 for 4 in their second innings against Durham when the rain set in this morning. Worcestershire have beaten Nottinghamshire by an innings and 79 runs. Surrey have completed their victory in. They have won the county championship, Division 1, for the time. Their nearest today. There is a 20 going on, England against Pakistan at the moment, but here, absolutely right, we're going to say goodbye and we'll be back again tomorrow morning.
Head short. Brilliant. Got his hand underneath it.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this no danger. Oh, and that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. And, it's taken 2 wickets.
Ooh.
And that's played really nicely. It was a bit wide. Wasn't a Barnes in once again, and it's away nicely by Higgins, and he moved 50.
Parkinson in, bowls, forward, edge caught. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn a...
Get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his first.